Presenter's laptop sound check. Presenter's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check.
just going to advise us when we're live. You're live, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Elsie Paparella. And good morning, Councillors Ferguson and Vanderbeek as well. Good morning. All right, welcome everyone to the General Issues Committee meeting of this Wednesday, December the 8th, 2021, here in the Council chambers and virtually, and all those listening in as well. Quorum is present, and I'd like to right away acknowledge that I will be helped today through this meeting by Elsie Stephanie Paparella and her assistant, Alea Whalen. Great appreciation to both. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton, temporarily archived on our website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to non-audible during the meetings. Members of the public are advised our meetings are webcast live by our city, temporarily archived on our website. Now, presentations and reports considered at the meeting are available on our website or through the office of the clerk if members of the public require documents in an alternative format. Members can submit another request to speak if they require additional time to ask questions or make comments, and are reminded that you may ask questions of the delegates, but please do not engage in any debate with the delegates either. And before I get to approval of the agenda and many changes, members of council, we have a very challenging agenda before us today. Hoping you've all brought sufficient nature bars and nutrient drinks and volumes of water with you. And with any kind of luck, I hope we'll be done before we put on our pajamas. Thank you. All right, approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any?
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there are quite a few changes. We have 12 added pieces of correspondence, and we have delegation requests from Ian Borsick, Environment Hamilton, respecting item 8.2, Don McLean, respecting item 8.2, Ian Graham from Coketown Institute on Climate Response, also respecting item 8.2. However, that was just withdrawn this morning. Mr. Graham has provided a written communication for your review, and I will upload it after today's meeting. Dr. James Quinn, respecting item 8.2, David Carson, respecting item 8.2, James Lambert, respecting the encampment matter at J.C. Beamer Park, Marima Menzildich, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, respecting the encampment matter at J.C. Beamer Park, Joanna Aitchison, respecting report CM 19006, the Hate Prevention, Mitigation, and Community Initiative Action Plan, Kojo Dempty, respecting that same report, as well as the encampment matter at J.C. Beamer Park. And we have 3 video submissions as well regarding item 8.2 from Grant Linney, Climate Change Realty Canada, Reality Canada, Neil Woodley, and Miriam Sager. As well, discussion items added 10.14, 15, and 16. 10.14 is the 2022 tax supported user fees. 2015 is the non-union compensation subcommittee report, and 1016 is the Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry update. As well, under general information, item 13.1, amendments to the outstanding business list. Items 13.1A and B are duplicated, as the staff report also asks for them to be removed. So I will be removing that from your consideration. We have an added item as well for a proposed new due date. It's the draft City of Hamilton Public Engagement Policy. The current due date is May 4th, 2022, and staff is proposing June 15th, 2022. Added item 13.2, J.C. Beamer Park Verbal Overview. Private and confidential, staff have requested the following closed session items be moved up on the agenda to be considered immediately following item 14.2. 14.4 is the investigation update. 14.5, the litigation update regarding property damage claim. As well, we have one added and private confidential report, which is 14.7, the Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry update. And that's it.
You may take a pause and a break now, Elsie Paparella. Thank you. Any comments on the changes to the agenda? I have a couple of quick, 2, 3 speakers right away. Councillor Vanderbeek, on the agenda or changes to the agenda or anything else you want to alert us to?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Good morning. I am wondering if we could move item, because of the length of this agenda and the time that it will take, I'm wondering if we could move item 13.2, which is the J.C. Beamer Park verbal update overview, up on the agenda. I just think by the time we get to 13.2, the public audience is not going to be necessarily still around. We may be getting ready for bed. Anyway, I would like to move that we move that forward to the appropriate time. I'm wondering if we could do it and Jesus, things so long in item 8 with staff presentations, sir, or a more appropriate place if there is one.
All right, Councillor Vanderbeek. Elsie Paparella, comment quickly, please, from you.
Yes, I was
Please.
just about to say 8.3 would be the appropriate place to move it if committee so chooses.
So do we want to, though, hear at least all the delegates that have lined up today to speak on a number of items? Because my worry then is 8.3 is moved up. There's delegates that wish to speak to it, and there's delegates that wish to speak to the climate change and hate prevention item as well. Councillor Vanderbeek, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Are you thinking that they should hear this before?
Yes.
That they should hear this before? So is there a more appropriate place that we could move it to, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
No video.
Okay. Councillor Farr, if you wish to get on the speakers list, you can, please. Thank you.
Oh, my apologies. My video is not working. Sorry, I've tried to fix it.
Okay, so your suggestion is to move up the JC Beamer.
13.2 is the item number that I'd like to move up, Mr.
So Elsie
Deputy.
Paparella, I'm trying to work out a balance here where all the delegates that have been lined up to speak and are ready to speak, but we want this item, instead of at the end of the agenda, moved up at some point, being respectful of the delegates that are listed to speak. Mr. Mayor, I know I can see you waving, Mr. Mayor. I've got you on the list. Elsie Paparella, any further thoughts, please?
I think that the mayor might want to comment on this first, and then I could certainly respond.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanderbeek, can I go to the mayor at this time? We hear your suggestion.
Please do.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, please.
Yeah, I will second the motion to move that into item 8.3 as staff presentations. And you know what we had already decided that we were going to have staff presentations before delegates actually spoke to the issue. So we have a number of delegates that have appeared that will be speaking after the staff presentation, and they can speak to the staff presentation or choose not to, or whatever comment they are planning on making. But I think it's appropriate for this council and community at large to understand the perspective of the various services that were at JC Beamer Park providing service. I think they should hear that first before we hear from delegates. So I'll be happy to second the recommendation and move it to item 8.3.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, that makes it a little clearer. Councillor Vanderbeek would move that. You would second that, and that would be a third staff presentation then. Okay. Any further comments on that, please? I have Councillors Pearson, Clark, and Nan on this, or you wish to alert us to something else? Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I just want to alert committee that at 11 o'clock I have to leave for a development review meeting, and I will leave and be back as soon as I can. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you for that. That's noted. Councillor Clark, please.
Councillor Vanderbeek handled the issue that I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you for that support. Councillor Nan, please. Good morning, Councillor Nan.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor. I was wondering if there will be an opportunity after delegates have spoken to be able to ask questions that may be risen through the delegations that would require some response. So my preference would be a discussion item versus a staff presentation so that we can actually engage in the topic, given that there are delegations today and there may be some questions that remain for council members after hearing from delegations as well. Thank you.
Okay. I think on this item, we're going to use a little latitude. We will move it up. Well, we'll see if the committee wishes by majority to support. Let's do a motion to see if committee by majority wishes to move it up as a staff presentation to 8.3 first. Moved by Councillor nobody else wishes to speak? Alea? Nope. All speakers are done on any matters. Elsie Paparella, before the vote.
Councillor Nan does have her hand up.
Oh, again, sorry, Councillor Nan. Yes.
No worries. Just procedurally, I would like some clarity then prior to voting on this motion that's been duly moved and seconded. If the item moving into staff presentations will enable us to have a conversation after hearing from the delegations as council members, will we be able to ask questions of staff related to what we hear?
So thank you, Councillor Nan. I hadn't finished my thought, and so thank you for ensuring I finished my thought. I was saying I'm going to allow some latitude and leeway here since it's going to be, if council supports it, moved up to staff presentations. Hear the staff presentations, questions of staff, hear the delegates, and I will allow for members of council to go back to that item then if they have any further comments or questions. Does that satisfy?
It just still doesn't seem procedurally clear to me, but from my perspective, it should be a discussion item, but that's it. I just wanted to put that on the table. Thanks.
Okay, there's a mover and seconder, so I presume you could vote no then to 8.3. That'll be you and any member of council's prerogative how to vote on this item. So it's been moved and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek and the mayor to move this up as a staff presentation 8.3. All in favor? Any opposed? Electronic vote is before you.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Councillor Marula, are you able to vote?
I'm not able to vote apparently, so I'm in support though. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll watch for your thumb up or down.
Thank you.
Okay, that carried 12-1. All right. So on the overall agenda with the multitude of amendments to the agenda, I need a mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Questions or comments further? Okay, electronic vote, please, Stephanie. All in favor? Opposed?
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Councillor Farr, are you able to vote? Thank you.
And that carried 13-0. Thank you, members of committee. Declarations of interest. Members of committee, any declarations of interest to avoid conflicts? No hands up today. Thank you. Approval of the minutes. We had 3, November 9th, November 17th, and November 19th. Items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. How about if I take a mover and seconder for all 3 sets of minutes, please? Councillor Pearson, a seconder, please. Councillor Nan, questions or comments on all 3 sets of minutes? Seeing none. All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote before you.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Councillor Farr? Thank you.
And that carried 13-0. Thank you, members of committee. We're on communication items 5.1 through to 5.12 inclusive. Does any member of committee wish to pull out any of them? Or I was going to take a global mover and seconder on all 12. Any request to move it? Mr. Mayor first to move out, a motion on all 12. Before I take that, Mr. Mayor, anyone wishes to pull one for discussion? I don't see any hands. Okay, Mr. Mayor, move by Councillor Wilson. Yes, please. Which item? Can't hear
Sorry,
you.
yep, sorry, Deputy Mayor, you're just
Good.
so effective in being a chair that and so efficient. I'm looking for the item.
I hope you say that 10 hours from now, but carry on.
Oh, I would just like to item 5.6, please.
5.6. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank
Please
you.
carry on.
Thank you. I just would like to acknowledge it into the public record. This is a copy of a piece of correspondence from Dr. Warner, and it is regarding a number of items that are woven together, of course, and have been and will be. Dr. Warner, for people who may not, or maybe they're new to Hamilton, or they may not be familiar, is, in my opinion, a man of tremendous courage and unquestionable character, who has spent his life in the service to others, higher education, and peace and reconciliation, and not only a man recognized for his words, but his deeds. And as a consequence, was awarded the Order of Canada a number of years ago, along with, I believe, the Citizen of the Year in Hamilton, along with many other accolades and formal honors. In other words, Deputy Mayor, he is an activist. He is an advocate, one who walks in solidarity for human rights and seeks to see the humanity in every human, regardless of their status, their station, their race, their creed. And because of all these things, he has walked that journey. And hardly a man whose legacy is that of division. If members of the public are following along or watching the tape thereafter, I would just like to underscore his correspondence. I would like to thank him for his continued engagement in this community and making it better, and reminding us that we have to, in the service, in recognition of the teachings of Gandhi and Dr. King, to see the humanity in every single human on this earth. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, that was beautifully stated. Sincerely. Thank you. Anyone else on this item? Councillor Nan and Councillor Farr on this item. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. It's hard not to only talk about this item, although I will focus my comments on this particular correspondence, as there have been several correspondences in today's agenda that are linked and submitted not only from Black Hamiltonians, but others who have put onto the public record through these correspondences accounts that question the conduct of municipal services, and specifically that of Hamilton Police Services. One of the correspondences references how a Black resident had her hijab pulled off and was pinned to the ground with an officer's knee to her neck while supporting unhoused residents. And in May 2020, the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police triggered shockwaves, right, across this city, across North America, across the planet, of yet another nonviolent Black man being killed in police custody. It exposed at that time the systemic anti-Black racism and biases that have been well documented in reviews of police conduct, which have stated clearly a disproportionate use of excessive force against Black people. The image of an officer's knee on the neck of a Black body has been seared into our social consciousness. Many council colleagues in 2020 spoke up then about the need to name and address anti-Black racism every time it occurs in our city. And now, yes, as a council member, I do not have the authority to influence operational matters of police services, but I do have an obligation to the city residents to point out the conduct and extremely troubling conduct that warrants an independent review that is being stated in this correspondence. It's my duty to point out that it's been absolutely traumatizing to many across this city to see images of a Hamilton Police Service officer kneeling on the neck of a nonviolent Black woman. And it flies in the face of council-approved community safety and well-being plans, and it has eroded trust and has a negative impact on so many of the agenda items that we're going to be discussing today. It has had a negative impact on social cohesion, and it has resulted in further hate threats being received by HCCI and ACA, both Black-run organizations based here in Ward 3. I hope my colleagues around the table can understand the importance of believing survivors of violence, as we have come to understand it to be the appropriate response when there are incidences of gender-based violence, and that we do our part and use our position of power to question, as Dr. Warner states, unduly violent physical treatment and criminalization of Black residents in their interaction with police, and to do so publicly and to speak out about how unacceptable it is to see these images and to see this conduct. Surely it will not take the death of a Black individual from having an officer's knee on their neck for us to realize that this too is an incident to speak up on. Surely we can connect the dots and remember what has been seared into our social consciousness and demand better for the sake of our residents, and to be united doing so as a council. Because I can tell you, I'm hearing a lot from the community that the silence at this table has been deafening, and no amount of detail in our city's hate mitigation strategy has the power to foster a sense of belonging like the voices of this entire council, stating unequivocally that anti-Black racism, bias, and use of force against Black residents is wholly unacceptable and warrants an independent review. It's my hope, Chair, that each member of Council will take a moment today to share their reflections and to let the Black community in Hamilton know that we have heard them, that we are listening, that we are watching, and that we can take appropriate action on the calls that they have brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan, and thank you for tying that into 5.6 and the Gary Warner communication. Thank you, Councillor Nan. On this item, still, Councillor Farr, did you wish to speak to this item, Dr.
Mr.
Warner's communication?
Mr. Chair, I read as well in its entirety this last night, and certainly reflected on decades of work directly affiliated to justice and social justice, and measures and mandates of council present and past, mostly past, that Dr. Warner worked directly with us on, as you will know. It struck me, there are a few folks that have signed up to the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, the current campaign that is on, that we were all receiving the emails. The YWCA is one that stands out. More recently, they have actually asked the police for assistance with issues around their facility, and certainly standing behind this cause, and fair enough, anyone can. And certainly with Dr. Warner, I'm glad it was brought to everyone's attention. That is something that we need to really look closely at. It was a communication that he directed to our Chief of Police, Chief Bergen, and this General Issues Committee. And I think that one of the key themes that will play out today, and I'll wait for the presentation and wait to hear from some of the delegates too, but I have some questions about the law and who it applies to in respect to this case, what a yellow police line do not cross means, who that applies to, and maybe that'll help, hopefully, sort of all of us better understand what's gone on here. Just one of the comments that Dr. Warner made, and he's definitely highly respected and deserving of all of the accolades, but in this communication to the Chief of Police and to the GIC, he mentions that the contrast between the humanitarian actions of the young people in providing food and support to encamped people in need, and the violent response of HPS officers in response to their unarmed demonstration of support for the homeless is unmistakable, and reflects very badly on the police officers involved and the HPS itself. The folks that were involved have said repeatedly, Mr. Chair, in this protest, the protesters, that they work every day to assist on the encampment issue, that they're out there all the time assisting encampment residents. And if they are, then they probably have many times come across our work from our outreach group and our partners that happen 7 days a week in this city. And so they would be familiar with these folks. Those folks were actually the ones that police had, the city side, the partners, beyond the line at the time of the altercation. They were there already assisting, and they would have seen that. I would strongly suggest that would have been very obvious that there were members from the Good Shepherd, from Outreach, the folks that were involved in what was the latest explosion in encampment were being well taken care of. And I think that's important, because when Dr. Warner mentions that these were humanitarian actions, it's going to come down to definition today. We're going to receive a presentation. We're going to learn what it means in terms of the law and who the law applies to when you have a yellow line that says police line do not cross. And frankly, the line was crossed. And when the line is crossed, what actions are supposed to be taken? What actions in terms of public safety are the expectation of all of us? And I think that's a conversation that needs to be had. But I would also hope, and I highlight that line from Dr. Warner, the highly respected Dr. Warner, that in our presentation today by staff, what I have just shared is confirmed, that we were already taking humanitarian action as we do 7 days a week. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Farr, and for your continued reference of Dr. Warner's communication of 5.6. Anyone else on 5.6? I've got Councillors Clark and the mayor. Mr. Mayor, please.
All right, thank you. Do not want to preempt Councillor Clark if he wants to speak to this, unless he has another item.
He didn't indicate, unless I missed that, Councillor Clark. My apologies.
I would yield to the mayor, no problem, thank you.
Oh, Councillor Clark, I didn't see your hand that you wanted to speak to this. So, Mr. Mayor, if you would, because he did indicate before you. Councillor Clark, please.
My comments is not specific to this item itself. It's to all of the JC Beamer letters or delegations. I wanted to ensure that we can refer to them in our future questions and discussions, and I wanted to ensure that I have the opportunity to speak to the issue at the appropriate time. That's all, sir.
That's fine, Councillor Clark. I think that was a similar theme that Councillor Nan was concerned about as well. Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger to 5.6, please.
Thank you, and to Gary Warner, a good friend and a great community contributor that I have nothing but the greatest respect for. You know, there are obviously different interpretations of what occurred at this location. Some have already made their determination as to what they believe happened, and you know, unfortunately, when it comes to situations where our city services are trying to put into effect council direction, that an explosion and fire happens at a particular park, then that certainly triggers a number of responses to look after the residents that are in that location. And I know that the police are not going to be commenting on that today, but I can tell you that the reporting has been that the police did create a perimeter around this location. Mr. Warner should know that that they were there to protect the site. That was a hazardous site at that moment in time. Explosions had happened, fire had happened, people have been pulled out of tents that were on fire, and we would be having a wholly different conversation today had there been someone seriously injured or burned as a result of the fires that happened in that location. And so I really do appreciate the work that the police did to protect individuals that were impacted by this, and then all of the other staff that came to provide care and comfort to those individuals. And my understanding is was very much appreciated by the encampment folks. They were not the challenge. The challenge were the folks that showed up that decided that they wanted to obstruct the effort of police and everyone else to provide that kind of care for those individuals. So there's different interpretations here. I don't sit in judgment of anyone. We have made and continue to make racial and diversity issues a primary focus for us, and to characterize the difference of opinion on council as supporting racism in any way, shape, or form, I think is very, very unfortunate. But you know what? Obstructing the work and assaulting police officers is going to get a reaction, and wholly inappropriate for anyone to do that. And when that occurs, the appropriate actions are taken by police, and I think appropriately so. So you know what, I would I know there's an agenda here. There's a defund the police agenda here. There's a number of agendas at play, supported by some members of council, supported by others in the community. There's just a whole range of things happening here that I think are complex and overly simplified by suggesting that this was a racist effort. It was not. It was an effort to protect individuals that were in encampments in a hazardous situation, not a safe and secure encampment, that it was on fire and exploded. So let's not ignore the facts of the situation here and presume that there's a number of other things going on that aren't actually going on. And Mr. Warner, I'll have a conversation with my friend Gary Warner. I highly respect Mr. Warner. I fully understand his perspective. I think our staff presentation might shed some additional light on what actually occurred on that day, and that's the whole purpose for my requesting that today. And when the SIU investigation is done, the police chief has indicated he's more than happy to speak to the issue as well. So I think we should not be sitting in judgment. Let's hear from the people that were there, and just rest assured that each and every day, MLE and housing staff are out there in the encampment areas looking to house people in safe, secure environments. And a tent is not a safe and secure environment for anyone. So thank you for the latitude. I'm sure there's going to be more to be said about this later on, but I do appreciate all the perspectives. But I think the facts portray some of the some of the views that some have put forward in terms of what actually happened on that location. So that's the reason to have our staff, provide their perspective today, so that there's a clear understanding of the folks that were there of what actually occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for referencing Dr. Warner's communication as part of your speech. Okay, I see no further speakers on 5.6, Alea. Thank you. Any other communication items wish to be pulled? Seeing none. All right, the mayor made a global move on 5.1 through to 5.12. Did I get a seconder for that? No, we didn't get a seconder for that. Councillor Ferguson, thank you. All in favor of receiving all these communications for the record before you, please? Or opposed?
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Councillors Partridge and Johnson, are you able to vote? Okay, I'm going to mark them both absent at the moment.
And that carried 12-0, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Moving on to delegate requests. We have 6.1 through to 6.12, both live speakers and video presentations, with 6.5 Ian Graham being withdrawn, a written communication to be submitted later. A mover and seconder, please, on all the delegates. Councillor Powers, Councillor Clark. Questions or comments? All of them are for today, Stephanie, except for 6.1, Mr. Crotch. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed to hearing the delegations and accepting their request? E-vote before you.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Councillors Nan, Partridge, and Johnson, are you able to vote?
That carries 12-0. Thank you, members of committee. All right, Stephanie, we're on to consent items. All right, 7.1, Ottawa Street Business Improvement Area Revised Board of Management for Wards 3 and 4. Councillor Nan, Councillor Marula, could I assume you two would like to move and second that, please? Thank you. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? 7.1. E-vote before you.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote?
Carries 12-0. Thank you. 7, the Downtown BIA Revised Board of Management. Councillor Farr, can I presume you'd like to move that? Seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thumbs up, Councillor Wilson, to second that. Thank you. Any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote before you.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Carries 12-0.
Carries 12-0. Thank you, Stephanie. And 7.3, this is a further revised Board of Management report, Stephanie, for the Downtown BIA, correct? A second one, Councillor Farr, Councillor Wilson. I'll use the same movers and seconders. Questions or comments? Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? E-vote before you, please.
Thank you, Councillor Powers.
And that carries 12-0 as well. Okay, members of committee, now we have 3 presentations before us, starting with COVID-19 verbal update. Jason Thorne, our General Manager of Planning and Economic Development, and
Chair,
has taken up.
Can I interrupt? Did we deal with the Standards & Poor's Global Credit Rating Review? Did I miss that?
Yes, we did, Mr. Mayor.
We did?
Mm-hmm.
Could I just indulge, sir? I think it's an important issue. And I would ask, Mike Sigarek to kind of give us an overview of what AA+ credit rating means for the municipality and why that's such a positive, good news story overall, financially. as well as in terms of you know, the investments that we're making. So I, 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 I missed it, unfortunately, when the issue came up, but if I could, Mr. Chair, kind of circle back, I would appreciate a bit of an overview from our Chief Financial Officer, Mike Sigarek, on the importance of AA+ credit rating.
The operative word was indulge, Mr. Mayor, and I will indulge.
You're so kind.
General Manager Zagarek, please, the good news of the way you're keeping our city on such a strong financial footing. General Manager, welcome.
Good morning through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Mike Scarrick, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. Committee has the 2021 Standard & Poor's Global Credit Rating review before you. Just for the benefit of the community, the value of the credit rating is it provides potential investors of Hamilton bond issuances a independent assessment as to Hamilton's credit worthiness. And again, what is before you is reaffirming the City of Hamilton's AA+ with a stable outlook rating on the city's long-term issuer credit and senior unsecured debt. I'll just highlight a few of the observations and comments made by Standard & Poor's. Standard & Poor's recognizes Hamilton's economic recovery from COVID-19 will likely evolve like other municipalities in Ontario. And they also expect that the city's creditworthiness, supported by the city's prudent financial management and supportive institutions, as well as continued reliance on relationships with the province of Ontario, will continue to serve the city well as we evolve through the current pandemic. The pandemic, they recognize the pandemic has had material impacts on the city's public finances and expect that those impacts will continue to be offset in part by senior levels of government. The Standard & Poor's relies on a number of measures you'll see in the report, six principal measures that Standard & Poor's refers to in their report, and it provides a snapshot justifying their AA+ with a stable outlook credit rating. And those measures include institutional framework, economy, financial management, budgetary performance, liquidity, and debt burden. You'll see in the report that's before you, Standard & Poor's rates these factors from a scale of 1 to 6, and 1 being the strongest score and 6 being the weakest score. With respect to these key credit ratings, the city's maintained strongest scores of 1 for economy, liquidity, debt burden. The city recorded the second strongest scores for institutional framework, financial management, and budgetary performance. You'll also note that these scores are unchanged from the city's 2020 credit rating. So again, with respect to what is before you, I would suggest it will serve the city well, given some uncertainty with respect to inflation and the potential for higher borrowing costs. A strong credit rating helps to mitigate, in part, those future risks as it relates to borrowing costs, but it also reaffirms the city's strong financial management. And as highlighted by Standard & Poor's, that financial management translates into strong liquidity and good debt management. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, happy to answer any questions that committee might have.
If I might follow on, Mr. Deputy Mayor, thanks to Mike. And you know, it really is a testament to the solid, strong leadership of Mike Sigarek and the financial team on you know, ensuring that we are AA+, which means that our borrowing rate is lower than others that might have a different rating. And it does indicate that that our fiscal management and the management of the municipality at large, including key investments being made, you know, is holding us up well in terms of that credit rating, and in terms of Standard & Poor's and others that view our city as well-run, well-managed, and certainly fiscally responsible. I'm, you know, what's better than AA plus, Mike? AAA plus?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, AAA, and you'll see that in the report that's before you is only a few municipalities such as York Region, Peel Region, and Halton Region and Durham Region that's having AAA credit ratings, and by coincidence, they are regional governments.
Indeed, they're also, you know, virtually newer municipalities, which I think is also understandable from that perspective. So I really appreciate the good effort that Mike Zagaric and his team are putting into making sure that we're fiscally sound. And I just want to acknowledge that that very, very good, solid foundation for our future city of Hamilton to build on. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and for the public and the members of council's consumption, it was 7.3, our information report standards and poor there. On this item, Councillors Ferguson and Pearson, I'm allowing to go back a bit because members of council didn't get a chance to comment on it. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, can you hear me okay, Mr. Chair?
Very well.
Thank you. So I too missed this. I was waiting for it to get called and I heard the BIAs, but I didn't hear the Standard & Poor's report. So I apologize for that. But just like the mayor, I was hoping to jump in and recognize that there's only 4 municipalities at AAA, as Mike said, Durham, Halton, Peel, and I think it was York. And they are newer, they don't have aging infrastructure like we do. And the only other to get a AAA plus was Guelph, and everybody else that was on the matrix that was before us was below us. And so I just want to say the same thing the mayor did. This is a real testament to our finance staff and Mike Zagaric with his very steady hand on the finances. So I just wanted to offer congratulations to them for delivering this for us, because it's absolutely critical that we can have the borrowing power that we need to move some of the major projects we got on the records, particularly the sewage treatment plant expansion. So thanks for allowing me that, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson, for your comments and support. And Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I'm certainly not going to burst that bubble on Mike this morning. Excellent job again, Mike, you know that, and all of the staff in finance. The only question I have is on the report, page 204. It mentions that over the next 2 years, our rating could be lowered if our deficits in the accounts, both capital and operating, approach to 10%. Do we anticipate this possibility coming forward? Are there any projects or issues that could get us close to that?
Through you,
Manager.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We're not forecasting, through you to Councillor Pearson, we're not forecasting potential headwinds that might affect us to that degree. Having said that, there is some uncertainty as it relates to coming out of the pandemic, and as well as continued support from senior levels of government. But as a reminder to council is that in 2020, council was financially prudent in setting aside $20 million into a COVID reserve to help us to weather some of those headwinds and some of those challenges entering into 2022 and 2023. So again, I too want to thank committee members for those positive comments, but also just recognize council as well as it relates to your financially prudent decisions, and including the decision in 2020 to set aside $20 million in surplus to assist us with respect to some of those challenges that might occur in 2022 and 2023. So short answer to Councillor Pearson is, while there is some uncertainty, we have set aside some financial capacity to help weather us through that period. And staff will continue through 2022 and 23 to identify any challenges or opportunities in order to try to preserve the city's credit rating.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for allowing me the indulgence of asking that question. I think it's prudent. I think it's good for us to know going forward, because we have to keep this on our radar, because it does have a huge impact on future costs and services to the municipality. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Is there any other member of council that needs for me to indulge at this time? No. Okay, very good. So we're all clear on 7.3. We voted on the S&P Standard & Poor's Global Ratings credit rating, which was carried, I believe, 12-0. Stephanie, thank you. Now to presentations. Global 19 verbal update, where I left off. General Manager Jason Thorne, who the last several months has taken on as well the director of our EOC Center, and Dr. Richardson, our MOH, will provide a COVID-19 update at this time. GM Thorne, Director, multiple hats, are you with us? There you are. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of council. I just have a very brief update from the EOC this morning, and then I'll turn things over to Dr. Richardson for anything she wants to add from public health. From an EOC standpoint, most of our energies over the past little bit has continued to be focused on returning staff to the workplace. So as I notified council of at our GIC 2 weeks ago, we have communicated out to city staff that a gradual and phased return to the workplace for those staff who are continuing to work remotely will be beginning to roll out in January 10th, just after the holidays. So we have created a return to the workplace implementation team to coordinate those efforts. Leaders right now are working on detailed plans for each department and each division. So as a first step, we hope to, by the beginning of next week, have in place the workplace models that each of those staff will be returning to the workplace under. So in some cases, that means staff will be coming back to the workplace full-time. In some cases, they'll be continuing to work remote. And in some cases, they'll be working under a hybrid model. So leaders are sorting through that right now for each of the positions within their areas. As well as the schedule. As I said, the return to the workplace will begin January 10th. We do anticipate it's going to take place over a number of weeks because we do want to make sure it's phased and gradual. We want to make sure that we don't have everybody coming back on the same day. So again, leaders are looking at that schedule, what that phasing will look like. Our implementation team will be coordinating those schedules again to make sure that we are phasing in the return and we don't have everybody all coming back at the same time. So we do hope to be by the end of next week communicating out to staff what their return to the workplace schedule will look like, what their hybrid model will be, what dates they can start to be expecting to come back to the workplace. But staff have been informed that that will be beginning as of January 10th, and as of January 10th, they should be ready and prepared to start coming back into the workplace. We're also coordinating for early in the new year prior to those staff coming back. Health and safety briefings where we will take all of those staff through some of the health and safety protocols that will be in place. Everything from any masking requirements, use of lunchrooms, use of elevators, all of those sorts of things, continuing to use the screening tool. We'll be going through with staff all of those steps that they will have to keep in mind as they come back to the workplace. So that is it for my update for this morning. I'll turn things over to Dr. Richardson, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Jason. So through the chair, I think you had a fairly extensive update that we did at the Board of Health meeting on Monday. So I won't really add much here, except just to be very thankful. We're sitting at about 20% of our 5 to 11-year-old age group now being vaccinated, which is great, and our uptake continues along. So happy to answer any other questions you have today. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Dr. Richardson, GM Thorne, thank you. Just getting some procedural advice here from the clerk. Any questions or comments of this brief update? Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question to Jason Thorne. GM Thorne, when you put the list out of staff returning to work, can it include when I be able to restart the Ancaster Community Council? As you know, we have some pretty controversial applications in planning right now that I like to get before the community council. So when you put that list out, can you just include community councils and when they can restart?
Yeah, so through the chair, we have, certainly we can provide a further update on that. We've not yet identified a date for when we'd be starting to have more of those sorts of in-person meetings, especially sort of in-person meetings with members of the public and external. For now, we're focused on having staff coming back into the workplace. Most of those workplaces will continue to be closed to the public. So for example, City Hall, with the exception of those counters that are available to the public on the first floor. But yes, to your question, Councillor Ferguson, we'll be able to provide further updates soon in terms of when we can start to have more of those sorts of in-person meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. Seeing no other questions or, oh, Councillor Partridge, good morning. Welcome.
Yes, good morning. I'm so very sorry. I just had a terrible time trying to get on, but I'm here. I just wanted to make a comment about the community councils. I've started up my community council a couple of months ago and we're doing it virtually. And it's actually worked out very, very well in that staff have been invited to come in. We've done our secondary plan, we've done our truck route plan, our transportation master plan. So I really would encourage anyone who wants to, has important issues to bring to your community council. The virtual one for us has worked incredibly well, and we have about 15 people. So, once a month, and I just thought I'd offer that up for some assistance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Partridge. Seeing no further speakers, mover and seconder to receive the excellent leadership and report from Dr. Richardson and GM Thorne. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Vanderbeek, all in favor? Any opposed? E-vote should be before. All votes are in.
Thank you, Councillor Merla.
That carries 14-0. Thank you. 8.2, Hamilton Wide Climate Change Update 2021. City Manager Jeanette Smith, I'm looking to you, please, to introduce this item, and any staff you may have with you, if you could introduce them as well. The floor is yours, City Manager. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you to members of council. Good morning. As you are aware, one of your term of council priorities is climate change and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions to equal net zero before 2050. As I mentioned in my September presentation to you on our COVID recovery framework and the impacts of the extended emergency response, but not all, some of our climate change work was impacted by the pandemic emergency response and staff redeployments. But we are happy to be here today for our year-end report on the work accomplished this year. And we have seen that through our own country, across the country with fires and floods, the importance of addressing climate change. And I would say that tackling climate change also requires the support of higher levels of government who have policy levers and financial means not available at local municipal governments, which is why it was important that Council approved disaster mitigation and adaptation support for impacts of climate change as a federal election priority. And with that, I'm very happy to pass it over to Trevor Imhoff, our Senior Project Manager for Air Quality and Climate Change, to walk you through a presentation. And then when he is done, certainly members of the senior leadership team and divisions from across the city, all involved in this work, are here to assist Trevor with answering questions. Thank you, and over to you, Trevor.
Thank you, City Manager and Senior Project Manager Imhoff. Nice to meet you. Welcome. And hopefully someday we'll get to meet you in person as well. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, and through you to members of General Issues Committee. I will share my screen now, which you should see, and I will begin my presentation now.
We can see it.
Great. Thank you very much. Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to members of General Issues Committee, it really is my pleasure to present on the results of the corporate-wide climate change update for 2021. Since the climate change emergency declaration that was approved by City Council in March 27th, 2019, which I also wanted to highlight since then, and currently, according to the climateemergency.org, now includes up to 2,047 jurisdictions around the world, which represent over 1 billion citizens, which also includes 518 Canadian municipalities across Canada, including the federal Canadian House of Commons in June 2019. And so since the climate emergency declaration, we've provided a snapshot of directly related climate actions that relate to our high our high impact climate change goals. And we're estimating that that is over $57.3 million. And this directly relates to our climate impact goals through active and sustainable infrastructure, enhancing and protecting our natural environment through parks and tree planting, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions through vehicle and equipment combustion engines and converting them to electrification and zero emission equipment, for example. Our corporate energy and specifically greenhouse gas emission initiatives across our facilities and buildings, corporately owned buildings, as well as the very important work around stormwater management, infrastructure upgrades, and drainage to prevent flooding, as well as the Bay Area Climate Change Council investments to date on the Bay Area Climate Change Office, which has provided, and I'll highlight in earlier or later slides, the great work that they've done to help the city move forward and accelerate on climate change action. This is a snapshot of our community-wide greenhouse gas emissions, which the corporation is a part of, but as you can see, it does represent all buildings across the city of Hamilton, including, it does also include our steel industry, community-wide transportation based on fuel sales, as well as our waste and wastewater emissions. And as with previous years, our big three, I call them, the big three emissions, continue to be, and I want to highlight this to council as I go through how the high impact goals and the work that we're doing address these big three. They continue to be steel industry, buildings, which both represent residential, commercial, and industry buildings, and then transportation. So let's get into the actions and how the City of Hamilton and staff across the entire corporation, as City Manager Smith has said, that is here to help me to answer all of these questions, because I wouldn't be able to do this. No one would be able to do this on their own. It definitely is a corporate-wide approach. And so I appreciate all of the support that we get across the corporation, as well as from members of council. On our building side, GIC and members of GIC will remember in February, the corporate energy and sustainability policy has been updated. Members and staff in the Office of Energy Initiatives would have presented that, as well as provided the update on the corporate targets, which now align with our climate emergency declaration, as well as an update on our corporate greenhouse gas emissions, which, based on the annual energy report submitted, now shows that from its baseline in 2005 to the 2019 inventory, shows an approximate 43% reduction from our baseline. A very important program moving forward to addressing our climate change emergency is the home energy retrofit funding, which council approved staff to go submit an application. And this is where I really wanted to highlight the great work of the Bay Area Climate Change Council and the research, including the cost benefit analysis that helped the city and my team submit the application. And if it wasn't for that research and information, I don't think we would be able to submit not nearly as a robust and thorough application. And we feel strongly that that application is strong, and we will hear good news in 2022 around that application funding. On the planning and economic development side, they did update their tax incremental grant that includes high performance building certification, including the Canadian Home Builders Association net zero labeling, the Passive House Canada certification, as well as NRCan 2000, to name a few. On the active and sustainable transportation, we've estimated that over 20 kilometers, and this is from the end of 2020 to now, that over 20 kilometers of new and upgraded bicycle lane infrastructure has been either installed or refurbished and upgraded, as well as an additional 25 ongoing cycling projects that staff continue to work on. I'd like to give a shout out to our Hamilton Fire Department as well for their innovative online software, where they've essentially to date reduced 21 total days of travel and performing online training versus traveling to these sites. This is where I very much wanted to highlight to council and congratulate council on unanimously adopting the corporate green fleet strategy. This is a very important strategy for reducing our corporate-related greenhouse gas emissions, which council approved in May of this year. And based on these actions and the incremental capital cost to convert over or exactly 89 electric vehicles or 89 combustion vehicles to battery all electric, installing 49 EV charging stations across municipal parking lots and buildings, as well as conducting an eco-driving and anti-idling awareness. And this is all planned for 2022 to 2024. And so by 2024, it is estimated that the corporate-related fleet emissions will be reduced by 18.4%, which is a significant reduction of our corporate-related emissions. I also wanted to highlight the HSR piloting a very innovative and first ever across Ontario carbon negative bus, which uses renewable natural gas. So not only are we piloting a negative carbon bus, it is also diverting and being powered by organic waste that's diverted from the landfill, as well as displacing diesel emissions as well from the combustion of the vehicle. Goal 4 on planning, city staff in public works continue to lead a very important project around the flooding and drainage master servicing study. This will be a very comprehensive and long-range plan that looks to improve the performance of our sewer network and combined sewer overflow, as well as to look to reduce flooding. The Community Energy and Emissions Plan, which I will speak in one of my last slides, continues to be and actively worked on and looking to finalize in early 2022. And this is our key greenhouse gas mitigation plan, which uses technical low carbon scenario to model what specific actions we need to take, as well as indicators to reach our long-term greenhouse gas emissions, and while being able to provide detailed reports on a regular basis to council and to the community on how community-wide we're doing on greenhouse gas emission reductions. City staff have also begun and in the process of renewing and updating our Hamilton official plan. Specifically, we've and helped staff in planning and economic development strengthen the climate change wording in the urban Hamilton official plan, as well as looking to align it with the provincial policy statement. Goal number 5 on procurement. Procurement staff have updated the RFP for city roster that includes requirements for additional information on sustainability and climate change. And this really shows a clear message to all of the vendors that work with the city of Hamilton that sustainability and climate change is important to the city and therefore should be important to you as a vendor. I wanted to provide a shout out again to our landscape architectural services who continuously to look to reduce their embodied carbon footprint by using low carbon as well as recycled material in all of their projects. The natural environment, we're estimating from November 2020 to September 2021, over 3,000 large caliper trees have been planted, as well as an additional 1,250 free tree giveaways in wards 3 and 5. That is also in addition to 200 trees through the 50 million tree program. And there are multiple benefits for tree planting, and this was really highlighted in the Urban 4 strategy that conducted a citywide urban environment baseline on the benefits that the natural environment provides to the city as well as to its citizens. And that includes $3.6 million in annual energy savings. And that's through urban heat island mitigation, providing shade and cooling for both buildings and for citizens as well. It provides stormwater management services by sequestering and capturing the water and preventing it to going into our stormwater or sewer systems, as well as reducing harmful air pollution, and is estimated at 256 tons currently in terms of the services it provides to us. So very important that we continue to maintain and enhance our urban forests. Goal number 7 is around climate adaptation, and this is about preparing our infrastructure and our social services and the community for the future unavoided impacts of climate change, to reduce the impacts as well as recover from those unavoided impacts. And so throughout 2021, my colleagues, specifically Andrew McDowell, who's also on the line as well, performed and conducted robust community engagement and really with a lens on equity, diversity, and inclusion, and being as flexible as possible in that consultation to ensure that those organizations that represent the equity-seeking groups, those voices are heard through the risk and vulnerability assessment and will be continued to be heard throughout the climate adaptation planning, because we know through science and literature that the most vulnerable among us are also the most heavily impacted by the impacts of climate change. You will see as a part of this presentation and staff report through Appendix C, there's an updated science of climate change, and this is a technical model that uses regional climate modeling downscaled to the local level in order to project what our future climate scenarios will look like in order to identify the climate risk statements. So then we can conduct risk and vulnerability scoring, which we are just finishing up now, in order to prioritize the most important actions that will protect the corporation and the community from the impacts of climate change. We are also piloting a very innovative climate adaptation plan, and we received funding from ICLEI Canada to pilot extreme heat interventions across the community where the most vulnerable populations need it, that don't have access to central AC or access to the cooling centers across Hamilton. Again, EDI is an extremely important part of not only the climate change work, but all work across the city of Hamilton, and should be looked to be further enhanced. But I think there's been some great strides, and previously in September, Council would have unanimously approved the EDI framework, which again, we continue to look at and use that as well as other best practices to incorporate that lens, that EDI lens in our climate change work. Through the urban indigenous strategy, there has been completed the Indigenous Natural Heritage Assessment, and this really looks to build and improve the relationship with our treaty nations and work in conjunction and learn from them on the traditional knowledge as we work to complete other city initiatives. Throughout public health, there has been approximately 108 staff that completed Indigenous cultural competency training. And from my understanding, there looks to be a citywide rollout throughout 2022. Educating and empowering the community is a very important part of achieving our climate change goals. The city can't do it alone, and so a big part is also empowering our youth across Hamilton. And we do that through a variety of means, but I wanted to highlight here the really innovative and great work that is being done in partnership with City Labs, which includes best practices in global research on climate resiliency through Public Works Resilient Works program, looking at increasing and behavioral change to increase accessibility to the HSR and active and sustainable transportation, as well as looking at water quality monitoring. I wanted to point out to members of the General Issues Committee that with just a quick Google search through City of Hamilton Climate Change Action, or even just City of Hamilton Climate Action, that hopefully will bring you one of the first things that Google will pop up is our website that any member of the public or council can go to learn more on what we've done, what we're working on, and what we continue to work on and look into the future. As City Manager Smith said, a big part of greenhouse gas emissions spans all levels of government and the jurisdictions of all levels of government. So we as a municipality need and require the support of higher levels of government. And we have made those advocacy to the higher levels of government, including the disaster mitigation and adaptation support, which City Manager Smith highlighted, as well as I wanted to congratulate and support Council's also direction and declaration and call to the provincial government for an interim cap and phase out of natural gas in the electricity generation. City staff continue to attend these working groups with Pollution Probe as the lead. So what can Council see from climate change action happening in 2022? These is a fairly simplified, but at the same time complicated model of how we're going to complete the community energy and emissions plan, as well as the climate impact adaptation plan, which uses technical scientific modeling to forecast both greenhouse gas emissions and extreme weather events and climate scenarios, to identify the specific actions, resources, and indicators, and through senior leadership team commitment to integrate all of those actions and indicators into departmental multi-year budget and business plans in order to provide that multi-year plan and show to council and the community specifically step by step how the city plans to achieve not only its greenhouse gas emissions, but as well as to prepare for the impacts of a changing climate. So with that, thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Senior Project Manager Imhoff. City Manager, any closing remarks before I go to my colleagues?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Because of the length of this meeting agenda, I will pass it right over for questions from members of council.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And questions of the presenter, of our staff, starting with Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Trevor. That was a very informative presentation you did. As a prelude to this meeting, as a run-up to this meeting, I received a few emails from environmental activists and suggesting to me the city needs to start taking action on climate change. And I think you dispel that accusation with your presentation today. We've done a lot, and I do appreciate the efforts and everyone else in the city that's taken on this challenge. And of course, the big target that the public seems to really understand is carbon reduction. And I noticed on slide 4, you're saying that by 2019, we had reached a 43% reduction in carbon from our base year. And our target is to have a 50% reduction by 2030. So we're already at 43%. Now, unfortunately, this is 2 years old. I think we've done a lot since then. If I go forward to slide 6, I see that it doesn't include the green fleet that we're bringing in place. We're going to replace all our combustion engines with battery vehicles, installing charging stations. And so that's got to have a significant, with all our vehicles being switched from internal combustion to battery, that's got to have a significant carbon reduction. So can you give me your thoughts about the goal of a 50% reduction by 2030, which is 11 years from your measurement date? Can you factor in the green fleet, how much that'll improve it? And do you think that, in your view, do you think that we'll be able to hit that 50% reduction or by 2030 or earlier? Trevor?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Ferguson. That's a great question. And so to touch on the corporate greenhouse gas emissions, you are correct. Based on the 2019 emissions, and this is through the great work and the annual reporting that the Office of Energy Initiatives does, they are estimating that we are, based on the 2019, 43% reduction. And so that does not, you are correct, that does not include the future conversion of our electric vehicles. And so although I can't tell you exactly what year and when we would achieve that 50% reduction, I do feel strongly that the policies as well as the actions that have been approved by council, we are well on our pathway to achieve that target and perhaps even achieve that target before schedule. And to highlight too, we both corporate and community have achieved those previous 2020 targets well ahead of the actual target deadline.
How much were we ahead on the 2020 target?
Oh, through you, Deputy Chair. Good question. I apologize.
If you don't have it, that's fine. It just was interesting that we beat the 2020 target, and certainly it looks like if we're already at 43%, well on our way to meeting the 2030 target. And so in my view, everyone at the city, from the city manager to Trevor to everyone else, has done a superior job of trying to tackle climate change. And I like key performance indicators, and the carbon reduction is a good measurement. And it looks like we're going to exceed expectations on that. So thank you for your presentation. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks so much, Councillor Ferguson. Next on the questioners list, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jackson. Just a couple of questions. So with regards to reaching the target of 50% reduction, is that a finite goal? we hit the 50% and we say, well, we did our part and we sit back, or are we actually shooting beyond the 50%?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Clark. So the corporately, so there's the corporate emissions and the community emissions, and I focus on the community-wide emissions and looking at the policies and actions required to achieve those targets. And I would say we're looking to achieve essentially that long range, both the 2030 target and the long range 2050 target. The actions and policies that we're currently modeling, I would say, don't look to achieve those, for example, the 2030 target ahead of schedule. But when we look at actions community-wide, specifically ArcelorMittal Dofasco recent announcement and the federal support that they've received through the federal government to convert to electric arc furnaces, those timelines are before that 2030 deadline. I believe it's 2028. There's a lot of contingency on that funding and whether those actions would occur. So that's why it's hard to speculate whether or not exactly we would achieve those targets either on that target or beforehand, unfortunately.
So Deputy Mayor Jackson, I believe I heard we are at 43%. So we're 7% away from our target. Is that target the municipality's target, or is that target the holistic city of Hamilton target with all players?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson to Councillor Clark, that 43% is our corporate progress to date. Our target of 2030, 50% by 2030, is both for our corporate greenhouse gas emissions and our community-wide. So we have the same target, we have different progress. So we're doing better corporately because we have direct control over our corporate emissions, where we have influence, and there are municipal tools in our toolbox we can use to help the community overall, which we're showing based on 2019 is approximately 33.4%. So we're not as far community-wide as we are corporate-wide.
And so, Deputy Mayor, if I can go back to my original question, the target of 50%, are we going to stop doing the work of finding additional ways to save on greenhouse gas emissions beyond that 50%?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Jackson, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for that reaffirmation of your question. No, if we were to reach that target, and I'm of the mindset, and I know city staff are, and I know the community, especially through their delegations, will show, the faster we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the better. And so we will not rest on our laurels about the past work that we've done, and we continue to look to not only achieve our targets at that date, but also if we achieve it ahead of time, it's not like we would just stop climate change work. There's much to be done, and we would continue as fast as possible within the feasibility of achieving that net zero target by 2050 as fast as possible, but at the same time understanding it is a bit of a marathon race, and wanting to get to that target.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make it clear, we're not stopping or resting on our laurels, I guess is the expression, once we hit 50%. We're going to continue to find additional ways to lower the greenhouse gas emissions from the municipality. Can I ask, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with regards to the parallel track of our biodiversity action plan, which Councillor Farr brought to the council's attention through his motion, are these two being integrated over time?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson to Councillor Clark, that's a great question, and actually something the Corporate Climate Change Task Force is going to be having a presentation by the Biodiversity Action Plan team actually tomorrow. It's tomorrow, and so as that plan is being created, and this is in one of my final slides, I do have a bit of a disclaimer too about additional climate actions. It's impossible to have all things related to climate change in just two plans, although those are two very important plans. the important work in the biodiversity action plan, in the urban forest strategy, will also need to be closely assessed, and the recommendations coming out of that incorporated and integrated into our overall climate action plans. Hence why the robustness and the dynamic nature of climate change action evolving and changing over time, but while maintaining those key performance indicators.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That is good news to my ears and many in the community. An example of the potential impacts on a biodiversity action plan, the increased use of salt by corporations within our community on their parking lots, their sidewalks, et cetera, as well as the municipal use of those salts, has a direct impact on the water quality within our water courses. And then the rising temperatures as a result of climate change can equally increase that impact of salination. So is the city looking at the ways and means to lower the amount of salt that is being used, not just corporately, but across the entire city, by finding other ways to create safe mechanisms to treat sidewalks and roads for slip hazards?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councilor Clark. I'll speak just at a high level on our climate adaptation planning and looking at climate scenarios to model not only how we address the impacts of climate change, but how we change our services. So through those technical regional models that are downscaled, we are able to project what future climate scenarios may exist in a variety of scenarios, in a variety of greenhouse gas emission scenarios. And so that type of information will be used to influence the way we conduct our services. As for the specific the salt question, I would like to defer to my public works colleagues and perhaps General Manager Murdoch or his staff for that specific question.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I could hear from Mr. Murdoch. And again, I guess I need to highlight the context. Climate change does not necessarily mean the temperatures go up on all of our seasons. Because we're in the northern hemisphere, we seem to be having these really low temperatures, extremes, and then higher temperatures in the summer. So there is a larger use of salt because of those colder temperatures.
Councillor, you got about a minute left on your speaking time, but I do
I have one question left after this. Thank you, sir.
Yep, Acting General Manager Murdoch, you've joined us. Please introduce yourself.
Through you, Acting Deputy Mayor Craig Murdoch, Acting General Manager of Public Works. So, Councillor Clark, the salt management plan for the City of Hamilton has just recently gone to Public Works Committee for update, and that salt management plan is a requirement under legislation to show that the city is taking or showing due diligence in the management of salt in winter control. The amount of salt that we do apply, we try to have a hierarchy of the salt that we use, and that can include sand, pickle, which is a salt and sand mixture, as well as salt on its own. But we also do a brining solution where we pre-wet roadways or in recently sidewalks in anticipation of snowfall so that we can minimize the amount of salt that we are using that could potentially impact the environment.
Thank you. And do I have my time for the last question, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, you do. Yes,
Thank
you do,
you,
Councillor.
sir. Thank you very much. And the last question is really, how is the city planning to reach out to planning experts, building code experts, third parties to seek their input in terms to how we can make changes to our official plans to help abate and mitigate climate change? And that is my last question, sir. And I'll shut my microphone off and listen to the answer. Thank you, Mr.
so
Deputy
much.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. SPM Imhoff, please.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Clark. I apologize. I got a ding just as you're saying reaching out to someone, so I missed. I didn't hear you in terms of who we should or how are we reaching out to whom?
To planning experts, people who have experience with the building code, not just our staff, but outside parties and agencies to assist us in looking at the abatement and mitigation of climate change for the official plan.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson to Councillor Clark, thank you for that clarification. And we rely heavily on external expertise and support. And so specifically, I'll make reference to the Bay Area Climate Change Council and specifically the Building Implementation Team, which represents engineers, experts in the Ontario Building Code, and looking to them to conduct research and recommendations on how we properly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as prepare for impacts of climate change. And so with we also sit on a variety of different external committees. Specifically myself, I sit on the National Standing Committee for Energy Efficiency, which looks to establish a federal tiered energy standard. And of course, that has to be funneled down through the provincial Ontario building codes. But we definitely rely and consult both on the community energy and emissions plan, so the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. And for specifics, I may ask our planning colleagues if they can jump in to say what specific stakeholders would be engaged through that. But as well as on our climate adaptation front, the work and the stakeholders, both institutional stakeholders, our academic institutions, as well as community organizations that were consulted and provided expertise, and that those list of stakeholders for the climate adaptation plan can be found in Appendix D for the climate adaptation work. I see General Manager Thorne may want to chime in as well in terms of additional planning comments.
Any supplementary comments, GM Thorne, on the planning side, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I was just going to speak briefly to the building code. There are a couple of actions in the action plan that do specifically relate to that. As council knows, the code is a provincial code, so it's not something that we can change or rewrite. But notwithstanding that, there were a couple actions that we identified. One is doing training for our building staff around green standards, because we are seeing more and more applications coming in that are going above and beyond building code minimums on a voluntary basis. We're starting to see more projects such as passive house applications. And in fact, many of the passive house applications are coming in from the city itself. City Housing Hamilton being a leader in terms of promoting passive house building. So those types of applications are starting to come in more and more. And so we're doing some training for our staff so that they can appropriately review and comment and understand those green standards as they come in. The other piece of work that we identified was and we have brought in some external help to help us do this, is to take a look at the building code from a climate change and from a green standard lens, so that we can inform some of our commenting back to the province and back to the federal government as they start to look at building code harmonization across the country, so that we as Hamilton can kind of be a bit of a thought leader as those codes are being updated, and can be in a position to advocate for stronger building code standards. So we've been having some external consultants help us do that review. We also have some of our building staff sit at some of those tables. Our chief building official, for example, sits on the Ontario chief building officials table. And so that allows us to be in a position to advocate for some stronger standards, both provincially and nationally. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, satisfactory for now?
I wish to, Mr. Deputy, just thank the staff for their comprehensive answers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Next on my list, Councillor Nan, please. Questions of staff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And also thank you, City Manager Smith, for the intro, and Senior Project Manager Imhoff for the thorough presentation. Trevor, there was something that you said in reference to the application for funding that caught my ear in relation to if you didn't have collaborative partners to rely on. As it relates to research, your ability for submitting that application may have been different. And as a governor, that makes me kind of, it piques my interest from the perspective of, needs, gaps, and support for this work to continue being championed corporate wide. So if I could, through you, what is the current policy support that staff have in order to pursue not only the existing climate action steps that are outlined in this report, but in terms of being part of that national movement that you get an opportunity to serve on as it relates to different tables, and how our municipality could advance meeting those targets in a way that is informed, robust, and enables us to have a deep evaluative framework as well.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Nan. Thank you for that very important question. In terms of a corporate policy support, I will defer to our city manager. But before I do, I just quickly wanted to highlight specifically the work. And so City Council did approve the annual funding, temporary annual funding for the Bay Area Climate Change Council. And so that includes 2 additional FTEs to provide that secretariat as well as policy research, which I believe Ms. Bianca Caramento is one of the delegates speaking today as well. And so through that policy research, we've heavily relied on that policy research in terms of a cost benefit analysis, as well as a market readiness that I myself and my staff and the team would not been able to conduct or do. And so that work was really instrumental in providing the rationale and the policy research for submitting that application. We also rely on some policy work through our external consultants that we've hired through ICLEI Canada, which is also a national leading organization on climate change. And so we do rely on external consultants to do that research and allow us to stay informed on leading policy and leading research. On a corporate side, I would like City Manager Smith, if she had anything else to add, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Trevor, and through the deputy mayor. I think Trevor's done a very good job. There is some oftentimes expertise that we need to inform our climate change work that we wouldn't necessarily have on staff. So we will rely on consultants, or we're very fortunate to have academic institutions in this city and relying on them. We do tend to be involved in any national, provincial, or even municipal-wide networks to share resources, so we're all not reinventing the wheel. And sometimes different municipalities will take the lead on things depending on the research at hand and expertise. And I would say over time, we'll continue to build up our policy resource levels across, because there's areas where we have more than others.
Certainly, and I appreciate the response. We are very fortunate to have those partners in the community to lift up this work and keep it moving, and completely appreciate our ability to eventually build up our policy support as a corporation as well. Through you, couple of questions, if I could pivot away from policy towards the equity components that are in the report, and also specifically around the voice of treaty and territorial stewards in the policy making table. And there was reference through you, Senior Project Manager Imhoff, about the engagement of Indigenous communities and collaboration, particularly around shoreline protection and monitoring. And I believe there was also reference to it in the report as it meant to, as it's related to cultural and natural significance of the land. And I was wondering if any of this work, well, one, if you could comment to that work and how it is proceeding, and then on the same theme, if I could, through you, Deputy Mayor, I had, through my staff team, been it's been brought to my attention through my staff team about a great resource that might also be beneficial to staff called Indigenizing Climate Policy in Canada. And it focuses on climate policy and planning in a way that positions First Nations not as stakeholders, but as nations with inherent rights to self-determination, and prioritizing Indigenous knowledge systems to advance our climate solutions and enable that interconnected, interdependent, multidimensional aspect of our relationship building that we often give statement to in our acknowledgement of our land acknowledgement at the beginning of every proceeding, but this kind of enables that to come into action in terms of our joint responsibility and stewardship of the land. So if I could, that's very loaded, and I'm sorry, Trevor, but if you could on those 2 points, thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Nan, and thank you again. A very important question and consideration, and we did briefly highlight. And it's of course it's very difficult to highlight all of the specific work in kind of a corporate-wide update report, but we did highlight specifically through our climate adaptation plan approximately 14 community organizations. And if there are specific questions, I'd ask my colleague Andrea McDowell, who's done some really great and flexible work throughout 2021. And so those 14 organizations do represent and have strong relationships with all of our equity seeking groups, including but not limited to Indigenous, Black, LGBTQ2 plus, and all not, maybe not all, but many equity seeking groups. And so through that flexibility, we're able to hear the voices and the variety of voices that are most likely, and we know through science and research, most impacted by climate change. And so by including and ensuring those voices are heard now and throughout the climate adaptation planning, we will be able to identify actions and plans and policies and strategies that will have the greatest impact to those vulnerable or equity seeking groups. And so again, I refer to Appendix D for that specific stakeholder list, which does include reach out to the Hamilton Regional Indian Center, as well as our participation on the Bay Area Climate Change Council, which also does include representation from the HRIC.
Did we lose you there, SPM Imhoff?
Sorry. Pivot to Andrea, I think, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. And who is joining us then? I'm sorry.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson. I think it would be a good time if my colleague Andrew McDowell, who's just joining us now on video, to go kind of go over specifics of the climate adaptation work and the EDI lens that was incorporated into our climate adaptation work.
Thank you. Andrea, good morning. Nice to meet you virtually, but please introduce yourself for public consumption.
Absolutely. My name is Andrea McDowell, and I'm
Boy, Andrea, you're a little bit, Andrea, you're a little bit wobbly there with the.
Oh no! Is it not working?
Andrea. Yep. Let's try again, please.
Again, without the video. Is that better? Is that
much better?
Can you hear me
much better.
now?
Introduce
Okay.
yourself again, please. Thank you.
No worries. My internet connection does not like video. My name is Andrea McDowell. I'm a project manager for air quality and climate change, and I work with Trevor to do a lot of the climate work that has been described this morning.
Excellent.
Trevor's covered a lot of the equity work that I did over this year, but I'll elaborate a little bit. So we know from research and from media reports that climate change will affect most seriously communities that are marginalized. So a priority for the adaptation planning work this year was to expand our outreach in equity-seeking groups as much as we possibly could. And that had a few prongs. One was to ensure that invitations were sent out to organizations that represent every marginalized group that we know from the research we've done will be most significantly affected. And the second was that any group that was interested in participating, we took all steps to facilitate that participation. So several workshops were held. They basically were held at times and dates that were convenient for those organizations. We scaled the workshops up or down in terms of time limits based on their availability and the resources that they had. If separate meetings were useful, then we had separate meetings. And then we also had surveys and ways to participate online or by email for those who didn't have the time to participate in a workshop. That information will be used to help us prioritize the climate impacts that are most significant for the community and will inform the first stage of the adaptation plan in terms of which impacts will be addressed first, basically.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Andrea. I'm really glad to hear that last point in terms of the input received through the surveys and the participation of residents and equity seeking groups and those who are, I think these reference disproportionately impacted as a result of climate, helping to prioritize the actions that are going to be identified for adaptation strategies. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm happy to take this conversation offline. My colleagues, there have been some incredible toolkits that have been developed, and I know that staff have definitely been working with them as well. And as is my practice, I tend to just pass things along that I think might be supportive for our staff to implement the EDI framework as it relates to climate action. But one is a climate justice toolkit for municipalities that really does focus on that last piece that project manager McDowell just mentioned in terms of being able to prioritize climate action plans and initiatives that take the burden off of those communities that are most directly impacted. So it takes an equity lens and moves it further by saying municipalities have the ability to help not just include voices, but ensure the outcomes of our strategies and our work result in making things much more just from a climate and equity perspective. I'll hold the rest of my comments. I'm happy to email them in, aware of my time. Thank you again, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Just with about a half a minute to go there. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you're next on the questioners list, please.
Thank you. And thank you to Trevor and to the entire team for the report. I am trying to make my way through a very, very thick book by Mark Carney, who has counseled citizens since his time as governor of the Bank of England, and prior to that, I believe Bank of Canada, to look at the numbers also as a measure of our real commitment, because I suppose he is a finance guy. So to that end, and to city manager's remarks that we need a sustained commitment from our federal and provincial orders of government in climate adaptation, I think Trevor, or to City Manager Smith, I think it was noted that there was a $57 million, was it, expended in this regard? And if that is the case, if you could frame that, what percentage of that was from our senior orders of government?
Trevor, please, you want to start?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Wilson. So to confirm, the investments that we've estimated that have a direct, and so it does exclude potential climate positive actions from, for example, transit facility upgrades, composting, waste management, wastewater pumping. So those were excluded because without diving into the specific exactual how it's broken up, and we didn't have the time essentially to really dive into that, the different budgets. So to confirm, it is 57.2 million that we've estimated going directly towards the high impact goals. And unfortunately, I don't have that information in terms of what was provided by federal or what was provided by other levels of government. Those were from our corporate finance colleagues. So I may defer to our city manager, Smith, for any clarification.
Thank you, Trevor, and through the Deputy Mayor. I unfortunately, now sometimes Mike Zagaric, our CFO who's online, can whip numbers out a lot faster. I can't give you the breakdown of what level was municipal versus other levels of government, but I've made a note that when we come back and have future reports, when we talk about the investment, we'll break it out by what was from the property tax and rate and what was from other levels. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's great there's often funding announcements, but they're time limited and they kind of come and go. And it's very hard to do that long range planning and investments that are really required for climate change without having that sustained long term predictable funding coming forward. But we'll take note to report it that way in the future.
Thank you. That would, I think, be of value to this council and to the community because it would be a transparent accounting of and a measure, I think, of our commitment and our prioritization of this work, and also to hold us to account and to senior orders of government. And to your point, I very much am in concurrence, City Manager Smith, in that this cannot be, in my opinion, be seen as a project by project specific activity. It has to be a reprioritization of priorities and ongoing funding to enable those to realize that new normal, that emergency. So I think in providing for that account, it would be of some assistance. Thank you. Through the chair to Trevor, to that end, are we able to account now and into the future? Because we know, in my opinion, this is only going to accelerate, provide for an account of climate related damages. So we've had damage to our waterfront, and often, too often, I would add, we tend to respond that it's too costly, that we don't have the money, but inaction is more costly and absolutely unsustainable. So, are we able to account for those costs? And if we are not able to do that, will we be able to do that regularly as part of our budget activity in the future through you? I don't know, Trevor, if that is for you, but I'll leave it with you to respond, and you can direct it accordingly through you, Chair.
SPM Imhoff, please start off.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Wilson. I think that's a very important consideration. So quick answer is no, we don't have that ability right now. And so through the adaptation plan, there is a quite innovative framework that we're working with Akeley Canada, again, who is that leading national consultant on climate change, to develop essentially a very complex framework to calculate the cost of doing nothing. And at our most recent update with the technical consultant, that work unfortunately was delayed because of the complexity and the ongoing evolution and the knowledge that is gained on a yearly basis and the different reports that are coming out. I can make reference to other specific projects that occurred nationwide that was funded through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Green, specifically Green Analytics, which did estimate that I think it was a $5.3 billion investment nationwide, or representing, I think, 0.2% is needed to adapt to infrastructure, but that other global research does provide evidence that for every dollar invested to climate adaptation is an avoidance of cost of the $4 to $6 range. So it is cost effective to project and undertake climate adaptation.
Thank you. Thank you. To that end, if I may ask through you, Chair, to the City Manager, have we been in receipt of any correspondence from our insurer asking us to account for damages and/or giving us counsel on maybe the need to in the future? Through you, Chair.
Through the deputy mayor, I'm going to have to rely on Mike Zagaric. I'm not aware of any, but as his team oversees our insurance and have had lots of conversation with them, because as you know, our insurance is not today. Our insurance is going up. So Mike, do you have any comments on that?
GM Zagaric, please. Did you hear the question?
Through you, Mr. Deputy. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Wilson, we're not asked by potential insurers directly as it relates to our exposure surrounding, for instance, climate change or variability, but we do share our claim history. So potential insurers would know as it relates to claims made against the city as to the nature of those claims. And for instance, if those claims were to relate to, and not suggesting that these relate to the city of Hamilton's experience, but forest fires or flooding or erosion, is that would form part of our claims history that would be shared with insurers.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, just thinking about that answer. Okay. To that end, then, if Mr. Zagarik's still with us, through you, Chair, again, respectfully to Trevor or Mr. Zagarik or City Manager Smith, I'm it is my opinion that within the system in which we live and work, and I don't see it changing for any foreseeable future, that the quickest, most effective way in which to change behavior is to actually have to cost it. We see that with lots of public health exercises, tobacco usage. If we increase the taxes on it, it has always historically caused a diminishment in those who smoke. Are we at our corporate table looking at any possibilities of using other than user fees, or maybe including user fees? I know we have been doing that on our SEPA, looking at our property taxation methods to address what we know to be an inequitable impact of climate change. Specifically, I'll give one example of older multi-residential buildings versus newer residential buildings, which are taxed at a lower rate, I believe, at two versus 1.98. Because we know that is going to, in my opinion, be the most pressing public health issue as a consequence of a warming climate when we have people dying from heat. Through you, Chair.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll start, and if Trevor or the city manager wish to add in, just welcome them in. We haven't, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Wilson, we haven't undertaken any tax policy reviews surrounding variable tax rates. I think Councillor Wilson may be describing options such as variable tax rates. There are legislative restrictions that are affecting certain sectors. Councillor Wilson made reference to multi-residential. That is one on a go-forward basis is a protected property tax class. So municipalities for the last 4 years have not been able to pass along any tax increases or reassessment impacts to the multi-residential class, as well as the City of Hamilton endorsed a new multi-residential tax rate some years ago that is equivalent to the residential tax rate. So as it relates to that differential, that really relates to some of those historical multi-residential property owners. But beyond the multi-residential is we do have a average tax rate. Policy-wise, the legislation does restrict municipalities in Ontario as it relates to having some differential tax rates. So for instance, if the intent was to pass along a higher tax rate to generate some revenue to provide some offsetting environmental investments, for instance, in the industrial sector, municipalities haven't that authority to target such a initiative to a particular sector. It would have to be spread out across the whole industrial sector, the whole commercial sector. It couldn't, for instance, be, I believe in Trevor's presentation, he made reference to the steel industry. So council could not make a decision to have a variable tax rate against that particular industry. One of the other challenges City of Hamilton faces, as I made reference to previously, in terms of protected property classes, our industrial is also a protected property class in that we can't pass along the full tax increases to that sector. We can only pass along 50% of the tax increases to that sector. So to Councillor Wilson's question is we haven't embarked on variable tax rates. Legislation provides some restrictions as it relates to specific sectors within a class. And finally, the other challenge we're facing is we do have some legislative restrictions that only allow the City of Hamilton to pass along a portion of the tax increase to some of those same sectors.
Councillor Wilson, you have about a minute left of your questioning time.
Thank you. Well, I think that answer what my next question was going to be, I could combine it into a last question. There was a question asked about the limitations in the Ontario Building Code. It seems to me that it would be in the interests of this council and all municipalities to have a full account of, if we need to go here, what legislative restrictions are active here, so that we can have a debate on those restrictions and include the community in that discussion. And since all municipalities, not only in Ontario and also through Councillor Partridge and her work with FCM, if we could actually speak with a single voice, first as a council, and then across through all municipalities, to focus on those changes that we believe will enable this municipality to address both the inequitable impact that we know climate change is having right now and those in the future, as opposed to, and I'm not being critical, pivoting to, we can't do it, we don't have the ability to do so. Let's put, I would appreciate a white paper or something, a report on what financial and regulatory tools do we think could be of assistance to us, but what are we restricted from doing, and what can we rally as a council and maybe in solidarity with others for trying to advocate for, so that the mayor in his meetings with big city mayors and all these other venues can try and get these things on the radar, so that, because the public is asking us to do things, we're and on some occasions we are hamstrung. And I think collectively that has to be part of our action and our call to action. But it's hard to do that in the absence of having a clear a paper on that. Does that make sense? I'll leave that with you, or maybe the city manager might be able to speak to it. And those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
That's definitely your time, Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Response, anyone, please? City manager?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, a couple of comments. Certainly, fiscal policy can be a very important lever to change behavior. And there's certain areas where we have full authority. The one that comes top of mind is how much we charge for parking. Because if it's very expensive, it's more incentive for people to take transit versus drive, for example. Others, as Mike mentioned, are more complex. But what I'm wondering, and I'm looking to Trevor, who can always tell me no, is as we finish our community energy and admissions plan and our climate impact and adaptation plan, we can look at whether there are regulatory tools or policies that would enable us to reach the targets, et cetera, and the work we need to do. And we can bring forward recommendations around advocacy positions, et cetera. I know sitting on going to the big city mayors meetings and as well as at the federal level, we often discuss these key priorities and what are some joint advocacy. So through all that work, I think we could come with some recommended advocacy positions that would enable us to move quicker on some of the actions. Is that fair, Trevor? I keep volunteering him.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to City Manager Smith. I think that would be very useful. In terms of staff capacity right now, it is quite stretched trying to get both the community energy and emissions plan done and the climate adaptation plan. But I think this would be further to our previous conversation about relying on our academic and other partners, perhaps a research white technical paper, perhaps through City Labs and a group of high caliber students, at least starting that discussion. And that's something we could reach out to City Labs early in 2022 to begin that global best practices research on what financial and policy tools are available to municipal governments in other jurisdictions that are not available to the city of Hamilton in the province of Ontario. And that would help to formulate at least the beginning list, I think, of policy, financial incentive, or carrot or stick for that matter, of things that we could advocate and begin collecting that list. So that's where my mind goes to at the very start, is starting a research white paper using City Labs or another academic institution that could help us with that.
Terrific, Senior Project Manager. Thank you very much. And I'm moving on to now Councillor Powers. Your speaking time has begun, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I want to commend Trevor and Andrea for this report. It does an extremely good job of letting not only council, and it should let the city of Hamilton citizens know what the corporation of the city of Hamilton is doing. In addition, I think there's, probably there's a way we need to upload Trevor's deck up onto the city's website and that. But and we'll hear from them in other deputations today. There's a lot of other organizations that are very engaged in environmental issues, particularly as it relates to climate change and the realities of catastrophic events that are impacting us, even as we speak. It would probably be helpful if there was somewhere on the city's website in order to allow those organizations just to summarize what they're doing, and so that the community knows as a whole, not only is the corporation of the city of Hamilton doing everything within its ability and its limitations and its financial limitations in order to do this, and perhaps we think we should include the other environmental organizations that can tell their story also. So that's more, rather than a question, it's probably a suggestion, other than the fact is that Trevor and Andrea's deck is worth sharing with the with the citizenry of Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Senior Project Manager Imhoff, can you confirm? Is it on our website, or is it to be on our website? That's a good point by Councillor Powers, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Powers. Right now, I'm seeing a correspondence from Stephanie Clerk Paparella in the chat that it is on our website. I can also confirm that it will be uploaded once approved through the Climate Action website. I also wanted to highlight, and I think I just wanted to say I fully agree with Councillor Powers' suggestion on getting more community stories and voices out there. And that is a very important part of our community energy and emissions plan, is highlighting not only the importance of that collective community action that is required, but then also highlighting what different both organizations, institutions are doing. And so through the Community Energy and Emissions Plan, as well as best practices using innovative, it's called GIS, Geographic Information Systems mapping, we are looking to create a climate data portal in addition to our existing climate action plan. And so this data portal will not only be able to provide the information about greenhouse gas emissions, both corporately and community, but as well as ask the community, and we will be actively asking for stories. And so that portal will be able to tell and show not only what the city's doing, but what also individual organizations, or for that matter, individual citizens. If they want to upload that they just got their building retrofitted and it meets Passive House standards, we can put it on that climate data portal. And so people can learn and use that as a peer review and learn from best practices. So I just wanted to highlight that direction as well. Thank you.
Okay. Just final one thing is I recall with fondness, and Linda Lukasik and I were talking about this the other day, is that, decades ago, we developed Vision 2020, and there was citizen engagement along with councillors on it. We developed a plan, and every year a report card could come out. other than the times sometimes there were Fs on the part of the city or Ds or whatever the case was, at least you knew where we were. And that's one of the things that I went searching for that is kind of lacking how we're reporting. Exclusive of this, Trevor, I don't think the city has been doing a good enough job reporting what they're doing, because you're doing great things from a corporate standpoint. Now we need to know what the community is doing to help us achieve the targets we're all striving for. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Excellent comment. Well noted. Next on the questioner's speaking time, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and really appreciate the presentation and the discussion this morning. I wanted to drill down a little bit more on some of the initiatives that we're taking as a city. So the Bay Area Climate Change Council, as you know, has identified 3 areas of focus, right? There's industry, transportation, and buildings. And I think we saw in the presentation the significant impact that industry has, mainly the steel industry. And we've seen investment there from upper levels of government, in particular the $400 million investment for ArcelorMittal Dofasco's arc furnace. And I think that was supposed to have a 60% drop in CO2 in the next 7 years. So in terms of industry, steel industry and other, is that something that we as a municipality are going to be able to influence, or is that where we're looking more towards those upper levels of government?
Senior Project Manager, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Danko. So specifically as it relates to industrial emissions, both air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, unfortunately, the municipality has very little influence or jurisdiction. So when it comes to emissions and air pollution, the regulating agencies, the Province of Ontario, Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, as many of you know, as well as a federal authority and oversight of those emissions. There are, however, and many other committees, and the Bay Area Climate Change Council is one example, a very good example. But another committee that comes to mind that my team specifically coordinates is Clean Air Hamilton. And that is a collective of industry, nonprofit, non-government organizations, environmental advocates that all come around the table and talk about how can we all collectively specifically reduce air pollution. But as we know, there is an interrelation of air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. And so I would say instead of, and what my team does too, is we try to work collaboratively with steel and other industry. And that is a big theme coming out of the community energy and emissions plan, and looking at ways that the city can assist, collaborate, encourage industry, specifically steel, because they are the single largest point source emissions, to collectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So I would say to Councillor Danko's question is we have very little direct influence or jurisdiction for that matter, but I think taking that collective and collaborative approach is the best way forward. I'll provide a quick example too, sorry, that just came top of mind. Through Clean Air Hamilton back in 2016, I think, we had the Ministry of Innovation, or the Ontario Centres of Excellence, come present on some of their grant funding available. Through that discussion, Stelco was actually to hook up with OCE, and Stelco implemented a very innovative using biocarbon to heat their blast furnaces using railway ties, and that's highlighted in a couple of our Clean Air Hamilton annual progress reports. So by providing those linkages, I think those committees are doing a good job. And so I just wanted to highlight that example of that kind of collaborative nature.
Thank you, Trevor. It's good to hear that kind of collaboration at all levels. Appreciate it. I want to drill down a little bit more on the building side, another one of the focus areas. I think we had $2 billion worth of new building permits issued last year, every single one of which is going to have a life cycle that's beyond our 2050 goal of net zero. So it seems that every building that is built today is a lost opportunity to build to zero carbon. And recently through planning committee, I've been challenging developers to build to net zero, but there seems to be a lot of confusion about what that really means, what a high performance building code actually is, and how they would do that, and if there are grants or assistance available. And kind of ironically, it's mostly the affordable housing industry that is already building to net zero or zero carbon with Indwell and City Housing Hamilton, but it's the for-profit developers that seem to not be able to figure out. And specifically, I notice on page 9 of the report, there are, I think it's 5 different high performance building code standards mentioned, along with district energy opportunities. Are we working with the development industry at all to provide them with some, we mentioned education and training for our staff, but are we providing education to the development industry as a whole to kind of assist them to figure out, what does this actually mean and what would you have to do in order to build to these standards?
Either General Manager Thorne or Senior Project Manager Imhoff, please.
I'll defer to General Manager Thorne for that question. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's multiple parts to that question. I'll do my best, but if I miss anything, Councillor Danko, if you wouldn't mind repeating. So with respect to building standards, as I said to the earlier question, we obviously don't control code and what's in the code, but one of the tasks we have taken away is to do a bit of a review on what we would see as staff as a higher standard code that would deal with some of the climate change goals and actions we have set out. I know Councillor Wilson spoke to that a little bit a few moments ago as well. I can tell you that our intention is that we'll bring that information back to Council, and I expect that Council will probably at that time give us some direction around sharing that information, doing some advocacy around that information. But our intention, at least, is to bring that information forward, so that can inform whatever steps Council may wish to take in terms of advocacy and education around code and best practice. The other area that we're taking some look at and do appreciate the questions that Planning Committee when individual development applications come forward as part of the work that we're doing around the update to the site plan guidelines, starting to look at a green standard for development, which would include both minimum standard as well as some voluntary goals that individual development applications could put forward, and trying to and looking at modifying how we're bringing development applications forward for committee and council's consideration that identifies some of that information. So even though it may not be something that the city can require or regulate, you would have that information in front of you. I suppose there's a hope there's a bit of a power of persuasion there, where if an individual development applicant is required to present certain information about their application, that may create some incentive to do better, to go further than what the minimum requirements may be. And then the final thing that I would point to is, and it is in Trevor's report, is around where the city does provide financial assistance, then there is some leverage there. And that's what was the reason for those recent changes to the community improvement plan, was to provide enhanced grants for those projects that achieve higher environmental standards. And as you know, Councillor Danko, yes, there are a number of those standards out there. So we do support a number of them through those enhanced grants. We made the decision not to sort of just select one and force everybody to work towards the same program, but selected a number that all create a higher environmental performance requirement.
Thank you, General Manager. On the incremental, the Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program, is that limited to specific geographic areas, or is that citywide?
Through the chair, yes, it is limited to certain geographic areas, because the fundamental basis for the program is still around that sort of community renewal, bringing reinvestment into certain neighborhoods. So that is still the fundamental basis for the program. So it is not something that applies citywide.
So are we considering climate specific grants in order to promote these kinds of high performance building standards citywide?
So through the chair, there is the, so council has asked us to look at the home energy retrofit program, and Trevor's probably a little bit better positioned to speak to that, which would be likely something that would apply more broadly in terms of, tax grants, loans, things like that for development outside of those priority neighborhoods that have been identified. We don't have anything like that in terms of planned financial incentives. But like I said, what we're trying to look at through things like the site plan guidelines, developing a green standard, enhanced reporting requirements through development applications, is to put some of that information out there in front of the community and in front of council, not tied to a financial incentive, but to still have that information brought forward.
Thank you. Last question or area of question would then be if we were to implement a grant program or some sort of city financial incentive for building to high performance standards before it is initiated in the code, there would obviously be a funding requirement for that. So we talked, there was discussion earlier about the financial and regulatory tools available to us. And a lot of those being our industry in the city, and also some of the fossil fuel suppliers, like Enbridge comes to mind. These are industry that relies on city services in order to operate. In particular, Enbridge just came with a to planning committee with a contract that they require in order to operate within the city right of way. So we do have a little bit of leverage over our industrial partners. Because they rely on us in order to conduct business within the city. And they've all publicly stated that they support climate change initiatives. Enbridge in particular, just yesterday, a planning committee committed that that they're committed to reducing fossil fuel use. So have we approached some of these industry partners to, understanding that regulatory issues for implementing a tax or a carbon fee or something like that is a challenge, but have we approached them to partner with the city in order to fund some of these initiatives, considering what they publicly say about their stances on climate change?
Trevor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can take that one on. Thank you, Councillor Danko, for that question. And so specifically, yes, our local utilities have been, I would say, heavily engaged through both the community energy and emissions plan and our climate adaptation plan. And so specifically too, because I wrote the application and as General Manager Thorne spoke about the home energy retrofit opportunity, as we develop that detailed design, which in its essence, it's still to be kind of designed, but again, through the work that the Barrie Climate Change Council has done, provided some very good recommendations. We will be working in close consultation with both Electra and Enbridge. Not so much on the Enbridge, but the Electra side of things is when we look to retrofit homes, there then may be an additional electrical load, for example, through air source heat pumps. And what sort of financial incentives or other means could a local utility help to build on the incentive or the grant that, if approved, the city would be providing for that grant? And then on the Enbridge side of things, that home energy retrofit opportunity would also look to leverage the existing Enbridge grant that helps to fund both low income and other retrofits related to insulation, window replacing, air sealing, etc.
Thank you. Really appreciate that answer and the discussion this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Next on my questioners speaking list, Councillor Whitehead. Welcome, Councillor Whitehead. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Trevor, for the report. I want to apologize because I just bought myself one of the hottest working trucks made off the lines here in Ontario. That's the F-150 Eagle Boost a truck, and I use it to help. Well, this winter be helping seniors with their driveways with my snowblower, and recently it's been picking up garbage and green leaves and so forth from seniors' places that have exceeded, I guess, are past the deadline for the pickups. So the point I'm making is that there's is like a domino. So whatever we do, there's an impact. And you talked about burdens through the EDI measurement. And we talked about equity, and equity to me was always about looking at the lowest common denominator, unless government intervenes with the additional cash. So help me understand equity. Who will take the burden on? If we're lifting the burden from one group, it's got to be shifted somewhere else.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Whitehead, thank you for that question. Overall, there's a diagram that I refer to when I think about equity, and it's people watching a ball game. It's a very simple diagram, and I'm probably going to botch this example, but it's the shortest person who's the most equitable displaced, and then there's two taller people, and the one middle person can't see the ball game, and the tall person obviously can see. And so an equity lens is building up the capacity and the knowledge and the information and the support of the most equitable, or that in this instance, the shortest person, so that they all have a view of the ball game. And so that person who's the tallest is not being negatively impacted. And so when you talk about unloading the burden, I'm not familiar. And this is an important part of our climate adaptation plan, as well as our community energy and emissions plan as well, is we look to relieve the burden of the most impacted. For example, we look at spatial mapping on energy poverty rates, for example, across Hamilton. And so those that we know based on research spend the most money on their utility bills, we would be targeting those areas to help them retrofit their homes, to make it more comfortable living for them. And in that instance, I don't foresee any burden being placed on another organization or a group for that matter.
Well, the example you cited would mean that there'd be a cost to lifting that seat to provide that equity issue to the shorter person. That cost is coming from someone. Somebody's absorbing that cost. So help me understand who would be absorbing that cost.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Whitehead. I think we've discussed the variety of higher levels of government, as well as the municipality, including that it really is going to take a multi-level government approach to address all of the concerns of climate change. And so specifically as it relates to the home energy retrofit, it would be grants that would be supplied via the municipality, but we would also be getting we would also be targeting some grants to the federal government for that specific example.
I appreciate that, but it's still taxpayers' money. The reason I'm asking these questions, because I've been watching and listening to what's happening in California, which is seen as probably one of the most advanced building codes and environmentally friendly and EDI and all those equity issues. And it has created a mass exodus in California in the context of cost. In fact, the governor said and stated that to build even affordable housing or social housing, it's too costly because of all the new standards that they brought in. So help me understand, where do we find a balance where we're not California, but we're meeting something that's realistic and is not creating a burden on others, even to be housed?
City Manager Smith, you'd like to start with that, please?
Yes, I'll jump in on that. Thank you through the Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead, for the question. I think at the end of the day, if our research and plans come forward and show that certain groups are more negatively impacted about climate change, and we have recommendations on things that should be taken to address the discrepancies, disparities between, there will be a cost, and that cost will be borne whatever level of government. It's still taxpayers' money, and then council will have to make that decision if that's an investment they want to make, or if it's an advocacy position they want to take to other levels of government. They feel they're the better level to fund such initiatives. At the end of the day, it really will be council's decision.
I really appreciate that answer, because it's a great segue to the next line of, well, at least a question I was going to ask. Because I remember talking about what is our wheelhouse as a council and as a governance body, as a municipality, versus the responsibilities at provincial and federal levels of government. Now, I can understand the advocacy piece, but we do have a wheelhouse, and we do have a responsibility under the Municipal Act. And we should be doing what we do and are responsible to do well. You know, now if we're going to expand beyond that wheelhouse, the question becomes clearly, are we looking at building a larger bureaucracy? Do we have the capacity in regards to research? And the reason I asked that is because when I first got elected, I started asking the same questions of our Board of Health. And when we talked about, well, here we are with the pandemic, what is our role and what level of research do we have? And do we want to overlap or duplicate what is already taking place at other levels of government?
Senior Project Manager.
Thank you.
Or I
Through,
can.
sure,
Okay, go ahead, Trevor.
I can maybe just start and provide a high level to answer Councillor Whitehead's question. I think we don't want to duplicate, and I think we look to leverage higher levels of government research. We do. My team is housed in public health, and so we do look to higher levels of government for research, best practices, as well as financial contributions as it relates to public health and climate change. So no, we're not looking to duplicate. And I just further to the building code or looking at different incentives are the importance of identifying our municipal toolbox, I'll call. What are the tools in our municipal toolbox that looks to leverage, build off higher levels of government or other research for that matter? And so I'll hand over to City Manager Smith to finish off.
Thank you. City Manager.
Through the Deputy Mayor, you've done a good job, Trevor. Yeah, I would add that it's really by being members of SCM and being at those national tables, and then being members of AMO and being at that table, because this is an issue that every level of government is tackling. We will ensure, you know, we're not taking things on that other levels of government are doing, or we feel will come to council and say we should advocate that they should be doing.
I really appreciate those answers, and they're telling. I guess my concern is that not every municipality is equal. We have what's called regional centers throughout Canada that absorb more issues in regards to human challenges or people at risk than any other city or community in those provinces. Hamilton happens to be one of the hot centers that takes more than their fair share per capita and per what's the word per capita in the context of human resources for individuals in need. So that adds, this is back to the equity question, because we understand the burden is carried by a lot of those individuals. But what happened in California, from what I understand, is that the middle class got squeezed out. So I guess my concern is that whatever we do, the middle class are paying the load now. 70% of the property taxes, or 70% of the burden, I should say, is coming from the property taxpayer. Is that correct, Michael?
General Manager Zagar, would you have a handle on that, please? Are you there? 1 second, Councillor Whitehead. Yeah. There he is, please.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as it relates to the city's finances, it's in the 55-60% of our revenues are generated through property taxation.
So that's 60%. So that means that, and Michael already indicated that we have very little control on the industrial side. So really, the concern I have is that whatever we do, let's not lose sight of the people that put us here. None of the people that are paying the taxes. And they're the ones that are going to be burdened, and they're the middle class. And they have limited ability to pay their bills as well. So I just want to make sure that when we talk about transparency, Madam Manager, that we don't lose sight of the people paying the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that perspective, Councillor Whitehead. Okay, I don't have any other questioners on this. Let me get a motion, a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the mayor's moving to, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Powers to receive the presentation. All in favor, any opposed, please. E-vote should be before you shortly. Awaiting all votes to come in. See the outcome.
Councillors Pearson and Partridge, are you able to vote?
I can't vote.
Thank you, Councillor Councillor Whitehead. I marked you back in, and I've got your vote. Thank you.
And our result, LC Paparella, is 13-0. Thank you. So I want to do a couple of more quick things, members of committee, before lunch.
Right.
Councillor Whitehead? Well, thank you. Thank you. Okay. I want to have a mover and seconder to defer discussion on 8.2 about the climate change. If I could have that, please. Mover and seconder till after lunch and we hear from the delegates. Councillor Nan, seconder, please. Don't all put your hands up at once. Councillor Farr, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? To defer 8.2, the report. All votes in, Stephanie?
No, I'm waiting for Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Marula. There
Councillor
we go.
Whitehead and Marula, please.
Got him?
Visually, very good. 13-0. Thank you. Here's what I'm suggesting. Because of the length of this agenda that I'm suspecting, predicting will go into the evening hours, let's do an early lunch. It's almost 5 after 12. Let's be back here by 12:40, and then we'll get into the Beamer presentation from staff, all the delegates on all the various items, and we'll have a continuity through the afternoon. So if everyone is supportive and cooperative of that direction, move to recess then at this time. Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote before you. Or thumbs up, please.
Councillor Whitehead, are you able to vote? Thank you, sir.
13-0. So you have my generosity, GIC. 12:40. I'm giving a little longer than the normal 30. 12:40 to be back, please. And then we'll have the Beamer presentation from staff. And all delegates listening in, my sincere apologies. I just feel this will be the best way not to break up the discussion. Thank you. Are we live, Alea and Stephanie? Thank you. Okay, members of council, we are back and we're on to 8.3 as amended earlier, staff presentation on the occurrence at JC Beamer Park. Mr. Mayor, I believe it was your request, and would you like to introduce this? And then I need to know from staff who will take the lead, please. I know there's various departments that are here that wish to chat about it. Mr. Mayor, please.
Just to kind of introduce that, it was my request to put this on the agenda today. I thought it was important given the broader accusations and communications that are happening in regards to the Beamer Park issue. That we hear from you know, all the city staff that participated that day, precipitated by a 911 call that indicated there was a fire occurring at that location, which then kind of precipitated all the other events. So not to put words in the mouths of any of our staff, I would like to hear from fire paramedics that were on scene, as well as municipal law enforcement, as well as some of our housing staff that were working to get people housed, you know, that were in the encampment. So I'll turn it over to whoever. I see City Manager Smith ready to take the lead on this, which I appreciate. And I certainly would hope to hear from all of those various departments in terms of their experience on that day.
Colleagues, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Before City Manager, I turn to you. Colleagues, I know the import of this topic. I love passion, I love emotion, I love forcefulness of speech. Can I just simply ask throughout this topic and the delegates and discussion after, we try not to burst the thermometer and we just keep the temperature from rising is respectfully what I would ask while you get your strong points across. City Manager, please.
Good afternoon, members of council, and through you, Deputy Mayor. As the mayor mentioned, we have a number of staff here today, and we're going to provide a verbal update to share the various perspectives of what happened at JC Beamer Park on the day of the explosion. As the mayor has pointed out, it was a number of staff from various divisions were involved. And so we have a number of senior staff, and you're going to hear from each of them individually. I also think it's important for council to hear about the outreach to individuals living in the encampment prior to the explosion, which is an important part of our work while enforcing the parks bylaws directed by council. So to get the ball rolling, I'm going to pass it over to Grace Mader, and her team will speak to the housing and outreach, fire and paramedics. And then we will pass it over to our planning and economic development team, where Monica Cirillo, our Director of Bylaw and Enforcement, will speak to that component. Thank you very much, and over to General Manager Grace Mader.
Good afternoon, General Manager. Please introduce yourself and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. My name is Grace Mader. I'm the General Manager with Healthy and Safe Communities. And as City Manager Smith mentioned, there was a number of divisions from Healthy and Safe Communities that had a role in JC Beamer Park. First off, as indicated, we are going to hear from Edward John, our Director of Housing, to talk about the role that outreach had played prior to the day in question, and just about the supports and services that had been provided. After Edward, we're going to turn to Chief Cunliffe from the Hamilton Fire Department to talk about their role, and then on to Chief Sanderson with paramedics. Thanks very much, and over to Edward.
Director John, good afternoon. Introduce yourself. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is Edward John, and I'm the Director of Housing Services here at City of Hamilton. So as a brief overview of the efforts of our outreach, I will note that we currently have an enhanced outreach group, which has increased to 7 individuals seconded from various agencies, including an Indigenous-led entity. We have 1 supervisor and 1 additional part-time seconded staff member. They work 7 days a week and are involved in all known encampments beyond those sites undergoing any MLE process. With particular reference to JC Beamer, I can confirm that staff visited the site a minimum of 2 times per week for the past several months. This included the day of the incident discussed in Jeanette's presentation, On this day, staff, with support from other agencies and Social Navigator, were able to support the individuals unsheltered on site. Of those individuals, I can confirm that 2 people, consisting of 1 couple, were able to access our emergency overflow shelter hotel. We had 1 male enter our male shelter system, 1 male to the Barrett Center, 1 female to the Barrett Center. 1 female was assisted by our SMP, and 1 couple and 1 individual self-resolved on their own volition. We continue to struggle with capacity and restrictions affecting many of those currently unsheltered, yet work diligently with all available and appropriate options to address their immediate and long-term needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And who is up next, please, from staff?
Over to Chief Cunliffe.
Chief David Cunliffe of Fire, please introduce yourself. Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Dave Cunliffe. I'm the Fire Chief for the City of Hamilton. Committee, I would like to provide you some insight into the actions of the Hamilton Fire Department on November 24th. That was the date of the incident at J.C. Beamer Park on Victoria Avenue. So approximately 5:51 a.m. in the morning, the Hamilton Fire Department received a report of a tent on fire in the area of the encampment within J.C. Beamer Park. Based on the information that was provided at the time of the call, the Hamilton Fire Department dispatched 1 apparatus to the scene. On the arrival of the apparatus, they found a well-involved fire in an area approximately 20 meters by 5 meters in size that was involving a tent and combustibles in that area. Because of the close proximity to some homes and cars, as well as a fencing area, as well as some additional tents that were close by, the officer asked for a second apparatus to respond to assist with suppression activities. Quickly, the crew on scene deployed multiple hand lines and started fire suppression activities. During this time, there was some information provided that there was potentially 1 person unaccounted for. Fire personnel, as they were doing the suppression operations, were doing a search through the fire area, and nothing was found. There was no indication of anyone being in that at that point. During fire suppression operations, there were some what we would deem to be small pops to the public. It could be heard as small explosions, predominantly suspected it was aerosol cans, batteries, and potentially there were some 1-pound propane containers that are used for barbecues that would have let go from the heat of the fire. I can tell you that we were able to knock down that fire very quickly, within about 6 to 7 minutes. And the second piece of apparatus was canceled off because the crew had things under control. As we were going through and doing what we call overhaul, just checking for hot spots, making sure the fire was out, we did come across some 5-pound and 10-pound propane containers, but they had not exploded. But we felt that they had released or vented as they're supposed to during those types of situations. And that may be some of the sounds and noises that people heard throughout the fire. We did not attend to any civilians relative to any injuries, none were reported to us. And we just predominantly focused on fire suppression activities.
All right, Chief, thank you. And General Manager Mader, did you say Chief Sanderson was here as well, please, from EMS?
That's
there he
correct.
is. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chief Sanderson. Introduce yourself. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's Chief Sanderson, Michael Sanderson. I'm the Chief for Hamilton Paramedic Service, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The information I can give you is that on November the 24th at about 6:13 in the morning, the Ministry of Health Central Ambulance Communication Center received a request for emergency service response reporting a fire at the J.C. Beamer Park encampment. We did have a paramedic ambulance respond. They arrived on scene at about 6:22 in the morning. Upon arrival, paramedics did their normal processes. That included confirming that there were no patients at the scene. They liaised with Hamilton Fire Department. There's a confirmation there was no patients found by fire as well. and the paramedics were canceled at 6:27. There were no patients, no injuries found, and they left the scene at 6:27 shortly after arriving. Later that morning, the social navigator paramedic received a request to attend at the encampment and to assist with minor medical issues. An example of this is minor wound care. Those were unrelated to the fire, and the request was made directly to the social navigator program, was not a 911 call for assistance. No ambulance was assigned to that call, as no ambulance was requested. It was just a direct request to the social navigator for support, which is a fairly common occurrence. People contact the social navigator directly on a regular basis. Due to competing priorities, the social navigator was not able to attend the encampment at that point in time, and subsequently a shelter health network physician did attend to assist and looked after the minor needs for the patients. Prior to that incident, in other words, the day before, the Hamilton Social Navigator paramedic attended at J.C. Beamer Park to assist people at the encampment. That was on November the 23rd, with resources where appropriate, in particular access to food. And in speaking with the social navigator assigned to the encampment that day, there were no issues while they were in attendance at the encampment. We do have 3 staff assigned to the social navigator program. One of them is assigned primarily to support encampment activities. The other 2 social navigators are working with a variety of individuals across the city on a 7-day-a-week basis. And that's really what I can provide you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chief Sanderson. General Manager Mader, was there anyone else from staff then to sum up this presentation, this multi-departmental presentation?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Director Monica Cirillo from Planning and Economic Development for her update.
Okay, Director Cirillo of MLE, welcome. Nice to see you again. Introduce yourself. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee. By way of an update from an MLE perspective, I think it's important to note that each morning we do meet as a group with the other departmental counterparts to work through the plan for the day or for the week. Now, on the morning of November 24th, my team was made aware that there was a fire and an explosion at J.C. Beamer in the early hours. Our plan was not to attend the site on that day. However, J.C. Beamer was determined to be a health and safety concern. And so we did pivot our plans and we did attend that site. MLE, made up of a supervisor and 2 officers, arrived on site at 9:30 in the morning. Other emergency response teams that you've heard from already were already on site. Following our process, the one that was presented to council in the summer, MLE issued voluntary compliance notices to the occupants in the structures in the park, and they were given notice that they were in contravention of the city's park bylaw. Now, usually MLE leaves the site after notice is given, but on this day, because of the safety concerns, MLE officers continue to work with encampment occupants to achieve voluntary compliance. By end of day, voluntary compliance was achieved at approximately 8 p.m. and MLE left at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cirillo. GM Mader, City Manager, anyone else from staff?
Deputy Mayor, Jeanette Smith, City Manager here. No, that is the end of our verbal updates for that day, and we'd be happy to answer questions.
Good. I hope all staff will stay on board then. And so members of council, in consultation with the clerks, here's how I'm going to treat this. This is a presentation as is typical. I've got a speakers list of any questions of all of the department heads that have spoken and presented. But at the request of some of my colleagues 4 hours ago, any political discussion, we'll defer that till after the delegates have spoken, and then we can get into the political discussion as if there was a report. Okay, nodding of heads, we're okay with that, moving forward? Thank you. All right, on the questioners list to start, Councillor Terry Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you. My first question is to MLE, through the mayor.
Please.
Through the chair. What were those exact violations that you referred to that you thought were unsafe? Because I don't think you were specific.
Through the chair, we're out there enforcing our parks bylaw, which don't allow camping or structures without a permit.
And you were concerned about, because you did indicate in your presentation that you were concerned about safety. And you stayed there because of it. What was the rationale? Because you don't normally stay until they come in compliance. So you had a real safety concern. What was that?
Well, there was a sorry, through the chair, there were burnt tents, there were debris, there were hydro lines that were down. So it was certainly a unique situation for everyone involved. my team felt at the time that it was the best case to stay and sort of advise the occupants of their options and work through any additional barriers or challenges that they faced.
I really appreciate that answer because I think the general public need to understand clearer what exactly took place and the post activity that took place as well. So thank you very much for that. My next question is, do we have shelters? Are these classified? What classification do we put these people in that were in these encampments? Because I know there are classifications.
Who can help with that? Director John, possibly, from a housing standpoint?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm not entirely sure in terms of classifications, but these are unsheltered individuals. And so through our outreach, the approach is to connect them to what available services at that time are available. So that would include exercising our ability to determine capacity in our shelter system, whether it's in the women's system, the men's system, or in our overflow expanded system, as well as direct individuals to available drop-ins and other supports.
So let me be more specific. We had a report when I was there over a year ago from Paul Johnson. There are people following the provincial Mental Health Act, or the Ministry of Health and Social Services that are outside of our realm. Then there's the individuals that are actually kicked out of these shelters because of their behavioral issues. And there's the, I think there was a terminology used, someone's gonna have to remind me what that terminology was, by Paul Johnson. And these are people that cannot be housed and don't want to be housed in shelters.
Through the chair to the councillor. So through our engagement, we do interact, we do connect, and we do assess acuity. Acuity is the ability to which we can provide the supports, and we determine as best we can to match the needs of that acuity level with the supports that we have available.
And I appreciate that. So help me understand, because I think there's a provincial responsibility and there's a city responsibility. When we talk about the acuity, what's a term that we use for those that can't stay in our shelters or choose not to, we don't want our shelters?
Through the chair to the councillor. So our shelters don't decline service as a result of acuity. They do as best they can under the circumstances. What you'll typically find if there are concurrent challenges, disorders, their length of stay or the ability to access as a result of service restrictions or past behaviors limit that ability to connect. Once again, we will always look for options as well as investigate the ability for drop-in services to assist in these types of circumstances.
I appreciate it. My last question. It's like Groundhog Day, but I remember asking Paul Johnson whether we had the capacity in our shelter system now to absorb the current people living and choosing to live in tents.
Through the chair to the councillor, as the pandemic began, we expanded our system almost double in terms of delivering that additional capacity. However, we have had tremendous struggles with outflow. That's getting individuals into housing, getting opportunities for them to leave the shelter and create that outflow. So not uncommon at this time of year. We are struggling with capacity in all of our shelters. However, it is a daily response that we do to see what is available and once again do that connection. I will add too that we're also now struggling after 2 years of a pandemic and an expanded system with staffing. So these are challenges. They're very real. They're very difficult. And when you layer on top of those challenges, acuity issues and service restrictions, there are going to be circumstances where they are unable to access some of those spaces if they are available.
So what do you mean by because staffing won't allow it, or because they choose not to be in it? I'm just trying to ascertain the individuals are choosing the sit in tents. It's because we don't have the service, or they choose not to use the service?
Through the chair to the councillor, I wouldn't suggest that there is a choice in this. I would suggest that on the basis of acuity, there may be significant challenges to the access to those available spaces if they are available. And I will preface that. We have many challenges in our women's system where someone may be looking to access those spaces and there simply isn't space. And, it changes on a daily basis. There is some outflow. So, it's not consistent, but many of our shelters are at capacity or very near capacity. What we do is liaise and communicate and through our referral process determine where there is availability, Where there are no service restrictions and where there is an ability to accommodate, we will absolutely do that. In the absence of that, we will have to engage our drop-in services and any other low barrier options that are available to assist. So that's
really,
like
John,
I
you're one of the best. Sorry, I was going to say you're one of the best. And I really, really, really appreciate your response. I think the general public need to understand the challenges that we're having, and the province needs to step up to the plate because I've said this before. We're a regional center that take on much more than we should. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead, for setting a respectful tone. Sincerely, thank you. Next questioner, Councillor Farr, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, specific to the presentation that was offered to us verbally, and thank you to Jeanette and all of the staff who are with us now who brought the verbal update, and especially the mayor who brought it forward. I think it's really important that we air things out today, and I'm looking forward to this conversation, not only now bringing clarity to what I just heard, but later as well with delegates and ultimately, I guess, a robust debate. So to that, I do have one question to the chief that I'll let you use your discretion, because it is respecting the explosion. So I'll start with Chief Sanderson and first ask through you, Chair. Actually, Chief, are you going to be around later today in case we need to call to you? And if the Chair decides, as an example, this question is inappropriate, it's appropriate later today, will you be here? And I'm sorry I said Chief Sanderson, I meant Chief Cunliffe. I just saw Chief Sanderson. I'll have one for you in a minute. Chief Cunliffe, will you be around later in the event that you can't offer the answer to my question, my first question?
Yes, I'll be around.
Thank you. So you mentioned a series of small explosions through you. I'm certain you saw the viral video of the dash cam footage. There, it all started with one large, it appeared very large explosion in the 5 a.m. hour. There have also been a number of other big fires that you've attended, and there's even another explosion at an encampment historically. Or if Mr. Chair, can I ask if he can verify that this wasn't the first large explosion, and if he did see that video of the actual explosion at Beamer?
Chief?
Is that okay?
So
if he can,
through,
yes, Chief.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor. Councillor, I can only report on what our crews experienced and saw, and they did not see or experience a large explosion. Certainly there's footage of that, but again, I can only speak to what we know and what we saw.
So have you seen the footage through you, Chair, of the explosion?
Through the chair to the councillor, I did.
Okay, but you're unable, through you, Chair, just so I'm clear on this, you're unable to make any, offer any insight as chief as to whether or not it was related, are you saying, to the Beamer fire that you did attend eventually and see in person?
So through the chair to the councillor, if you want a formal explanation, we would have had to do a formal fire investigation into that, and there was no formal fire investigation done because of the nature of what was left when the fire was complete.
Okay, and so you can't say definitively whether or not that video is relatable, and fair enough, it could be CGI for all you know. You didn't investigate, and if you can't make a comment on a video from the very area where you did arrive live on scene to a fire, that's fine. Also, I had asked you, was this the first explosion that you've attended at an encampment?
So through the chair to the councillor. So again, when we attend these types of situations, depending on the contents that are burning, you can have what may be considered to be small explosions just because of the nature of the contents. So when you have aerosol cans and you have batteries and propane tanks that are involved in some of these areas, given their close proximity to the heat and the temperatures that they will attain, you may get those small explosions. And so yes, and this is, again, councillor, it's not just related to encampments. This is very typical that we get when we have rubbish fires or fires in garbage cans or things where people discard these type of materials.
Are you able to divulge calls for service for explosions through you, Chair?
So through the chair to the councillor, we have very few calls that are deemed explosions in this city. We've had a few. I don't have the exact number, but they have been through cause and origin been determined to be explosions rather than fires that have caused, based on content, some form of an explosion.
Maybe I'll ask that a little later. I know as terms of the central explosion, residents did call and so they claimed to me that they called into the fire department that a massive explosion had occurred. I think it was the 3 a.m. hour. I'll save that for later. Maybe you have a record for that, and I appreciate that you're hanging around, Chief. Certainly a dangerous scenario. So I think that's it for the chief. To add real quick, you mentioned the number of times you visited J.C. Beamer in the immediate, I think in the 2 weeks prior to this explosion, and unsafe atmosphere as described by MLE today. How many times in a couple of months did you visit J.C. Beamer with your 7-day objective?
Through the chair to the council, we can confidently say we visited J.C. Beamer at least twice a week on the preceding 2 months before.
Okay, and assisting is the objective. So on the day of the travesty, staff were able to assist on site, you said, quote unquote. How fast did you get to the scene? When did you get there? How long were you there? Outreach.
Through the chair to the councillor, my outreach staff were there very early in the morning. I think it was 8 a.m. and stayed on site. Obviously not directly involved with some of the emergency action taking place, but stayed on site until I think it was 7:38 p.m.
And were your outreach staff permitted to be beyond the yellow tape, the police line, inside the area that was cordoned off?
Through the chair to the councillor, I can't answer that. I wasn't operationally there on the day, and so presumably they were given full access to those individuals who needed support. I just can't tell you where that tape was and whether they were permitted to cross it.
Can you check on that? I'll ask you later. Thanks, Ed. Chief Sanderson, 6:22 a.m. You received your call. You said no patients at the scene. I just wanted to get clarity, actually, Chief, with the social navigator. You mentioned that they received a direct request. Was that from your folks or from a member of the public?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Actually, we arrived on scene at 6:22. The call came into the Central Ambulance Dispatch at 6:13, so a minor correction in terms of time. The call to the Social Navigator program would have come directly from somebody at the J.C. Beamer site to the Social Navigator program. It's not unusual for people to contact a Social Navigator directly in that process. So it did not come through the Central Ambulance Dispatch, did not come through our operations area. It would have gone directly to the Social Navigator.
Okay, what time am I at here, Mr.
You got
Chair?
a couple of minutes of questioning time of your own.
I only have a
time.
few more. Well, thank you. I only have a few more questions. Can either Chief Sanderson or Chief Cunliffe, now that I think of it, tell me which emergency service was on scene first? Police, fire, or ambulance?
So through the chair, from the information I have from the reporters, police were on scene first, then fire arrived and dealt with the fire.
Indeed, Chief. You'll actually see in the video 2 cruisers parked when the explosion occurs, actually. Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure I just want to make sure I got the timelines down. MLE Director Monica, through you, each morning, I'm glad you mentioned you meet as a group. I think that's imperative. All of our partners are at that table, the ones that have a willingness to work with us on this extremely complex, fluid issue. You said, quote, you deemed health and safety concerned, end quote. I'm just getting clarity to Councillor Whitehead's questions there. So it was MLE that said this place is not safe and it's a health and safety concern.
Through the chair, it was definitely a collective conversation that took place that morning with our counterparts to determine that it was not, that it rose to the level of a health and safety concern.
Thank you. And finally, then who's in that collective?
Through the chair, it has members from MLE, from housing, from police, from parks, and from PW.
Police, parks, PW. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the verbal update. I, again, can't stress enough. Very timely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Next questioner, please. Councillor Nan, floor is yours.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you to staff for the overview, and certainly a big thank you to fire and paramedics for your emergency response to the fire and the incident that took place at the early morning at J.C. Beamer Park. So thank you so much for your ongoing support and services that way to our residents and responding to the risk there. Also, a big thanks to the housing workers and outreach workers who continued providing support, and also were able to provide me with an update in situ as things were kind of evolving. I really did appreciate that as the ward councillor receiving the update from housing services on that one. I was curious though, through you, are we aware of the individuals that consented to the Barrett Center shelter and the other temporary housing supports? Do we have a status of where they are now? Are they still in shelter? Are they housed? What's the status of those individuals?
Director John or General Manager Mader, please, I would presume.
Through the chair to the councillor, I can report back potentially later. Like I say, it's not available to me right now whether they're still in shelter or any of the options today.
Okay, thanks. And I did get some updates from the community side. It's my understanding that at least one of the residents has been housed through community efforts and received supports and through generosity in our community, and particularly led by a Black landowner and ACA in coordinating those supports directly with that individual. The other supports that were identified, I'm just wondering, when a fire happens in an encampment in this cold season, what other supports were made available to those unhoused individuals while the work was underway of getting them cared for in terms of the minor wound and also before they were supported into shelter? Do we provide clothing, food, winter gear?
Who wants to tackle that, please, between the chiefs and the directors? Someone, please, from staff. General Manager Mader.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, generally we provide those additional supports and that. I can't say for certain on exactly what occurred that day. I can also see if we can get those details for the conversation later as well.
Okay. Thank you, I'd appreciate that. And systemically, there was a previous council ratified direction for an evaluative framework for our encampment response, the current iteration of this multi-step program. What's the status of that evaluation framework through you?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we are continuing to evolve that. I'm not sure if Edward's got an update on it. We were looking at bringing it early in 2022.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct. We will be presenting at next ECS meeting on tomorrow. Some of that data that we've compiled, and obviously, you know, the data that we do use is fully breadth and intensive. So we are compiling it into a best digestible form for us to really make those considered decisions as we go forward.
Thank you. And then last question is in regards to those unhoused individuals and whether or not I know that there's privacy, important privacy considerations here, but from the perspective of being able to understand the needs of, we've been talking about, it's been a theme in today's conversation at GIC about the disproportionate impact. And so any racialized individuals, any Indigenous individuals among those that were unhoused at the encampment that suffered a fire? Thank you, through you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll report back. I do have a fair understanding. I just want to make sure it's accurate, but I can certainly say that we have a disproportionate representation of Indigenous members who are currently unhoused and unsheltered.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Much appreciated. Next on the questioner's speaking list, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just trying to understand the events of the day, the facts, and the timeline. So my first question is for Director Johns. So I heard that city staff had been doing outreach at the park a minimum of 2 times a week for 2 months prior to this event, and were on site from 8 a.m. till about 7 p.m. day of. So my question is, there's an allegation that the people living in the encampment did not receive support. Would you like to address that?
Through the chair to the councillor, as previously mentioned, I can confirm that my staff were in attendance. I will indicate that engagement is a process, not an action. And so those individuals who choose not to engage, it doesn't mean that that process is over. We continue to go back and build as best we can those relationships and those trusts in order to provide access to the available supports. But certainly my staff do not overstep when it comes to an individual's rights to decline any supports.
Supports were available, though, I think is the key.
Through the chair to the councillor, my staff are on site to connect to what available supports and access to spaces as best we could.
Thank you. Second question is to Chief Cunliffe. There was some discussion about the fire and the nature of the fire. You mentioned in your comments, Chief, that there was 5 and 10-pound propane tanks on site that had vented. Does that mean that they could have been full of propane, which the safety mechanism then releases, and that propane may have combusted?
So through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. So propane tanks are made with a relief valve that is used to help expel the gas if there is gas within that tank during an overheat type situation. So in this case, it's quite possible that because the tanks were empty when we found them during our overhaul procedures, if they were full at the time or had any gas in them, they could have, through the venting process, led to increasing the level of fire that was involved.
Thank you. Would that be consistent with the video that was seen with the very large fireball?
So again, I really can't comment on what happened with the fireball. What I can tell you is in normal circumstance that I've been involved with where a tank vents, it doesn't explode. It just creates a higher intensity of flame.
Thank you. Can you comment on just the overall safety of the conditions that your crews observed on site, both before the fire and what you observed after, just as a general context of the safety of people living in tents with aerosol containers, propane tanks, batteries, heaters, whatever you observed on site?
So through the chair to the councillor, so in terms of our observations, it would be during the fire. What I can tell you is the types of objects and combustibles that were found on site that had been part of the fire are also the types of combustibles and products that are found in homes and other in businesses within our community. So when we go to incidents, it's not uncommon for us to have aerosol cans and things that will let go during a fire. Same thing with batteries. Certainly if we have fires on decks, we have propane tanks involved. So what I can tell you is there was a large amount of combustibles in the area, and that certainly led to the intensity of the fire.
Thank you. And as the fire chief, do you have a concern about people living in a tent with, perhaps a heater or, stove inside the tent using as a heat source, and also considering mental health challenges, drug challenges? Is that a situation that raises concerns from a fire safety perspective?
So through the chair to the councillor, I can't comment about the individuals that are involved, but I can speak to the fire safety potential issues. And these fire safety issues not only would be my concern within a tent, but also within any type of dwelling structure, whether it's a house or an apartment. The use of heating equipment or cooking equipment in close proximity to combustibles is always a concern. We have a number of fires in the city based on that type of circumstance. If people leave them and they're not attended, then we do have that issue. So I would have the same concern in these types of situations from a fire safety perspective as I would with other structures.
Thank you. Question to Chief Sanderson. Again, there's discussion about the assistance provided by the social navigators, that there was calls, in fact, from residents at the park for social navigator assistance. So again, the allegation is that there was no city supports provided. So could you elaborate on the supports that the social navigators were able to provide?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, the reference to the social navigator for the date in question specifically was that they requested the social navigator come to assist with minor wound care. That was not related to the incident itself. We weren't able to send the social navigator. There's conflicting pressures and many other pressures within the city on a broad level. The social navigator was already occupied with. So the social navigator did not attend on that given day. I can tell you the social navigator is in that area and in other encampments on a very regular basis, trying to assist with people. It's about assisting, trying to find shelter, trying to find social support, trying to find food issues, all of those different areas, as well as assisting just in terms of discussing with the different clientele within the encampment areas. So on the specific day in question, the social navigator did not attend.
Thank you. But again, just to be clear, assistance was available and was provided not on the day in question, but in the past and to similar encampments.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely. Assistance is available on a regular basis. They're part of an integrated program. And I would also say that there is no request for an ambulance response to go other than the original response to that encampment. And obviously, if somebody had needed an ambulance response, an ambulance would have been sent to it.
Thank you. Question for Director Cirillo. So we've talked about that the call was made that this was an unsafe situation, and that was municipal law enforcement, housing, parks, and public works. So there was the fire, the damage. We heard that there was downed hydro lines. The situation that made it an unsafe situation then led to the desire to assist those there and move them offsite. Am I getting that right?
Through the chair, Councillor, you're absolutely right. We wanted to make sure that we were on site to help them find other areas of housing. So again, we always try to seek that voluntary compliance, knowing that those housing offers were made as Director Edward John had indicated, and so that is why we were on site, given all of these different factors that were provided the morning of.
And from a MLE perspective, along with the other assistance that was being provided, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist those on site with city services. Was that the goal for the day?
Through the chair, yes, that would be the goal of every time we're attending one of these sites, and that would have been no different on that morning as well.
Thank you. So I don't know how I'm doing for time, but I have a couple other questions just on the
You've got about a minute
timeline.
left of your own questioning time, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. So we heard earlier that the police arrived on site first, so they were there before 5:51 a.m. Do we know who called the police?
Who can anyone that possibly knows that from the call-ins on staff? I'm looking to someone from staff, please, that can possibly assist.
It's Jeanette Smith, City Manager. My understanding is I don't believe anyone knows that for sure, but certainly if they do, they can speak up, but I don't believe so.
Okay. So my understanding was that the police were on site for the majority of the day until after dark. Is that accurate?
I guess,
understanding it's
yeah.
difficult not having police
Yes,
services here.
I was just going to say, Councillor Danko, yes. Maybe we can just, City Manager, forward that on to the chief or somebody from police services that can just confirm that without entering police into this conversation today, because they'll be coming forward after the SIU. City Manager?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that fair, Councillor Danko?
Yeah. So I'll ask a follow-up question that I think is more pertinent to this event. that those that were there would be able to answer is the group that was involved with the altercation with police. Approximately what time did they arrive on site?
Through the chair, through the deputy mayor, to the councillor. Again, I'm not sure of that. We can see if we can find that verification from the staff that were present that day about the timing.
As between us, we had fire, paramedics, and MLE on site. So between them, is anybody aware of when this other group arrived?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, from the paramedic perspective, my understanding is they were not on site when the paramedics left the scene at 6:22 in the morning, and that's the best information I could give from the paramedic service.
Director Cirillo as well.
Through the chair, just to offer a little bit more context into the timeline, when my team arrived at 9:30, they were on site.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, Mr. Chairman, is how did this group from the observations of those that were there, how did this group impact the response that was underway at the time that they arrived and while they were on site?
City staff. Could city staff please arrange between yourselves who's going to be available to answer, please? I know it's a sensitive, difficult matter. We don't have the exact information for members of council. We can get it shortly after. City manager, please.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. I have not heard specifically from any of our staff that the individuals that were there interfered with any of our particular responses. Certainly not with paramedics because they weren't there when they were there. I don't think with fire, but the chief can confirm. And I would ask either Monica or Edward to comment whether it impeded their activities at all.
Thank you so much, city manager. Either the directors or the chief, please.
So through the, sorry, Chief, through the chair to the councillor, I can confirm from a housing perspective that my staff were unimpeded.
So through the chair to the members of committee, I can tell you that fire was not on scene after approximately 7:15 in the morning.
Councillor Dutch, you're speaking 5, but do you have a wrap-up comment or you want to go back on?
If I could just ask one follow-up question. So I heard that staff and the response was not impeded. If Hamilton Police was not on site, would they have been impeded?
Through the Deputy Mayor, Jeanette Smith, City Manager. I don't think staff can speculate on what would have happened with the police aren't there. There's too many unknowns.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Next on the questioners list, Councillor Clark, please, of our department heads.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll ask the questions to you and then you can direct it to the appropriate body if that works. I read in the paper there was some attribution or comments about hydro lines and risk. Can anyone indicate or enlighten me as to what was the risk with hydro lines?
Who on staff, please? One of the chiefs?
So through the chair to the councillor, I do not have anything in our report that mentions anything about concern with a down hydro line. So it may be through Director Cirillo that she could answer that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Director?
Through the chair, I don't have firsthand knowledge as I wasn't there, but information I was provided by my team that was on the ground was that utilities was on site. They were inspecting poles and power lines to determine whether maintenance was required. There was a line that needed to be replaced, and that was information that we were provided with.
Sounds like an Electra representative might have been better able to answer that question, Councillor Clark, but carry on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just to confirm, our staff were advised by the utility company that there was a hydro line that needed to be replaced. Was that exactly what they informed our staff, please? I wasn't there, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so that's why I'm asking these questions.
Of course. City staff, very, very respectfully, I know how touchy and sensitive this issue is, but between the 6 of you, there seems to be some gaps in wanting to respond, and I'm just looking for hands to go up from some members of staff to say, I'll take that one, please. Thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Jeanette Smith, City Manager here. Monica, I don't know, could you repeat your answer? Because I think we wouldn't have called Electra. I don't know who did. But just repeat again what your staff were informed of by the electrical company on site.
Through the chair, absolutely. So when my team was on site, they made note that the utilities company was on site as well. They were there to inspect poles and lines and determine what maintenance was required and whether a line needed to be replaced.
Thank you,
so,
Director.
So to clarify, it was whether a line needed to be replaced, not that it needed to be replaced.
Through the chair, that is what I have in my notes from my team, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. Can I ask the housing advocates who were on site? It has been stated that they were providing support and care to the homeless. Can someone verify what if that was happening and how that was happening? What type of support and care was being provided while our staff were working with the homeless?
Through the chair to the councillor, and I'll address this one. I do have one of my staff sending me information, so I am waiting if they do have any update on that. Obviously, in previous encampments, we do recognize that many of the advocates are there to support and provide supplies, clothing, other matters, but I'm just waiting to see. So if I do have any update, I'll be sure to put my hand up and let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Deputy Mayor, my last question, and I guess before I ask this question, the data that I have at my disposal is from a report that has not yet been received by the Emergency and Community Services Committee, which will be meeting tomorrow. So am I in order to ask a question about that report, given that that committee has not received it? I don't want to cross any lines here.
Councillor Clark, LC Pepperell, and the Clerk's Department is saying that would be out of order. That's for committee's deliberation tomorrow, please.
Thank you. So then I will rephrase my question. I believe we had given direction to staff to report regularly, quarterly. That report's coming. And does any of our staff know currently, not based on the report for tomorrow, but currently where we sit today, how many residents in our community are unhoused or homeless, and how many shelters, emergency shelters, hotel beds are available today?
Fair question. Director John or GM Mater, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, the last update I had in terms of those individuals who are currently unsheltered is between 80 and 90 individuals. And I will have to follow up in terms of available space today. As I mentioned previously, we are at or near capacity in many of our systems. We have options of overflow in some of those systems, which will provide additional numbers, but we do not have 90 available spaces across the system as it stands today.
And so then my supplementary, and this would be my last question, Deputy Mayor, would be, given the drop in temperatures, the risk of exposure, what is the action plan to ensure that these residents are provided a warm bed and shelter?
Through the chair to the council, apologies. So we will be presenting tomorrow a number of interventions we have anticipated. Many of these are through our low barrier options or drop-ins to expand their operational hours and abilities, particularly in cold weather alerts and on a number of days per week to provide those options for respite. One of the key pieces in our report to be presented tomorrow, once again, I've alluded to this, but the severe staffing issue and capacity issues that we have, we are creating a fund which we've already spoke to a number of agencies and community partners so that we can mobilize additional options through the colder winter months. So that's a fund that will be provided to mobilize community entities, churches, other agencies, and the like, that through these colder winter months that they are able to offer those areas of respite.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So those are all my questions. So after we hear from the delegates, I will put myself back on the list just to provide some comments after all of the questions have been made by my colleagues. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Last questioner, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Floor is yours, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just have a single question through you. Could someone remind me, please, what is the formal role of our fire services in our encampment process?
Chief Cunliffe, please.
So through the chair to the councillor, at this point, we don't have a formal role relative to encampments.
Thank you, Chief Cunliffe, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to also extend my thanks and appreciation to you and your service for your quick response and the care you provided. I was asking that question. I didn't know the answer. It wasn't a setup. I'm just trying to familiarize myself with the practices of other municipalities. And I do know that in the city of Winnipeg, they have, because of, I think, incidents like this, have their fire services visiting encamped areas to provide education, for example, and outreach about fire hazards and life safety information, particularly in the cold winter months. So I'll leave that with staff. And again, thank you to all the staff for being here.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I have no other questioners of the multi-departmental presentation. So what I'll do, as I said about an hour ago, I'll take a mover and seconder to both receive the presentation and to defer political discussion until we hear the delegates. Can I get a mover and seconder for Councillor Powers? Thank you. Councillor Pearson, thank you. All in favor, any opposed, please, to that two-part direction. Receiving the presentation and political debate afterwards. E-vote should be appearing shortly. And it is before you. Thank you, Stephanie.
My apologies, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it didn't come up for me.
Okay.
Can you try to hit F5, Councillor Pearson?
Yeah, I did. I'll do it again.
Okay.
It
Councillor
came up with that
Ferguson?
other little blurb thing, but not a vote.
That's okay. Councillor Ferguson, are you there? Are you able to vote? Okay.
All votes in, Stephanie, 14-0. Thank you, members of committee. And if staff, please stay around just in case any further commentary is required during the political debate, that would be much appreciated. Okay, on to all our delegates at this time. And I'm going to wait for a motion to receive all the delegates after the 10 or 12 have completely spoken and the videos are completed as well. And to the delegates, I normally manage my colleagues' speaking and questioning time. However, to be impartial, I'm going to have the clerks give me the 1 minute signal, and they will monitor your 5-minute speaking time as you're speaking through as a delegate. First off, David Carter, Innovation Factory, respecting item 10.1, the Innovation Factory and Synapse Life Sciences Consortium request for funding renewal. David, you're no stranger to this chamber. Nice to see you again in all your good work. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I know you've got a really busy day, so I certainly do appreciate all the time I have today. So I'll get right to it. I want to cover, for some of you that don't know me, remind you who we are and who our partners are. tell you what we did last year, talk about our funding, which has become a little more complicated than last time I spoke to you, and then give you a little glimpse of what the next year holds for us. So for those of you that don't know me and what Innovation Factory does, we support entrepreneurs in the city, and in fact, the larger region. We're also responsible for Brant and Norfolk, and any innovative companies that are looking to grow, raise funds, literally any of the hurdles that they come across. That is really in our the group of companies we support. Different than, say, the Hamilton Business Center, which would support Main Street businesses. Obviously, because of what Hamilton has in it, life science plays a huge part in that, as well as integrated mobility, which is transportation and mobility of people. And you've heard me talk about autonomous vehicles. So we support innovations really across the set, but life science plays a huge piece in that. With respect to how we measure ourselves, we generally measure ourselves on how many clients we see. So last year we saw 455 unique clients. We measure ourselves on how many hours we spend one-on-one with those clients. So last year it was, well over 3,000 individual hours. Who attends events and programming and those sorts of things. In past years, I'd brag about how much coffee I served, but the pandemic version of our center doesn't serve as much coffee as we used to, although I'm still a big consumer of it. The other outcomes we watch for is how much funding is our companies raising. And I'm happy to say that, the last time I reported to you, it was 390 million that we had tracked, and it's well over $500 million now. So the companies that we have spoken to and have been tracking, I think the tracking was back 7 years, we can account for $550 million in everything from government funding to venture capital to all kinds of things. When we try to get our head around jobs, just the new clients we saw last year, which were around 200 new clients visited our center, they end up representing about 400 jobs. Or if we look at the footprint of all the clients we talked to last year, not even our sort of breadth of clientele, that represented, almost 1,500 jobs. So, these are the things we track. Another thing we started tracking, which no government agency asks us for, though, is connections that we made, because we're going to connect you to a lot of the services that we offer, but we consider ourselves a concierge to all of the other services that are out there for entrepreneurs. And there's certainly programs for marginalized entrepreneurs. There's programs for specific industries. And we want to make sure that we can help you find all of those services. I'm going to give you a little picture of the landscape, because certainly we're no shortage of logos and acronyms and company names. So Innovation Factory proper would be our core brand, but there's also CITM, which is a Center for Integrated Transportation and Mobility, which is funded for autonomous vehicle and transportation projects. There's the Synapse Life Science Competition, which was a brand we started before the consortium, and I will talk a bit more about that. There's a new brand you'll hear, which is SOPHI, which is the Southern Ontario Pharmaceutical Health Innovation Ecosystem Fund, which is a fund we received. Again, I'll get in on that. And then there's Lions Lair, which is our pitch competition. So of our main partners in terms of running the Innovation Factory, we are a tenant at McMaster Innovation Park. We are not McMaster Innovation Park. We just share that word innovation in our name. We also share our space with The Forge, which is McMaster's business incubator for students. And we support those clients, but it is a separate organization. And we are funded predominantly as the Innovation Factory by the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation, and Trade. When we talk about CITM, another sort of division of our group, that's funded predominantly by the AVEN program, which was funded by the province who funded OCI, if you're trying to track where the money's coming from. Our Synapse competition is supported by the Synapse Life Science Consortium, and I'll make some distinctions about what that is, but essentially think of the consortium of all of our life science companies working as one, trying to show Hamilton as a brand for life sciences. And this new SOPHI program was funded by the federal government. Lions Lair, our pitch competition, was started by the Chamber of Commerce and support us in that every year. We did our 11th last year, and I'll talk a bit more. So if you look at our funding envelope of, let's say, there's a question?
No, carry on. You got 1 minute left. 1 minute left, David.
Okay. Our funding is about $2.2 million, of which the city contributes approximately 2% of that. The rest comes from the province, or OCI, which is the province, and private funding. But what's changed is we were awarded $6 million last year, not just to fund our center, but to actually give to life science companies. And that was a big boost. But the difference in the core funding that's given to run staff or create space, this was given to us to give to life science companies. I won't go through the whole breakdown of our budget, but suffice it to say that there's a 75-to-1 return on investment. So the $60,000 that the city contributes ends up creating about $4.5 million annually to our region for entrepreneurship and for innovation. The Synapse itself, which to make matters even more confusing, we actually run Synapse, the consortium, for the members. The goals really for Synapse is to coordinate site visits. So when people from other countries want to come and visit McMaster or some research institution, we want to turn that visit into a view of the entire city and leverage all the goodness that is Hamilton. We want to make sure that anybody that's trying to do business in Hamilton in the life science world, and it's hard to connect with life science institutions like HHS, we want to make sure that we facilitate those connections. And last year, we facilitated 2,500, or in the past, we've connected 2,500 people. And then we do a regular meeting where we reach over 900 people to help them understand the Hamilton ecosystem. Recently, we supported the city and their survey of life science to come up with a strategic plan around life sciences. That was all supported by the city.
How about a wrap-up comment, David? Unless my colleagues wish to extend your time, that's always procedurally allowed. Unless you can do a wrap-up comment in a few seconds, please.
Sure, I'll do a wrap-up. So there's a ton for us to deliver in 2022. This $6 million we received from the government, there's a lot of eyes on Hamilton, so we definitely have to make sure we deliver on that and support some companies and make sure that they end up working with our life science consortium. We need to get our Center for Integrated Transportation and Mobility refunded again, and we've had great support from the city on that. That represents half our budget. We were just approved for Startup Visa, which is to support startup immigrants coming into Hamilton, so that'll be a big part of next year. And with the growth of the Synapse Consortium and the success of receiving the SOFI funding that I mentioned before, there's a strategic meeting to really regroup on what our strategy is for those life science communities. And the problem facing every community is talent. You see a lot of programs around how do we drive talent in the city, how do we connect our businesses with talent, and how do we attract talent to the city?
Okay. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Have you concluded? Yes. Okay.
That's it. Sorry. Yeah,
okay.
The end.
Okay. I was looking for those two words, the end, like I do with my movies. Okay. Great news story, David. Great news story. And so obviously you're supportive of report 10.1 of the renewal of the 50,000 and the 10,000, obviously, correct? Okay. Questions or comments of Mr. Carter and Innovation Factory? Seeing none. Thank you very much, David. Thank you for your patience today as well.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
Oops. Thank you. Okay, moving on to Bianca Caramento, Bay Area Climate Change Council. I believe she's our executive director, wishes to speak to Hamilton's corporate-wide climate change update 2021, which we'll go back to after all the delegates. It's report 8.2. Bianca Caramento, you've appeared before. Nice to see you again. The next 5 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Just going to share my screen. Okay.
Perfect.
PowerPoint. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, councilors. I'm here today to speak to item 8.2, the city's climate change update on behalf of the Bay Area Climate Change Council, otherwise known as BAC. As you know, the Bay Area Climate Change Council is a collaborative of existing organizations listed here who have come together to catalyze climate action in Hamilton and Burlington. You'll remember that BAC is focused on making sure that Burlington and Hamilton are thriving net zero communities by 2050. And to be clear, we reach net zero when the amount of GHGs we add to the atmosphere is no more than the amount taken away. Today, I plan to speak to the items in the staff report that BAC has contributed to, milestones, followed by discussion of how we hope to contribute to the city's efforts towards net zero moving forward, future opportunities. In front of you, you see the three areas that BAC focuses on to accelerate climate action in Hamilton. At its heart, BAC's approach to climate action is really to get smart people together, research and analyze difficult problems, and recommend tangible, tailored, and evidence-based solutions for the cities of Hamilton and Burlington. This way the city can succeed in reaching its climate change goals. And that's what we've been doing. I want to share with you some context for today's report milestones. You've heard me speak before about BAC's efforts to design a municipal program that would make retrofits more affordable for Hamilton residents. Since we last spoke, BAC completed extensive consultations, calculated cost-benefit analysis, and researched best practices to offer the city a detailed guide to a successful retrofit program. We are pleased to see how that work played a key role in the City of Hamilton's funding application to the FCM. This should allow the city to leapfrog earlier stages of exploration that are often required by the funder. We look forward to further support in the city's work in this regard. The last time we spoke at GIC, it was in support of the city's Green Fleet strategy, listed in today's report as a milestone for the city's emissions reductions. Rightly so. The strategy will reduce Hamilton's fleet emissions by 18% by 2024, followed by a 90% reduction by 2035, should the city continue to follow through with the other actions listed in the consultant strategy. When this was first brought to GIC, BAC made the commitment to support the city's efforts to seek $300,000 in funding from the federal government. Immediately thereafter, we coordinated with city staff to follow through. As mentioned in today's report, the City of Hamilton has also updated its grant requirements to include climate change criteria and green standards. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are many different building standards and green building certifications with varying impacts and varying efficacy. This being the case, BAC provided city staff with a detailed review of existing green building standards to recommend which of these standards should be incentivized by the city and at what level. Those recommendations are what you see in today's report as a milestone for the city's work on climate action. As you can see, BAC is working hard to support the city with the expertise, research, and analysis it needs to reach some of its climate milestones. With the time I have left, I want to speak to future opportunities for BAC to contribute to the city's efforts towards net zero. To ensure we aren't making matters worse, new buildings should be built to higher standards. This way, new development doesn't further contribute to the climate crisis. It is my understanding the city has plans to update its green development standards shortly. We would love to support city staff in this important endeavor, be it with research or advocacy to provincial legislators. In the past, I've also shared with you our upcoming work on low carbon mobility. We recognize that low carbon modes of transportation, like walking, biking, and public transit, require improvements to be a real choice for most residents. We're looking to improve the choices available to residents, ensuring they can opt for those lower carbon modes of transportation should they want to. We plan to return with clear guidelines and tangible recommendations for Hamilton and Burlington to improve in this respect so that our transportation systems offer real choice. Finally, we see an opportunity for the City of Hamilton to significantly reduce its GHGs by harnessing hydrogen to help transition the industrial sector to net zero. Both the federal and provincial government have released hydrogen strategies to consider its role in a low carbon future. The Canadian Steel Producer Association has identified hydrogen as a key aspect of their path forward for steel production to reach net zero by 2050. It is incumbent on the City of Hamilton to understand what this could mean for our city and our region. BAC staff have been engaging with city staff on this matter, and we are prepared to support the work ahead in exploring feasibility and funding opportunities. As you can see, BAC is working hard to support the city with the expertise, research, and analysis it needs to reach some of its climate change goals. We commend the city on some of its important milestones today and look forward to supporting its work to reach net zero by 2050. As we continue to support with expertise, additional full-time staff to implement the necessary initiatives that are to come will be very important. I want to thank you all for giving me your time today. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Bianca, my time clock was just ready to do a buzz. Thank you very much. Well done, and appreciate everything you're doing at BAC. Questions or comments, colleagues of Bianca? Hearing none? None? Thank you, Bianca. Keep up the excellent work on behalf of our community. Thank you. All right, next, Ian Borsick, Environment Hamilton, respecting as well, item 8.2, Hamilton's corporate-wide climate change update 2021. Ian, always appreciate your advocacy at this table and the information you bring to the chamber. And there you are, Ian. Nice to see you again. The next 5 minutes, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Jackson. For those who don't know, my name is Ian Borsick. I'm the Climate Change Coordinator, Climate Campaign Coordinator at Environment Hamilton. And before I really get started in responding to the staff report, I would be remiss if I did not congratulate you all for the decision you made with regards to the urban boundary. And I would like to just say that you should all feel quite proud, and I do hope that the national attention that the city has gone with regards to that decision, it has gone to your heads in some ways, because that's much deserved. Speaking to the reports for item 8.2, we in Environment Hamilton are going to be raising some concerns that you've heard from us before. We're quite concerned that the staff report specifically states that there was not capacity to report semi-annually despite council direction. And we do also have some concerns with regards to the fact that council direction was for the task force to report on when they were meeting agendas and who was making up the task force. We still don't know how often that task force is meeting and how regularly they are. Despite these concerns, which I will speak to more a little bit later on, I do just want to stress that we have seen some really great progress, in particular the efforts coming out of the Public Works Department. As usual, I believe I said this last year, continue to really shine a really good example of what the city of Hamilton could be doing, and I hope really, as we see this progress continue, kind of put the pressure on the other departments to really step up, which we are seeing from some right now. That all said, the CEP, the Community Energy and Emissions Plan, is still not complete. By the time that it is complete, if all goes according to plan, we're talking about a 6-year effort. We in Environment Hamilton, when we first made our delegation to you, calling on you to declare a climate emergency, we really stressed as part of those core demands that we made with the additional demands that we made with regards to like hero and urban boundary expansion, for example, was for the hiring of more staff and expertise for the city of Hamilton. I'm really afraid that we're really seeing what the limits of what having 2 dedicated staff to work on these issues is for the city of Hamilton. And while the progress that we've made has been truly impressive, Trevor and Andrea are incredible at their jobs. I really mean that, both as in a professional and personal sense. We're really seeing the limitations of what having only 2 staffers working on climate change is having with regards to the city. And we have some major concerns with regards to implementation of things like the CEP, in that it's taking 6 years to complete. Meanwhile, city staff and time and resources are being dedicated to other efforts elsewhere. So we personally do not really see the excuse of the COVID-19 pandemic being an adequate response to why resources have been diverted away from the climate change response and that more resources haven't been dedicated towards it. For example, looking at what other municipalities are doing, Halton Hills, they hired 5 individual staffers with all climate change in their job title years ago. The city of Toronto right now is looking at increasing their ambition and really looking at 2040 as their net zero target. And this all requires expertise within the city. We at Environment Hamilton are very happy to continue to participate within the BAC. It's been incredible to see the work that's come out of that and how the assist from outside expertise has been able to really assist staff. But when it comes to taking these efforts across the finish line, when it comes to ensuring that implementation of these plans comes through, we have some strong concerns that that's reasonably possible in an adequate way without additional resources, full-time staffers hired by the city of Hamilton to be working on these issues, not just in the Department of Climate Change and Healthy Air, but within all departments within the city of Hamilton. Just anecdotally, I know I have a little bit more time left. I do just want to say that, personally speaking, I've interacted with professionals from other municipalities all over the country. And I meet lots of folks. We exchange business cards, emails, and things like that. And every once in a while, I have someone reach out to me to ask, my partner got a job in Hamilton. I'm thinking of moving out there. Do you know if the city of Hamilton is going to be hiring? And every time I have to say, no, I wish they were. I would love for them to hire you. But again, despite the fact that it says explicitly within the staff report that they didn't have the capacity to report biannually or semi-annually, which you directed them to do, raises some serious concerns for us going into the future. It's been really fantastic to see the efforts and the successes that we've seen, but with something like with the Green Fleet Standard, transportation emissions in Hamilton are still going up, and the corporate contribution to that within the community is very minuscule. And I think City Council really needs to reckon with this and really consider putting more effort and more resources and staff time, full-time staffers on these efforts to ensure that we can implement and achieve the goals that we have set out. And that'll be my delegation for you today. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you again for your time today. This is an incredibly long and complicated meeting for sure.
Nicely done with the buzzer beater there, Ian Borsick. Thank you very much. Questions or comments of our Environment Hamilton representative? Seeing none, thank you again very much, Ian.
Thank you, Council.
Next up is Don McLean, respecting again item 8.2, Hamilton's corporate-wide climate change update 2021. No stranger to the chamber, one of the strongest environmental advocates in our community. Don McLean, once again, welcome. And the next 5 minutes, the floor is yours, Don.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Jackson. Okay, I now am appearing on my iPad as being on this, so I assume I'm on yours as well. And apologies for the fact that my name there is my partner's, not mine.
That's okay.
Let me start by asking you sincerely to take action to stop a major source of confusion on what the city is doing and not doing on climate change. And your councillors, some of them seem to be confused about it. I'm certain people in the community are confused about it because we're using the term corporate and community and calling them both Hamilton. And when we do that, it looks nice that we've had some corporate reductions, but corporate emissions make up less than 1% of total community emissions. And there's a lot of confusion being generated by this. If you look at the actual chart that Trevor has put in the report about community emissions, they haven't gone down. They have basically flatlined between 2011 and currently, and in fact, the 2019 numbers are higher than they were in 2011. So we're not making any progress there, and we can talk all we want about the actions we're taking, but at the end of the day, it's the atmosphere calculation of what we're putting into it that counts, and all the rest of it is just talk as such. I'm glad that Mr. Borsak raised the issue of inadequate staff. I echo all of that. I would suggest that one of the things you didn't notice is that you established a climate change reserve back in 2018. And today, the only decision that you're being asked to make is to approve a policy on how to spend money from that. So 40 months between establishing it and getting a policy on how to spend money in it is a pretty blistering pace. And I'm not sure the city is able to maintain that kind of really rapid action on climate change, but work on it. There is still no concerted action here, and none that is visible to actually engage the community in the climate emergency. We passed it almost 3 years ago, and it simply hasn't happened at this point. And as a result, it's easy for council to say, well, there's no big pressure for this. There's no big pressure because we don't talk about it as an emergency. If we compared what we did with the pandemic, we would be doing much different. With the pandemic, the first thing we did was make damn sure that everybody understood that it was an emergency and that there were going to be major changes that had to happen and major sacrifices that had to be made by individuals and by those in the community to make sure that we address the problem. Instead, we're on we'll get everything done by 2050 and nobody here will have any responsibility for it because nobody here will likely be alive by 2050, or at least none in my age category and many of your age categories. So that's really problematic. If we were serious about this, we would establish a well-resourced climate change information agency led by a senior manager, mandated to boost public understanding of the climate crisis, the causes, and the measures needed to rapidly lower our emissions. It would convene citizen assemblies across the city to engage the public in deliberations about how to most effectively and fairly cut carbon pollution, and its resources would be accessible to everybody so that people could take individual actions to assist in the process and become part of the action effect to address the emergency, which has simply not happened so far and doesn't seem to be on the agenda at all. And that's really disappointing. There was mention earlier about fossil gas, and Councillor Danko correctly asked about why are we continuing to approve new buildings that are being fed by gas, which we're going to have to get rid of. And somebody's going to have to pay to retrofit them, probably the public. So we should stop doing that. The obvious first step is to ban installation of gas lines in new buildings. And, sorry? And if you look at your report in detail, it acknowledges that 40% of the emissions coming out of Hamilton are from gas. 44% from the steel mills, 40% from gas, and 16% from transportation. So this is a really fundamental piece, and we're not doing anything about it at this point, and we should be putting it as a top agenda item. And we can pass legislation as a city to say no new gas lines going into new buildings and start pushing that in that direction. Instead, Toronto is taking that. Vancouver's already done that. Toronto's taking that action. The updated Toronto Green Standard calls for eliminating the use of natural gas in all new buildings. And instead, what we've done is we cut a deal with Enbridge to make them look good. So they use methane produced by our city facilities as an innovation, a good innovation that the city took to collect methane from our sewage and landfills, and use it to claim that they are providing a green bus. And this is just greenwash. You know it's greenwash, and we're giving Enbridge a whole lot of free publicity, when in fact what we should be pointing out is Enbridge is one of the major climate criminals. They are the ones who are driving the sale of fossil fuels and the extraction by fracking, which most of the gas in Ontario is fracked, to continue to attack the atmosphere and the future of our people.
30 seconds, please, Don. 30 seconds, please.
Okay. There's a number of things that I haven't gotten here yet, but that's all right. We can stop there.
Well, Don, respectfully, tell you what, a couple of questioners are on the list, so maybe they'll, with their questions, give you a little more latitude to get a few more points across.
Thank you,
Thank you, Don. So to the two questioners, again, questions of the presenter, no debating of the presenter, please. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Well, that's not fair, Deputy Mayor, because as you know, Don McLean used to be my former boss, and debating was one of our favorite things. So, Mr. McLean, if you could look at that list that you didn't have a chance to say, can you pick one that you want to make sure you didn't leave here without telling us? That's my first question, and then I have a comment.
Late in the report, there is a number put in that suggests that it's going to cost municipalities in Canada $5.3 billion every year just to deal with the effects of climate impacts. If you do the math on that, that works out to, for Hamilton, given our population, $186 million a year. So we're not talking about chicken feed here, and that's only what we're seeing now. And we know that every year it's going to get worse and worse. And what we saw this year in British Columbia and what we saw in the Maritimes are probably going to be the best years that we're seeing, not the worst ones, because it continues to get worse as we put more and more carbon into the atmosphere.
Thank you, Don. And my comment, sir, was congratulations on your honorary doctorate of laws. So do I have to call you now Dr. McLean, or can I still call you all the nicknames I have?
I think I looked into this a little bit. I think the requirement is that you're required to bow and do various other things. Who knows? The university hasn't told me if I have any extra privileges. I did get taken on an expedition the day after the honorary doctorate by someone who already has a doctorate at the university. And we went to collect some compost. So we spent the morning shoveling shit. And I think that fits the academic position.
Again, this is how I miss you so much, sir. And I can't wait till we reconnect again. over coffee, juice, whatever it is that is in the cups. But thank you so much and congratulations again. No one more deserving.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Next on the questioners list, please, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don, we can agree to disagree on many things, but one thing I have is the greatest respect for individuals like you that keep our feet to the fire and continue to do so. So I want to thank you for that. And the other thing I was going to do is invite you for a drive with me in the very near future. We go for a ride and take a look, and I need to hear your comments. So I hope I could get a commitment from you now for a future date.
It's a pretty open-ended request there. Terry,
I'll let you two figure that out after the meeting. Okay. How's that?
Now, I wanted to talk about projections, and somebody said it's like spraying in the wind, because we have an emergency here in Hamilton. Now, I don't know if all municipalities claim the emergency, but we know that Canada represents 0.0001 or whatever it is, 3% or whatever it might be in the context of our contribution to climate change or environmental carbon footprint and so forth. We know that in the recent Scottish
Glasgow.
Was it Scotland, right? In Scotland, where China and I don't think Russia went. So we have no understanding or agreement. We know that I think China's like 15% of the or way up there. Russia's probably not so much. I think India's the next one. So I'm trying to understand when we're asking for sacrifice in our own communities and no one else is making those sacrifices, like China, like Russia, like India, and perhaps others. And we have to compete with these individuals on the economic scale. So basically jobs for people in Canada. How do we reconcile the challenges you're putting this municipality through when there's a larger picture here that we're not talking about?
Don, do you want to try to answer that?
Yeah, I will. Thank you for the question, Councillor Whitehead. This is a widespread misconception, and it needs to be looked at in a holistic way. If we look at another country that we're both familiar with, the UK, they have reduced their emissions by 43% since 1990. Ours have gone up by 21%. If you look at where Canada sits in terms of cumulative emissions since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we're in the top 10 of nearly 200 countries in the world. We're also in the top 10 of current emissions, but we are a tiny portion of the world's population, less than 0.5% of the world's population. So if you do by any kind of justice assessment, we are one of the worst climate criminals in terms of a country, in terms of what we're doing. And those numbers don't include the emissions that are as a result of our wild export of fossil fuels. And we are one of the largest, we're the 4th largest oil exporter in the world. So if you start adding those things on, our crimes are even more sufficient. So if we don't act on this, and you can pick out China and India, which are countries with a lot of poverty and a lot of population, and say, if they're not doing it, then we don't have to, then we will never have anybody do anything. We could take the UK and the European Union and many other countries which are doing a lot and compare ourselves to them and find that we are one of the worst. On a per capita basis, Canadians are the #1 emitter in the G20, and aside from 2 or 3 of the Gulf states, we are the #1 in the world. So that's how I would respond to that, and that's why I think that we have a responsibility. We can decide that to hell with the rest of the world. We're just going to carry on doing as much damage as we can. The reality is there's only one atmosphere. So whatever happens to the rest of the world is going to happen to us. And BC has found that out this year in spades, and we will continue to.
Yeah, I want to be careful with BC, and I don't want to get a debate, Mr. Chair, but we know that.
I'm monitoring that, please.
We know that BC, a lot of those lands were reclaimed lands with dikes and so forth, and there were wetlands previous to a lot of the development. So be careful about associating what took place to climate change. But I want to go back to this concern I have, Mr. Chair, and that is we're talking about municipalities that are ill-equipped and don't want to get into scope creep when it in the context of our tax base, because we don't have a progressive tax base. We are a static tax base, and so to ask the city to take on well beyond what our municipal mandate is, I'm concerned about that scope creep and the impact on property taxpayers. Don, what do you have to say about that?
Through you, Chair Jackson, to Councillor Whitehead, I agree with you that we do not have an appropriate tax base and that we're not treated fairly as municipal governments compared to other governments in the country. And I agree with you that there is a challenge to what you call a scope creep of some sort, but we're in an emergency and we all have to do what we can do. And at this point, it strikes me that even compared to other municipalities, we're not doing nearly as much as others are doing. With respect to the BC situation, I think that's an important point that you're raising as to what was done to the lands prior to the atmospheric river, prior to the wildfires, the other things that have taken place in the last 8 months. We should apply that logic to our own community. We established an airport employment growth district. I was very much involved in that debate, and there was no climate lens applied to that. And that area and areas around our community are part of the way in which we protect ourselves from the effects of the extreme weather that's coming our way. It's coming our way in Eastern Canada, Eastern US, and will continue to come our way. So we need to actually go back and look very carefully at what plans we've laid out without thinking about climate and putting climate into that calculation. And that's one small example of it in the Hamilton area. So what you say about BC, I'm sure there's validity to that. We can say the same thing about Hamilton, and we should be acting on it.
Yeah, and the last thing, you made a comparison, and I don't think it's an apple-to-apple comparison when you talk about Canadians using more energy per capita than other countries around the world. That might be true on the face of it, but there's my understanding, there's many other things like climate, how many people and what the population live above a certain latitude, in the context of weather, temperatures. I mean, I live in LA Lake with minus 40 degrees. We needed our heat, sorry. Maybe in Saudi Arabia, you don't. So I'm trying to understand when you make those comments that we're not efficient with our heat, is that taking all that other stuff, all those other variables under consideration?
Through you, Chair Jackson, to Councillor Whitehead. All of those factors have effects in different ways on different countries, and trying to untangle all that would be the rest of the afternoon, I'm sure. But countries which are considerably more northern than ours do much better than we do. The UK is not significantly different in terms of where its population is, latitude-wise, as to where our population is. Most of our population in Canada is in Southern Ontario, and that's at the same level as Northern California. So you can't just grab one piece of it and say this is the feature of it. You have to look at all the pieces that are associated with that. We are very wasteful in terms of our energy use, and we could dramatically reduce our energy just by stopping being wasteful. But we now have a task which is much larger than that, which is to get off fossil fuels entirely. And I don't think that we're critically more dependent than other countries on fossil fuels in an intrinsic sense. We certainly are in terms of how much we use at this point, but that's partly because we've made all kinds of commitments to reduce our emissions and never done it. We've had one federal climate plan after another, partly sabotaged by provinces, and we end up in the same situation we were. And everybody else out there is doing some significant action. Look at what's happening in the European countries, lots of which are northern countries. The Scandinavian countries are doing far better than Canada on a per person basis, on an emissions basis. the changes are occurring in other parts of the world, but we float along partly on the basis that we're next door to the U.S. and the U.S. looks pretty bad, so we can look just a little bit less bad and we're okay. I don't think that's acceptable.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah, if I could just,
Councillor Whitehead.
the comparisons you made are ocean or countries surrounded and impacted by the oceans. I was in Scotland through a winter, and it didn't even come close to comparing to even Southern Ontario winter. So when we talk about variables, I love when people throw numbers out, Mr. Chair, but we better be careful what we're talking about, making sure it's an apple-to-apple comparison. That's all the point I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. And I'm grateful for your questions because it brought out extra intelligence from Dr. McLean that I was not aware of. So thank you very much, Don, for all those responses. And maybe you two will have that right or not. None of us need to know about that after the meeting. Last questioner and commentator, Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. McLean, for being here and for spending your life advocating. You were well ahead of your time, and you continue to be so. I just I can't let it go about this whole thing with numbers. I just in Canada's consumption of energy is massive on a per capita basis, 5 times the world average, 29% higher than the United States, nearly triple that of the European Union. And you can get any of these numbers on any credible source on our per capita consumption, 20 times the world average on hydropower, 8 times the world average on nuclear energy, 5.8 times the world average on natural gas. We're pigs. We are really consumers of energy. And in warm climates, it takes energy to run air conditioners. To Dr. McLean, my question is, can you speak to me about, is there any public agency that is leading on divestment, and how important is that as an action? Through the chair.
Through you, Chair Jackson, to Councillor Wilson. McMaster has announced that they're going to divest, which is certainly a plus. They're not leading agency on this. There are certainly others that have been ahead of that. The universities in general have taken action, particularly in the US and particularly in Europe, but less so in Canada. I think we're up to about 4 or 5 now. Guelph is divesting, Concordia. So we have some institutions that have taken that position. The challenge is that most of the investment that's going into fossil fuels in Canada is coming from our big banks. And those big banks at this point, while they were talking about net zero by 2050 in terms of the amount of emissions they have in their operations, it sounds nice, but they are the major source of investment into the fossil fuel sector, not just in Canada. The World Bank is the 5th largest source of investment in the world for fossil fuels. So those are the places that we really need to put some pressure on, and that may be an option for the city. I don't know what relationship the city has in terms of its debts and its financial arrangements, but one of the things that I did personally and many others have done is I got out of the banks and went to credit unions. So maybe there's an opportunity for the city to take a step like that. We looked into divestment from the city a number of years ago. Mr. Zagaric, I think, was in charge at that point, and we were understood that there was very small amounts that the city could be saying to have invested into the fossil fuel sector, and that it would be relatively easy to get out of that, partly because of the restrictions that are on municipalities and where they can put their money and where they can't, and partly because we don't have a whole lot of money to put anywhere. But that's the divestment issue is that it was launched 10 years ago, and it has reached over $15 trillion now. And we have a growing movement of major investors who are now deciding not to put into the fossil fuel sector because it's no longer become socially acceptable to do so. And that's an enormous victory. But it is not enough yet, but it's a good place to start. is to continue to press, in particular, the banks in Canada, the 5 large banks in Canada, to move in that direction. I hope that's helpful.
Yep, it is. Thank you. So I just want to make sure, if I could, through the chair, summarize some of your comments. One is, and I think they're good questions, and I know you've sounded them before, but in summary, how are we engaging the community, both at large across the city and maybe on a neighborhood level, to identify their priorities, to gain an understanding, or to also provide information on why the city has to move in certain direction. I think the other question you asked, if I have my notes, if I've written this down, was a commitment of resources from a staffing level. And the other one was a comment or a question on clearly delineating our emissions in terms of our public outcomes or measures. And perhaps I think your comment with respect to Enbridge was maybe as a corporation, how do we assess, or do we assess our partnerships maybe through a climate lens? I'm not sure if that was your comment or your question, but I'll allow you, I'll look to the chair and see if you wish to comment, but in so doing, I again wish to extend my gratitude for your tireless action on this.
Dr. McLean?
For you, Chair Jackson, I don't know what I'm going to do about this Dr. McLean stuff. It's, I don't know how to answer to that, but anyway, thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson, and the summary, which I think is pretty thorough. If we look at the issue of engaging the community, I would suggest that because we understand that this is an emergency and that it is going to become more and more extreme as we go along, and that the cost to the city is going to keep on growing, and we're going to have to figure out a way to address those things, that it would be beneficial if we were to engage the community as much as possible, as early as possible, because individual actions can help us, and we are going to probably have to make some changes that at this point may not be understood and may not be popular. So for example, the City of Toronto, in their net zero existing building strategy, is indicating in their report that by 2025, they will begin a transition to mandatory requirements. So if the municipality has the power to determine whether gas lines go into buildings or not, and it does, it also has the power to address the issue of excess emissions from individual residences and so on. And we have those capabilities, and we probably are going to end up having to use those capabilities. So we need to, before we do that, make sure that the public understands what the problem is and how it can be addressed in ways that perhaps will allow us to avoid moving in those directions. We've done some things during the pandemic, which I think surprised a lot of people. And there has certainly been some backlash to that, and that backlash continues, and it's problematic. We should be doing things to avoid backlash. We should be doing things to explain that we are on people's side. We're not enemies of people, that governments aren't the problem, that the larger problems are ones which we have to address together. So I think that's an important feature of why we should look much more closely at a bigger staff to do this, and a staff that is specifically mandated to fully engage the community on this. And carry out those discussions, because there's lots of innovative ideas out there among the public, among our residents, steps that could be taken. And there are also within this, and Councillor Nan is absolutely correct, it continues to press this, is there are equity conditions here. When people died in Vancouver area and BC in the heat dome, they were overwhelmingly lower income people. And they were overwhelmingly elderly. So people like me are particularly vulnerable. And we need to make sure that we're addressing these things in an equitable fashion. And we're not going to do that unless we get the community fully engaged on the issue. Thanks for your questions and your summary, Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson, we're good? Thank you. Thank you very much, Don McLean. As you can see, you always energize conversation amongst council members, and we very much appreciate the intelligence you give us. By the way, about BC, as an animal lover, I was just heartbroken to hear of over 600,000 livestock that perished because of the floods. So,
and more than 1 billion of the mussels and water creatures that were fried in the heat dome.
It brought me to a lot of
it's just and we need to understand that this is coming at us in terms of extreme weather, that the flooding manifested in BC. This is happening much more in eastern North America than in West. And we saw some of those examples in Kentucky this year. We saw them in New York, where people drowned in their basement apartments. And we've seen some significant flooding here before. My favorite road got renamed the Red Hill Floodway. So watch, this is coming at us. We need to be prepared, and we need to be prepared emotionally and intellectually, not just in terms of leaving the task to, oh, the city didn't fix this sewer, so we don't have, they're the cause of the problem. That's not the case.
Mr. McLean, sorry to prolong your time here, but thank you again so much. Thank you. All right, next delegate, Dr. James S. Quinn. Again, respecting our item 8.2, Hamilton's corporate climate wide change update 2021. Dr. James S. Quinn, another environmental advocate in our community. Thank you so much for your patience today with our long agenda. The next 5 minutes, Dr. Quinn, the floor is yours.
Very much, Chair, Council, audience. Just for clarification, I am the colleague that was shoveling what I will refer to as compost with Dr. McLean. I don't think Don does much really in terms of shoveling shit. You can buy his arguments. They're good. So thank you for the opportunity. Like other organisms, we evolved. We are short-sighted and self-interested great apes, but we evolved cooperation and a very large, energetically expensive brain. Our Homo ancestors evolved back almost 3 million years, and Homo sapiens as a species evolved over 200,000 years. And it ended up with cooperative extended families living in small communities, behaving in a reciprocity style where food and in particular meat was shared among community members. So we are designed to cooperate, but among small communities. Virtually all of our evolutionary history was in small communities that reciprocated sharing meat and defending villages. That changed with the emergence of agriculture, which is very recent, occurring during a period of 10,000 years of stable climate. And during these 10,000 years, that's when culturally our modern civilization evolved. So disrupting stable climate is potentially very harmful. So we evolved to be cooperative yet self-interested, and self-interested includes our kin, and short-sighted. So problems that were faced during our time of evolution were immediate and related to protecting and feeding and caring for our families. Now I'd like to see if I can bring up my slides. I've got just a couple of slides to share with you, if I can find these. Can you see something on your screen?
Not visible yet, Doctor. All right, we have something. Thank you.
Okay, this slide illustrates basically what I'm talking about in terms of the short-sighted self-interest. This is displayed as a density plot. Some of you have seen this before. It shows that most of us care mostly about next week and our families. So the density of this plot indicates how much we think about these things. And over our children's lifetime and the world as a spatial, so this is sort of the y-axis is spatial, the x-axis is temporal. That's that's sort of the range over which we think. So our world and our children's lifetime or our grandchildren's lifetime and so on is not something that we pay a lot of attention to. Now, many factors have led to the evolution of our large and energetically very expensive brains. We didn't evolve to pay attention to the distant future, hence we're designed in a way that allowed us to ignore the impending tidal wave that is now here in the form of climate change. And we all know we declared a climate emergency in Hamilton. While we don't have the natural inclination, we have the machinery on board to solve the problems that are not immediate. Most people in our community, other than our leaders, are focused on putting food on the table and providing shelters for their families. Leaders, however, especially municipal leaders, need to take on the role of action to prevent further climate disaster. You folks have brains. You have a task that should be top priority for you and for the staff. And this is your job with respect to decarbonizing the community, most of whom are focused on short-term family-related activities. So given that that's your task, I would like to first thank you very much for your recent decision to hold the urban boundary firm. That was a good example of using your brains to make a correct forward-looking decision. I'd like to also thank Trevor Imhoff and his very modest team for their work on climate change that's focused, in this case, on the corporation. Now, if I can see, am I now on my second slide? Can you see the second slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And you've got 1 minute left, Dr. Quinn.
I think it's very important to contrast the two ways that we can get to net zero by 2050. The net emissions are on the y-axis and the time is on the x-axis, and the image to your left is where we should be going. We should be, as soon as possible, reducing our CO2 emissions, as opposed to what may happen cynically on the right side, and that is take this as a license to pollute CO2 emissions until 2050. You've heard that from others about what can be done. I'm going to jump to something that actually I was going to say this, and Dr. McLean has already sort of scooped me on this, but I would like to echo his argument that we should have regulations to prevent fossil fuel hookups in all new building construction, and we should have encouragement for conversion from fossil fuel heating systems to electrically based heat pumps and on-demand water heaters. As you know, the IPCC is partially a political beast, and at COP26 in Glasgow, they finally faced facts and identified that the burning of fossil fuels is the main cause of climate change. So legislation that would ban fossil fuel hookups in new buildings is one step that can and should be taken. Please make use of that energetically expensive organ in your skulls and provide some well thought out regulation, taxation, and other action called for by viewing actions through the climate lens as much as you can, please, all the time. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll end it there.
Thank you, James. Just right at the buzzer. Thank you very much, Dr. Quinn. Questions, comments for the presenter, the delegate? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you again very much for your patience and your presentation, Dr. Quinn. Next, David Carson has withdrawn, as we stated hours ago, but he will submit something in writing on item 8.2 as well. Next on the delegates list, James Lambert, respecting the encampment matter that occurred at J.C. Beamer Park. James Lambert, are you with? There you are, sir. Thank you for your patience. Welcome. And the next 5 minutes, the floor is yours, James.
Thank you. So I witnessed the events at J.C. Beamer. According to the mayor this morning, city workers were delivering humanitarian support to encampment residents, and protesters crossed a line. I think that was meant both literally and figuratively by the mayor, in attempting to protect the homes of unhoused encampment residents. Whether or not these events were wrong or problematic has been described by the mayor as ambiguous. And I have to say, I don't know what's so ambiguous about it. I mean, the testimony of city workers makes it pretty clear that the supports that are being offered are not sufficient to secure safe and permanent shelter for unhoused community members, and that there's insufficient shelter space to house people this winter. I'd like to thank Edward John for the work he and his outreach workers do in trying to render some assistance to unhoused community members, and for clarifying not only that shelters are full, but that shelters are not an option for many high acuity individuals. I'd also like to thank Chief Cunliffe and Chief Sanderson and their departments for actually helping people, for showing up and helping people deal with this fire that happened, rather than tearing down their only remaining shelter. And I'm sorry that you're sort of being dragged out here today as a kind of shield to justify what I would say is the incompetence and the apathy of certain members of this council. The core facts of what happened that day, I think, are not in dispute. After a fire that destroyed residents' tents, city workers and police arrived, they established a perimeter, and then they proceeded eventually to tear down the remaining tents against the will of Encampment residents and throw out their belongings. And I want to say also that I think calling this a voluntary compliance order, it should be made clear, doesn't magically make it voluntary. When members of the community who were there protested against the eviction, not against the aid and the support that was being delivered by paramedics or firefighters or housing department workers, protesting against the eviction, police officers assaulted multiple demonstrators. You know, Mayor Eisenberger, I also think assault is a very serious issue. And I think that any person with a modicum of moral decency would agree with that. When a person kneels on another person's neck until they can't breathe, that is assault. When a person drags another person for 5 meters by the wrist and physically injures them, that is assault. When a person is placed in handcuffs and kidnapped away from the community that they're trying to protect, that is assault. When a person's only shelter is torn down with winter approaching, that is assault. I don't care if the person doing the assaulting is wearing a cop costume with a badge and a gun. And don't kid yourself, accompanying this violence with outreach doesn't mitigate it, especially when the outreach has not resulted in any discernible long-term housing for the encampment residents whose tents were destroyed. None of the individuals evicted at Beamer can be confirmed to have been housed by the city according to the city's own staff. The only person now in safe permanent housing is there because we as a community, people in the community, came together to support that person. And I also think that there's no doubt that racism plays an enormous role in the city's enforcement of encampment evictions. Unhoused people are disproportionately Indigenous, they're disproportionately racialized. Despite advocates from a wide range of racialized backgrounds being present at JC Beamer on that day, of the 6 people arrested since Wednesday, 5 of them were Black. I was surprised to hear in the testimony this afternoon the head of MLE say that they chose to remove people from the encampment due to safety risks. And I'm surprised at this for a number of reasons. First of all, the fact that fire and paramedics confirmed that there was no immediate risk present that wouldn't also be present in a house. I have a propane tank on my back deck. I have aerosols in my bathroom. No one's coming to tear my house down and put me out on the street. But I was also surprised to hear that because this morning, when Mayor Eisenberger was introducing the topic, he said that cops and city workers were following the dictates of council and evicting encampment residents. And I think that he meant that as a kind of justification. But just because violence is happening at the behest of city council does not mean it is justified. If state approval meant violence were justified, then every 20th century tyrant would be exonerated. You know, for me personally, if I see 2 groups of people, one group is trying to tear down a person's home on the cusp of winter, and the other group of people is trying to oppose that, there's no ambiguity about who is doing violence and who is trying to help in that situation. And I think that that's a kind of moral common sense that most people in our community possess. And apparently it's the kind of moral common sense that you have to abandon if you want to be the police chief or the mayor. Why would we ever trust people like this to determine what is and is not violent when, from their perspective, destroying unhoused people's only shelter with winter approaching is called humanitarian aid? And protesters who are violently assaulted by police in the process of opposing that violence are called non-peaceful. That's from Chief Bergen in a CBC piece that was published recently. There's no ambiguity from those of us who care about our community that what happened to encampment residents at JC Beamer and to those advocates who tried to support them was completely unacceptable. And I think that it's extremely frustrating to sit here and listen to the city's efforts to like bamboozle us into thinking that they care about unhoused people with these Orwellian phrases like voluntary compliance order and outreach and assisting encampment residents. And I want to be clear, I'm not criticizing any of the actual outreach workers. I'm criticizing the fact that city councilors whose responsibility is to protect encampment residents are hiding behind these bare minimum efforts, when what they could be doing right now is expropriating vacant buildings and actually fulfilling their responsibility to house everyone. And none of us are convinced by this. Like, none of us in the community who oppose this action are duped by this. We are going to continue to oppose the teardown of encampments for as long as there are no safe permanent options presented. And that's all I have
30
to say.
seconds, please, James.
I'm finished.
Okay. Thank you, James. Much appreciated. We have a couple of questioners for yourself, Mr. Lambert. And again, no debating, council colleagues, but questions are legit. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First question is, you said that there was a perimeter that was established. Who created that perimeter?
The police created the perimeter around the tents to facilitate destroying them.
Okay. So then you also said they then proceeded to dismantle the encampment. Was that, who was that was dismantling the encampment?
City workers were the ones who participated in taking down the tents and throwing out the belongings. But I think that it's a bit academic to make a distinction in this context between the role that the police played and the role that city workers played. I mean, the police are the ones who were interacting with encampment residents and were telling them that their tents were going to be destroyed. I mean, it's not really a choice, right? If you say to someone, okay, you have a choice, you can leave your tent voluntarily, we'll throw the tent out and we're going to throw out your belongings and you can have 5 days at a crisis center. And if you say no, then we're going to forcibly remove you from the tent and destroy it anyway. That's, I mean, those things go hand in glove, I would say.
Thank you. So the perimeter was created by Hamilton Police in order to facilitate the removal and destruction of the tents, I think is how you characterize it, correct?
Yes.
And then a protest happened against the destruction of the tents and the evictions.
That's correct.
And that was in response to the police perimeter?
That was in response to the destruction of the tents. Unambiguously, it's an opposition to destroying people's tents when there is no safe shelter for them to go to.
Thank you. Are you aware that at the time that was happening, there was a call out for numbers to come down to J.C. Beamer Park?
Yes.
And what was your understanding? Why were numbers needed to attend?
Because the city continues to perpetuate the narrative that members of our community are content to see encampments destroyed. In fact, we want these encampments to be destroyed, and that's simply false. And I think that having a physical presence at an encampment teardown of people from the community screaming as loud as they can scream that they oppose the teardown of tents is crucial to revealing how false that narrative is.
So considering that the police had established a perimeter, whether you agree or don't disagree with the purpose for that perimeter, would it be reasonable to say that it would be concerning to call on numbers to come down in order to confront police or try to stop the evictions?
Well, I suppose that depends on what people are concerned with. I mean, if people are concerned with ensuring that we can tear down people's tents and destroy their homes, then yes, I'd be very concerned with the fact that community members are coming down to vocalize and demonstrate that they do not approve of that action being taken. But no one was violent. There was no violent aggression on the part of the people who were coming to demonstrate. We were there demonstrating our opposition verbally, our opposition with our presence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all the questions I had.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Whitehead, please. Questions, not debating, please.
Oh, I'd love to debate this guy, but I won't. The question I have. Yes. Do you live in a home?
I do.
You have propane tank?
I have a barbecue, yet.
Perfect. I have a truck. So I'm going to start an adopt a tent program for those in encampments. I'm going to enlist addresses of those who endorse them being in parks next to kids and ask those individuals like you to take one of these people in encampments and put them in your backyard in the tent, and they can use your propane too.
I think it might startle you to discover that responsibility comes proportionate to power. You're a city councilor. I'm a citizen. Let's not turn this around and pretend that it's the responsibility of citizens to exert themselves. We already exert ourselves to support our community members. City council has the power and the means to provide housing to people. That's unambiguous. All right, I think that just seems perfectly clear to me. This NIMBYism, this like, well, you wouldn't want unhoused people in your backyard, you wouldn't want unhoused people next to your tent, is obfuscating the issue, which is that in a city of empty buildings and houses, we have people living in tents that the city destroys, leaving them with nothing. That's not ambiguous.
Councillor Whitehead and James, I'm sensing a debate here, and I don't want to debate. Councillor Whitehead, do you just have a question, please?
I'm offering a solution, Mr. Chair, and I mean it.
I don't want a solution. I want a question.
I want to list every individual who wants to go and get involved with the police and prevent these things from happening to sign up and take an addict and put it in their backyard in a tent.
Okay. Councillor Whitehead, that's not a question. I'm sorry. That's not a question. And you have been muted, Councillor Whitehead. I appreciate your strong feelings, but that's not a question for the delegate. All right. The last questioner, Councillor Whitehead, you've been muted because that's not a question. Councillor Nan, your next speaker as a questioner, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for upholding decorum in this moment. I really, truly, deeply appreciate it. Through you, James, I had a couple of questions just to clarify a couple of points that were raised through your responses to previous questions. And that was in reference to that there was a call out to come down for numbers to attend and state opposition to the taking down of the tents. Could you mentioned vocalize and demonstrate with our presence. At any point, was there an organized effort by those residents in attendance as housing advocates to impede in the care and support work of unhoused residents?
Can't hear you, James. You're muted, James. You muted yourself.
Pardon me. Thank you for letting me know. As I said, as city council or as city staff testified earlier, there was no effort on the part of any of the advocates who were present to impede in any of the care that was being delivered to unhoused community members.
Thank you. And as follow-up through you, were any of the actions that you observed, I wasn't there that day, were any of the actions that you observed of residents who came down to vocalize and oppose the tearing down of encampments and tents, was any of that action, how do I put this? You mentioned that people were vocalizing and demonstrating with their presence. At any point, was there physical conflict?
The only physical conflict that I witnessed that day was initiated by HPS against advocates.
Okay, and roughly from your estimation, how many people showed up in witnessing?
I think on the order of 40 or 50 people came down to register their opposition to the teardown.
Thank you. And prior to the situation moving towards the call out for additional members or numbers and other residents to observe and witness and demonstrate their opposition, what support did you observe the housing advocates provide to those who are living unhoused in J.C. Beamer?
I personally was involved as doing outreach to this particular encampment. So I'd been down a number of times bringing coats, mitts, boots. We tried to get people tarps and sleeping bags. If their tents were broken or leaking, we tried to help people ensure that they could repair that. So yeah, a variety of things of that nature were provided. And I think also community, a big part of going down and talking to folks is letting them know that they're not alone, that we're not simply ignoring the suffering that they're experiencing. And I think that opportunity for people to just vent to someone about what they're experiencing as unhoused people has been an important part of the work that we've been doing.
Thank you for that. Is there anything else you can shed light on in terms of the support work
It was referenced in news articles and also referenced today during early portions of the meeting. That it's care work. Could you describe through the types of actions that care work is carried out by housing advocates, not only at JC Beamer Park, but specifically there, and also other encampments as well, please?
I think if I understand your question correctly, for the last year, members of the community have been going out and interacting and getting to know their unhoused neighbors, trying to understand what it is that led them to being unhoused in the first place, trying to understand what they need, and also trying to understand the ways in which the city has failed to address their situation, and in many ways has made their situations much worse. So that's a lot of the work that we've been doing. It's really community building work, I think, first and foremost.
Thank you. And did any of that coordinated support / care work include facilitating food and water to unhoused residents?
I've given out water to, I've brought water bottles with me and given out water. I've given out granola bars and power bars and things like that if I had them in my bag. So yeah, that's been involved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. James, thank you very much for appearing today and your delegation. Thank you very much. Next on our list is Mirima Menzildzik, respecting the encampment matter as well at JC Beamer Park. Mirima, thank you for your patience of hanging on today during our long meeting. And there you are. Welcome. The next 5 minutes, the floor is yours, Mirima.
Thank you. I think having witnessed sort of the conversation, I had prepared something earlier on, some points I wanted to address, but having witnessed the way the conversation has kind of transpired over the course of this meeting, I think there are two things that at least I would really like to focus my time and energy on. Primarily, I think the context for what happened at JC Beamer falls under a broader context of what happens at every single teardown at the city. And I haven't personally been to every single teardown. I try to make it out with residents that I connect with. But the reality is that at every single teardown, there are always people that are left without shelter options, whether that be because those shelter options don't exist and that's been conveyed to them, or those shelter options aren't available to them because of shelter restrictions that individual has had in the past that bar them from actually accessing a shelter space that would be theoretically available to them, or because the nature of the shelter system, because it is temporary, because it requires people to split away from communities that they've developed that support them, that offer care to them, that option to them isn't a real option. And so often what happens at teardowns, and James initially alluded to it, but I'll expand a bit more, is this conversation about coercion, this conversation about people having voluntary compliance to go into these shelter spaces. And I think there is something very troubling about a housing strategy or a response to encampment residents that is predicated on people being coerced into accessing spaces. I think you have to ask yourself why we need to be coercing people into going into those shelter spaces. And maybe then you'll find an answer as to why people don't, if shelter spaces are available to them, why they aren't sufficient. And to just give you a very concrete example, some of the JC Beamer residents themselves are James alluded to one of them being housed because of community. That was a temporary stay and they needed housing. They left the temporary space and didn't have anything permanent. And it was because of community supports and community work that something more permanent and structured was offered, was worked with them. But the other component to, I think, and very specific to the JC Beamer context is two individuals who accessed a shelter as a couple and didn't have access to groceries for 3 days. And so as community members, we were responsible for bringing groceries and food to those individuals. So I really want to stress that when we're thinking through what happens at these teardowns and council is talking about all the different options that are available to people living in encampments, those options come through coercive methods and don't actually respond to the needs of encampment residents. So with respect to what happened at JC Beamer that day, I see it as a broader thread in this council's attempt to coerce and to perpetuate violence against encampment residents. I also saw scenes that played out very similarly at JC Beamer to those that played out in Toronto at Trinity Bellwoods. And Lamport Stadium, where people who were concerned about community members, people who were concerned about residents, who had personal relationships with those residents, and who wanted to bring supplies following a very tragic fire in the morning that resulted in the majority of their for many of them, the majority of their belongings getting completely going up in flames. There were people without shoes, counselors. There were people without coats. It was -1 when I came on site at 6 in the morning. So we were really looking to bring resources and support and to work with the community members that we had developed relationships with. And the events that transpired that day is basically community members bringing out warm clothes, bringing out food, trying to speak with encampment residents, and being met with police officers and a growing police presence. With respect to some of the conversations that have happened about the yellow tape and about interference, I think those are questions you really need to be challenging. Why the yellow tape was put there, when the yellow tape was put there, for what purpose was that yellow tape put there? Because for me, it's another way to separate concerned residents and people who have relationships with encampment residents from being able to connect and provide people with resources. And that's all really that people were coming out to do, to show solidarity, to show that they cared, to show that there were people standing in their corner that saw the limitations and the failure of council to house people and were really upset and hurt by that and wanted to convey that support to encampment residents. So the other thing, and just again, to the point of the increased violence that took place that day, that yellow tape really served to prevent people from being able to communicate with each other. There was an individual from the community, a daughter of one of the encampment residents who was there that day, who was asking to be let through the perimeter to help their parent pack up their belongings, to help and assist, and they were denied that right because of police presence, because that yellow tape was put there. So I think we need to be interrogating the ways that we are separating people, that we're separating out who gets to offer support, when support is offered, what types of support is offered. I think those interrogations need to happen. And I think there are ways that we can relate to one another and ways that we can relate to encampment residents as our neighbors, as people that are part of our community in a more thoughtful way, in a more meaningful way, in a way that isn't based on these coercive and violent processes. To the extent that the police were there that day, I mean, majority of you have seen the videos. I'm still shaking based off of what I saw that day. There was no reason for that. There was really, from the bottom of my heart, I didn't understand the reason for something like that and why something like that needed to happen. Why something on a day that was so tragic for community members, for residents in J.C. Beamer, why they were being forced to move, why they were being forced to move into spaces that weren't adequately ensuring they would get permanent housing at the end of the day, didn't adequately address their concerns, didn't adequately address their needs, why all of these individuals were being met with an increased police presence. And I don't think that's—
30 seconds, please, Marima. 30 seconds, please.
Of course. Yeah, I don't think those things are separate. I think we really need to be thinking through the ways in which we understand and we relate to encampment residents and questioning why it's always through the lens of violence and coercion.
Is that it, Marima?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the spirit of your delegation, Marima. Questions of the delegate? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Marima, for coming back to committee, for sharing your insights and speaking to council directly. I've only experienced you as being a very thoughtful resident who spends time doing very deep community care work and also engaging in the political process democratically with a lot of with a lot of heart and head. And I appreciate it. Marima, if I could, through you, you've given me a lot of pause in so much that your questions near the end seeking to inspire, I believe, myself and my colleagues to examine the impacts of our approaches as a municipality as it relates to our encampment response, and to do so in a manner that I think fundamentally speaks to our corporate priorities, which is continuous improvement, right? And I think that part of the work that we've seen housing advocates do during this pandemic has I think, put many people in uncomfortable positions because it exposes the fissures and gaps of the response work that was maintaining a certain level of status quo, enabling us to like almost manage the issue that existed prior to the pandemic. And the work that yourself and other folks in the network, in the housing, and sorry, in the shelter network, support network, could you give a little more, shed a little bit more light, because unfortunately it's been characterized as being non-peaceful, but I've only ever experienced it as being very much focused on providing care. There was a call out that came from the Hamilton Encampment Support Network prior to the call out for bodies at JC Beamer Park that I observed after going through the social media accounts. What was that original call out for early in the morning after the fire took place, please?
Yeah, so I'd like to first maybe begin by addressing that comment about the characterization as being non-peaceful. I think the reality is that people die every day. And I don't mean that as like a way to shock you, and I don't use that for shock value. I mean that very genuinely. Every year, every month, every winter, people die and people lose limbs. So the question of the characterization of people bringing supplies, and really, like, I was there at 6 and I ran out. ran out, and it was figuring out what people need. There were people without shoes. It was a fire. People were upset. They lost most of their belongings. They didn't have coats. They didn't know what was going on. So much was unfolding, and we were really in a position just to try to figure out where we can get some of those resources and supports in the moment. And so when it gets characterized as, you know, a group of people that's more violent, or a group of people that's antagonizing, or something like that, the reality is that council's failure to house and to properly address this issue, and I mean that very genuinely, leads to people dying. And so my question is just why focus on a particular group of people bringing in resources, as opposed to focusing on the ways in which we can ensure that people survive? Because regardless of what certain counselors might think about strategies, or what works or what doesn't work, people are dying. Mm-hmm. It's not working. It's systems, and it's not working because it is built on coercion, because it's built on violence, because it meets people and says, you have to do things this way in order to get services and support. And so really what some of the community work is just engaging with encampment residents as neighbors, as people that you might engage with if you lived in a building with them and met them in the elevator, and someone said, oh, you know, I'm missing this one thing, and you try to bring them resources, you try to bring them support. And so I am troubled sometimes by that characterization and the focus on the actions of particular community members looking to bring resources and support, rather than the focus to actually meaningfully change and resolve this issue of people dying and losing limbs. Because at the end of the day, that is, counselors, that is the reality. That's the reality, and any of the volunteers or any of the encampment residents themselves will tell you about that reality.
Thank you for that, and thank you for bringing the emphasis to the solutions and the dire need that we need to continue to address. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan, and thank you very much for your delegation, Merima Menzilzik. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead. Merima, have you left? I just got a last second hand up from Councillor. I think she's oh, there she is. Councillor Whitehead, question of the delegate, please.
Yes, and I in earnest, I'm trying to find solutions, Mr. Chair. You know, if people can adopt highways, and you got people that are in need, then if people are willing to stand up and take people on and put them in their backyards, or help them out in any way they can, so they should. So I'm sorry that it was taken the wrong way, but I'm planning to do something myself to help. So and I'm using my resources, and I'm going to be giving money out to some of these people in encampments to help them out as well. So we do need to care. I don't want to come across as not being compassionate. My concern is that those parks are designed for kids. They're zoned for kids, not for encampments, and that's the concern I have. So the question I have for you, though, and this is something that I've been asking for a long, long time. I am proud of the work that our human resources people, our human services people have done and continue to do. I'm proud of the work our police do. It's hard enough to recruit police now. The last thing I want to do is become a Portland. And I can tell you what the troubles they're having in Portland right now. So the issue I want to address is, will you and these activists that seem to think that the best effect is to get in the way of our fire department and everyone else to do their job, I'd rather that pull their resources together and go to Queen's Park and demand where it's their responsibility to ensure that regional centers like Hamilton get their per capita dollars to be able to facilitate the permanent housing that you so rightly has suggested is in need. See, everyone points a finger at the city, but the city doesn't have the capital. We don't. Unless you want to tax everyone out of their houses, we don't. Progressive taxation is the provincial and federal level. So the question is, I'd like to take all that energy that people seem to like to post and put in front of the police and stop them from doing their job, and take that energy and put it where it needs to be. And that is on those other levels of government, ensure that they give Hamilton the money they need. Were you prepared to help out with that kind of call out?
So Councillor, two things.
Irma, are you comfortable answering the question, please?
I'm comfortable addressing it to a certain extent.
Due to the extent you wish to, please.
Yeah. So I'd like to just, and this is a point of clarity. I think it has been established, at least over the hours I've been here, that there has been no interference on the end of the work of the fire department. There was no interference on the work of people looking Quantum Murray in the morning to clean up the belongings and the remainder that was there. So the interference, I think, we're mischaracterizing that, the interference that you're speaking of. To your question, I think, Councillor, about strategies, I don't know that it's necessarily true that Council is doing everything that it can to resolve these issues. I agree that these are multi-level, different levels of government have different accountabilities to this, certainly. But the housing crisis is also enabled by the municipality to a large extent. I mean, we can have conversations about developers. We can have conversations about the rent evictions crisis right now, right? Some encampment residents are encampment residents because they've been rent evicted from their units because the housing prices in the city have skyrocketed because of employment precarity and because of the limits of ODSP and OW. So there are ways, they do intersect with each other. I don't think it's very clear that it just falls on the onus of one level of government to address these issues. But more broadly, Councillor, I would like to say, to the extent that you at this moment feel like there aren't solutions that Council can put forward, I don't understand why the solution is then to violently traumatize encampment residents and play a very cruel game of musical chairs. Because I can tell you from experience that different encampment residents move between different parks after a tear down. I don't think it solves your issue. So I don't understand why you continue to put forward a violent response to this that actually doesn't address the issue and leads to more harm. In the interim, if you are looking to obtain further funds, if you are looking to lobby national and provincial governments, certainly all levels of government are responsible for the housing crisis. But I don't think that directly addresses the question of what's happening right now to encampment residents and in encampments in general. Public parks are not just for children. Public parks are public. They're balanced. They're for people who want to make use of that. And so I'm troubled by this characterization that there's a group of people that deserves access to public spaces more than others, especially in the face of the fact that the housing crisis has continued to go on and people remain unhoused as is, right? So those are failures, and I don't know that pointing them or deflecting them is necessarily a proper response I'd expect from Council.
Thank you, Mirabel.
The challenge I'm having is that there seems to be no respect for our bylaws. Our parks are enforced. There's no camping allowed in our parks. Our parks were designed with community and zoning and brought people involved to decide how that park is going to be used. And now I'm being told that what's going on is okay. So help me understand how you reconcile the fact that the community was involved in the design of the parks, The community was involved with their kids in the kind of apparatuses we have in our parks. Yet I've been told now for the first time that no, actually, these are people that don't even live in the neighborhood or are pitching their tents, and now they can be called living in the neighborhood in the park that was never zoned for that purpose. So help me understand what the legality is.
Mirama, again, are you comfortable answering that? Because if you're not obligated to.
Again, I will answer that to the extent that I am comfortable.
Okay.
Speaking to the legalities and everything that you've just said, Councillor, with all due respect, I return to the point that people are dying. I return to the point that your shelter systems lack spaces and that people are unable to access them for a myriad of different reasons, like I've mentioned, whether it be restrictions or because you break up communities. And maybe that's why somebody wouldn't access. So when we're talking about these bylaws, when we're talking about these zones, these are also policies council has made. And I think pointing to red tape and saying, look, we've made these decisions in the past and we're not going to go back and maybe reconsider a more humane approach to addressing this issue. In the meantime, I think is misguided and I think is washing your hands of a situation and just pointing and deflecting to prior policies and prior decisions that you've made, maybe with different information and maybe without this information in particular in the moment that is coming to you. So what I'm really trying to say is the current way that things are happening, the way encampments are being responded to, the way people are being greeted in the morning after a fire, I think should give people pause for concern. I think just on a human level, when somebody's belongings burn down, people don't walk around picking apart immediately. Look, you can't be here. It's a public park. Kids need to play on the public park. I'm asking you where the humanity is in those zoning and those bylaws. And if you can't find that humanity, and if you can't find that space for humanity, then maybe you do need to reconsider that red tape. Maybe you do need to reconsider the ways in which you respond to encampments and understand the issues affecting encampment residents. So there was a lot there, Councillor. I don't think I answered your question to its fullest extent, because I also think the onus really falls on City Council in ways to brainstorm these solutions and brainstorm these ideas. And I appreciate there are limitations, but there's also a great deal of work that you can do. There are decisions you can make, and you are simply not exploring them. You are simply relying on these systems and structures that are based in violence and coercion and hoping to get an outcome that you desire.
Thank you, Mirama.
I really appreciate your comments, Mirama. It comes from a place of sincerity, and I feel it. I just concerned that people put a lot of money into their houses. If a house burns up and people die in the house, that's an important issue too. We can't expose that risk to neighborhoods. So there's a higher risk that I'm looking at, and that's why we need to govern correctly and safely, but we need to show compassion. So I don't want to get away from the compassion. And I think the point you make is valid in the context of the fire. Probably how we handle that situation at that time could have been better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Thank you. Lots of time for debating when we get to the political debate after all the delegates are done. Councillor Ferguson, you have a question. Mirama, don't leave us yet. Mirama, in a weird kind of way, you're popular. Councillor Ferguson, question for Mirama, please.
Yeah, it's just one question, Mr. Chairman. Mirama, you sound like a very intelligent, compassionate young lady, and it was interesting listening to you. But surely you must understand and appreciate the fact that when there's a scene, whether it's a car accident or a fire or some kind of someone's got hurt, it's critical and standard procedure for police to create a perimeter. And they have to do that to protect the evidence and protect the scene, because generally you end up in court or some other adjudication, and may very well in this case too. And when a crowd of advocates start to form and they unilaterally break the perimeter, a police line don't cross perimeter and start to charge towards the evidence that is trying to be protected, which caused the violence, quite frankly. Do you not understand why the police do that?
So, Counselor, also two things to that. The first one being that I might have missed it somewhere in today, and perhaps it. And I do encourage council to seek further information about why that yellow tape was put there. But my understanding is the police are not pursuing an investigation. So I would challenge this preservation of evidence and this kind of conversation about why police were there to begin with and what they were preserving and protecting. The people that came out to JC Beamer were there because of relationships with residents. And so in my relationships with residents, I'm trying to understand what residents need after the fire. There was no interference with the fire department. There was no interference with paramedics looking to assess the scene. And really, I'd say, and maybe put that question back on, to why the police presence was there when it was and why the tape was put there. But beyond that, I don't think anything that transpired that day warranted the police violence that ensued afterwards. People getting dragged, I'm sorry, Counselor, but people were dragged. Somebody had a knee on their neck. I will say, as somebody who was there around witnessing what was happening, I was deeply concerned that somebody was going to die in the same way that I was deeply concerned that somebody could have died in the fire that morning. There were comments made about the perimeter being secure and we knew where everyone was. I can't tell you that I knew at that time, even into the afternoon, if every single resident was actually okay. And so I don't understand the police presence being there. I think we also need to interrogate why the reaction was met with such a degree of violence, where people were getting dragged, where knees were put on people's necks. There were tasers, there were guns. I was concerned people would actually die that day because of the police. I don't think police were there in that moment de-escalating the situation. Respectfully, I didn't see any level of de-escalation. I only saw further separation. And even when concerned community members that like the daughter of one of the residents tried to come and help her mom. She tried to breach the perimeter to help her mom pack her things up to get her out of that scenario. The police refused to allow that person in. And so I think there does need to be a level of accountability and some response from the police about why that degree of violence was met and why everything that transpired that day needed to be so violent. Violent in the removal of people in the morning, violent towards the people that were coming out, bringing warm clothes and food.
Okay, in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, I won't pursue that, but I didn't really get my question answered, whether it's appropriate for a citizen to break a police line and enter. But I'll let it go with that.
Thank you,
And
Councillor Ferguson.
I'm sure once the SIU finishes their investigation, the chief will come in and explain the police side of it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Marima, I think for the fourth time, you may depart now and exit. Thank you very much. And thank you for your stamina in answering all my colleagues' questions. Thank you. Okay, next on our list, Joanna Aitchinson, Respecting the Hate Prevention, Mitigation, and Community Initiatives Action Plan, a different report. Joanna, there you are. Thank you for your long endurance today. Welcome. And the next 5 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Chair, Council, Mayor, and fellow delegates. I'm here to ask some uncomfortable questions and highlight some of the unacceptable behavior that I've watched come from this council. Firstly, I'd like to know when leadership will begin to show some compassionate understanding of the reality of Hamiltonians who regularly experience hate and discrimination. When will council do more than spend valuable funds on reports and action plans as to how to make Hamilton a safe place for everyone? Many who are targeted by acts of violence, hate, racism, and discrimination were literally on City Hall's doorstep a little over a year ago, expressing what was needed. And Mayor Eisenberger couldn't even agree to a meeting that would allow for those constituents to feel safe and heard. Instead, they were ridiculed and arrested. Those actions spoke volumes and stoked the fire of anti-Black racism and discrimination against unhoused people in the city. Housing advocates showed up again, delegating at a council meeting alongside unhoused neighbors, following the formal process, which is incredibly inaccessible to many, by the way. And we asked for permanent housing for Hamiltonians who experienced massive amounts of hate and discrimination many of whom are Black, Brown, and Indigenous. Because we know that these solutions will take time, we ask this council to stop evicting people in the meantime. And what response did we get from the majority of council members and the mayor? Silence, dismissal, and Band-Aid solutions, pointing people to shelters that they themselves are saying are not safe options for them. How can council not see this as discrimination of the poor? How can this not be seen as a hateful response to continue tearing apart the shelter people have created for themselves, or taking the only possessions they have and in front of them, throwing them in the garbage? I was going to spend some of my time sharing stories of the trauma and violence I've witnessed this city and HPS inflict on unhoused and racialized people. But honestly, I don't think the right has been earned to receive those stories. And I believe council has already seen what's happening and have either said absolutely nothing or have made clear that they wholly trust the word of police and have dismissed the accounts of Black youth and housing advocates, who I'll point out to Mayor Eisenberger were also present at JC Beamer the other day. The mayor's words this morning regarding the events at JC Beamer influence public opinion and undermine the judicial process. I do have hope, though, because although many of council can commit to the lie that the way people have been treated could ever be considered humane or reasonable, more and more constituents are starting to wake up to how wicked these evictions and arrests are. Enough reports, enough meaningless words from Mayor Eisenberger, enough hate has no place in the hammer. This council must stop evicting unhoused people and sending them to their deaths. Stop using the police as a tool to intimidate and coerce. Stop denying that police use excessive force on Black youth. Stop pretending that hate is not absolutely woven into the culture of this city. Start working on permanent housing solutions. Start listening to unhoused people and trusting them to know what's best for them. Start admitting your own complicity in anti-Black police violence. Start calling on HPS funding to be redistributed to housing, education, healthcare, and community services. Start exploring your own racism, white council members, because we all have it and we need to face it. Start leading by example in eliminating hate instead of preserving the comfort of wealthy, land-owning white Hamiltonians. I'd like to clarify in response to some earlier questions that others were present in the morning at JC Beamer providing coffee and emotional support. And I myself was at home scrambling around, sending coats and boots and backpacks. Just as we have been at multiple other encampment teardowns. I have been present at a teardown where housing staff were not even aware that the teardown was taking place. And furthermore, housing staff are ultimately under the city's direction, whose goal seems to be to move people out of parks, instead of the ultimate goal of housing people, which would be self-evident if you allowed people to stay where they were while housing was secured. Also, in response to some of the comments from Councillor Whitehead, I am a mother of small children. I use the parks almost every day. And ultimately, I care about the survival of the encampment residents at those parks, and I hope to pass on that care to my children versus trying to shelter them from seeing poverty. My 5-year-old seems to understand that, and it makes sense to him. And I'm confused as to why this council can't seem to understand a concept that a child can. Our bylaws can change. There are laws that we have changed in the past so that we can ensure the safety of the community. That's all. Thank you.
Right at the buzzer there, Joanne. Joanna, thank you very much for your presentation, your delegation. Okay, moving on. I have the next speaker, Councillor Whitehead, a question of the delegate. Yes, Councillor Whitehead. Joanna, you're still there. Good. Yes, Councillor Whitehead, a question.
Yeah, just maybe two. One, Mr. Chair, is that a civil society is a society of laws. Do you agree with that?
Joanna, It'll be up to you if you feel comfortable answering any questions.
I'd like to respond with a question, actually, which is to ask whether civil society would have said this a similar thing circa the civil rights movement.
Okay. Now, between the two of you, I'm sensing you're entering into a debate, and that's not what this is
I
about.
just wanted to get the answer so people have a perspective of what you know, like the delegation and their values.
Okay.
Kids. So, Mr. Chair, I want to make it clear. I have an assistant whose son died of an overdose in an encampment. You want to talk about compassion? She couldn't stand the encampments. Her son was beaten up every day. So that's why I have a personal issue on encampments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Appreciate providing the personal perspective. All right, Joanna, that's it. There's no other questioners. Thank you for being here today, Joanna. And next on our delegation list, we have Kojo Dempty. Kojo from the HCCI, respecting the report on hate prevention, mitigation, community initiatives action plan, and the encampment matter at JC Beamer Park. Kojo, you're no stranger to this chamber, whether in person or virtually. There you are, Kojo. Thanks for your patience. Welcome. The next 5 minutes, the floor is yours.
So do I have 5 minutes to talk about both? Because there were two different items. So I just want to get that clear before I start.
Well, that's an interesting question you've tossed back at me there, Kojo, and I'm looking to the clerk here. Tell you what, Kojo, if you would allow me, I'm going to allow you, I'm going to split the difference. How about we give you about 7 or 8 minutes? Could you cover both in that time?
Okay, I'll do my best.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I will start with the events that happened at JC Beamer. So again, last year, Black racialized youth brought attention to the issue of a lack of affordable, dignified housing, the opioid crisis, and the public and social health risk residents that are deprived of housing are facing. Last year, there was a request for the mayor to meet with other levels of government. Those requests were unheard. Those requests were refused. After that, a number of community members came together to form the Hamilton Encampment Support Network. These group of residents have been volunteering, caring, supporting, and advocating for folks deprived of housing. They've been providing warm clothes, essentials, socks, gloves, blankets, shoes, and sometimes even access to washrooms that the city washrooms are not accessible. So this is the work that they have been doing. And what happened at JC Beamer was actually a right under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom under Section 2C. They had the right to publicly assemble and advocate for their neighbors. In doing that, there was an excessive response of force from Hamilton Police. A number of you and a number of others have mentioned that this was not an event that was influenced by race. And I have to say, it was influenced by race. We've seen the many times where anti-vaxxers are not are actually shown some compassion. We see police officers talking to them. We see police officers even giving them patrols during their rallies. And so when about 30 or 40 police officers are called to JC Beamer and we see a Black woman being dragged by the arm, and we see a police officer with a knee on somebody's neck, you best believe that that is the example of systemic racism. And let's remember, if the Black Muslim woman had died, if she had died, what would you say about that excessive use of force? Many of the Black community members have seen this, witnessed this, and they know that this is systemic racism. And that's why we collectively, a number of us collectively, has come out to say that the Hamilton Police and the Prosecutor's Office should drop the charges laid against all 6 youth. We're also calling on the Hamilton Police Service Board and the Attorney General to open a judiciary inquiry into the actions of all police officers present at JC Beamer and in front of the Hamilton Police Station. We're also calling on City Council to stop encampment evictions that are adversely affecting Black, Indigenous, and low-income residents. On the issue of your hate prevention action plan, I would say that this council has approved a community well-being and safety plan and has not put any money towards that plan. And in that plan, there's the issue of addressing hate incidents and hate crimes, the issue of addressing homelessness and houselessness. And then that plan doesn't have any money dedicated to it. So I would request, which I did during the budget deliberation day, to say that it is time that actual financial resources are allocated to these issues so that we can house folks, so that we can ensure that we're addressing the issues around systemic racism and hate, and also address the fact that we have police officers wearing the thin blue patches, which is a sign of white supremacy. And I may remind you too that earlier on this year, you did talk about putting in a bylaw that says there should be no hate symbols in city public property. And I'll leave it there.
Well, thank you, Kojo. That's well within the agreed upon 8 minutes between your two topics and your joint delegation. So thank you very much, Kojo. Questions of Kojo Damptey? Councillor Farr, please.
Hey, Kojo, and thank you very much for this, your latest delegation, as the chair noted. And perhaps some of my questions will allow you to expand a little bit. You might have been a little rushed, but I think you probably got it all in. So first and foremost, so you're the director or CEO of the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, is that?
Yes, the executive director.
And on Twitter, you represent both yourself and your own opinions and HCCI, or are they both all one?
They're different. So I have a personal account that deals with things that I do personally, and anything that comes from the HCCI account comes from the perspective of the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion.
So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate it. Actually, Kojo doesn't have to answer, but I think it's his personal account that I have a question to with respect to the way Kojo Easy Dempty identifies himself. And I wouldn't mind a comment given his role with HCCI, but it is, I think, his personal account. But you've got the hashtag, and cut me off if it's not appropriate. It will get to the point of his first of the two delegations. You've got hashtag defund the police, and I'm not saying I don't appreciate it. That's your stance. That's your stance. It's one that I don't personally share. I'm fine with that. I'm a detask police. I think a lot of folks are talking about that as well now too, and maybe some point today we can. But when do you want to defund and by how much?
So I will say that.
So Kojo, hold on a second.
Sure.
Defunding the police, Councillor Farr, really isn't on the agenda today. He spoke to Beamer and the hate prevention report.
He doesn't have to answer.
Okay, so Kojo, again, as I did with some other delegates, it's at your discretion then, but defunding is not part of this presentation or delegation. Kojo, it's at your discretion.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Farr. Through the chair, I think in some of the discussions that have happened here today, there's been one of the things is a lack of resources, specifically financial resources. And I've made that call again. There's a community safety and well-being plan that has been created that talks about how do we address hate crimes, houselessness, substance abuse, mental health, all of these things. And so the question becomes, where do you get that money from? Well, let's take a look at things historically. I believe it was last year, the police had a surplus, right? And they accepted that surplus. And if I'm not mistaken, they are asking for 5.1 million increase this this upcoming year. And the question has been, why is it that we always see an increase to policing and not addressing issues around hate crimes, incidents, and homelessness and houselessness, mental health, substance abuse? You at the Board of Health, you got an update around the crisis around the opioid crisis, especially during the pandemic, and so that is what we're talking about. We're talking about priorities around budgeting, and these are things that we could actually prevent. In the community safety and well-being plan that the province put forward, there were 4 categories: social, education, prevention, risk intervention, and incident response. So you have 4 levels. So if the police is going to be an incident response and they get 25 cents on the dollar, what are you going to invest in the preventative models that have been presented in the plan? And that is what we are talking about: the investment in the social prevention, the risk intervention, and the education that is needed to not get us to the incident response, where now you have our neighbors living in encampments and you have people dying from an opioid crisis
all over the world. It's terrible. I agree. It's a national crisis, as recognized by our Prime Minister as well. We do, and again, I'm not going to get into this, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to establish that Kojo is 2 different persons on social media. I am not arguing anyone's stance if they want to be a defund the police. I think more folks might be more inclined to look at detask. And Kojo, the reason why I say, and I'm going to get to the policing issue and the yellow tape in just a moment, is because it's not an overnight flip a switch, but there are, I thought I heard you say there's no examples here locally, and I'm paraphrasing, where we're not allocating resources. This hate prevention mitigation report lists a number of areas where we are. Even the police recently hired an equity, diversity, and inclusion coordinator with the police budget. The police have COAST, the police have social navigators. Efforts have been made historically in more recent times at a greater level, and I think that demonstrates that needs to be recognized. So on another part of policing that I think that I would like to ask you about with respect to being recognized, do you recognize in your role what it means when there's a yellow tape that says police line do not cross? I'm not asking for why it was there. We already got that answer. MLE, Housing, Police, Parks, and PW made the determination that the area was a health and safety concern, but it was there. So do you recognize, A, that it was breached, and do you understand what that means when a police line is breached? Please, sir, through you, Chair.
Kojo, if you're comfortable answering what a police line means, it's up to you.
Yeah, so I think that question has not been fully answered though. If I've been here since the morning, and according to MLE and others, the discussion around safety wasn't fully addressed. So I wouldn't say that answer has been presented fully. What I would say is that there were residents there. They came there because they wanted to provide warm clothing, socks, gloves, blankets, and support people that were in the encampment. And also the folks that were in the encampment, after the tear down, those same individuals were back without housing on Monday, and they actually came to the HCCI office for support. So again, these issues of encampment teardowns really need to be stopped, and they need to be addressed in a fulsome way with financial contributions and housing people.
The issues through you, Chair Kojo, that are being described, and you mentioned it in your first comment with the HESN and all that. The issues of the demands, the 3 demands. One is that police and another body. Sorry, I don't have the word. You can share that. Drop all charges. Did those incidents where those charges were laid happen after a breach of a yellow line or before? You were there. I think you were there.
So what I would say is on the 26th, when folks were at the Central Police Station, these were folks again that were exercising their rights under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom under Section 2C, to assemble and voice their opinion, and we saw that the police just arrested people without even telling them why they were arrested. And in their response, they said their arrests were in relation to what happened at JC Beamer. However, there was one individual that was arrested that was not at JC Beamer. So this goes to show the excessive use of force. And there were videos also circulating where you notice that Hamilton police arrested black people there and not white people. And so this is what is concerning to all of the black community. You actually got a letter from Dr. Gary Warner, who is also troubled about these events. The president of ACA, Evelyn Myrie, has also spoken to these events, and these are very, very troubling events for the black community.
I understand and appreciate it. You mentioned the charter again in your answer, and the right to assemble, but I'm talking about lawful assembly versus assembly. And if I think you're not getting to it, and that's fine, if you cross a yellow tape anywhere, not just Hamilton, that says police line do not cross, you've crossed from a lawful assembly, which it was prior to crossing that line, to an unlawful assembly. And in the case of the criminal code 265 of that code, it's also a criminal offense when there's attempts or threats by act or gesture on police. That's actually a criminal charge. And I believe in this case, that's, what all the pictures and videos show. It's a crossing of that yellow line and then a lunging or an effort to come at the scene, whether it's police or the scene itself. That area was demarcated. For public safety, it was not for just anybody to breach, and it was breached. And that's the point I'm trying to make. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. Again, Kojo, back to the defunding. I'm aware there are folks. I've had great conversations with residents about it. I tell them I'm detasked. I know the chief is detasked. I think our former chair, the mayor, is a detasked. I think we all want to land in the same place. One takes a while, and that can be frustrating for activists. I get that. Another is, it can. You want your side maybe wants it a little more immediate, and that can lead to, unfortunately, what I think we've been discussing here and what we'll continue to discuss today. But I do appreciate your time, your current campaign. I think there are going to be questions, as already mentioned, Mr. Chair, that will be answered once the police are able to speak. I understand your views. Correct me if I'm wrong, and to conclude that you don't necessarily see yourself appreciating an SIU investigation. Notwithstanding, that's the course that in the current code that we go to investigate things right now. So is that correct? You don't won't matter what the SIU says to you?
Well, again, when black leaders spoke, these were the 3 points that we asked for. We believe that a judiciary inquiry is needs to be looked at because, again, there were actions taken by police officers that were very troubling. I think everybody would agree that the police station is public property and not private property. So when residents show up at the police station and police officers are saying this is private property, that needs to be looked at. And so that is why judiciary review is needed, and that ask has been made, and it will be presented to the police board as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Farr.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
I'm sure a lot of that will enter into your speech during the debate time as well. Thank you. Councillor Danko, please, questions of staff? Questions of the delegate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a couple of brief questions, Kojo. So you stated that you believe that the arrests that were made were influenced by racism. Is that the arrests at J.C. Beamer and also subsequently at the Central Station?
Yes.
And in your presentation, you mentioned systemic racism, and I believe Hamilton Police have acknowledged issues with systemic racism. And then you also mentioned the thin blue line patch of the officer who was on the scene. Is there any other indications that you are aware of that would lead you to that conclusion that those arrests were influenced by racism?
Yes. So there were videos, and I did see again at JC Beamer and at the police station, police were targeting and arresting black community members, and even in some cases went like this and didn't arrest white community members. And so that is the evidence that I saw, and we've seen this numerous times. I mentioned the incident around Auntie Vasquez at in front of the police station a couple of months ago. We've also seen this when yellow vestes were congregating in front of City Hall. You literally see police officers having conversations with yellow vestes. But then when it's housing advocates that are black queer, that are black Muslim community members, there's an intimidation factor that is used. Chests are up, their hands are on their guns, showing some form of intimidation. And as soon as something happens, there's no de-escalation, but there is an escalation, as we saw in the video of a police officer dragging a black disabled woman by the arm.
Thank you. I guess a follow-up question then would be, so if your observation was that individual police officers were targeting and arresting black community members on purpose, then is your allegation then that those individual officers are racist and that it's not systemic racism, but they individually are racist officers?
I'll give you an example. So the first arrest in front of the police station, you see a black youth pointing to a speaker saying, "I'm going to pick up the speaker." The police officer doesn't even ask him where you're going. He hooks him by the neck and tackles him to the ground. Right next to that action was another female officer that was guiding a black woman to the sidewalk. And as soon as she saw from the corner of her eye, as soon as she saw that someone was being arrested, she just grabbed the black woman and tackled her to the ground, right? So both things are true. You can have police officers that engage in racist behavior, and you can have a collective group of people that also espouse that behavior. And that is what we are seeing, and that is what I've talked about numerous times, whether it's here at council or at the Hamilton Police Services Board.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear, because it is an extremely serious allegation that the individual officers who were involved in those arrests, you're saying that they were involved in those arrests because they are racist.
Yes, or they have racist attitudes or espouse racist beliefs. Because when there were white people there in conjunction with black people, they halted their interactions with white community members. But then in interactions with black members, they are aggressive, hook people, tackle them to the ground. Whereas with white community members, they hold back and they are kind, they are gentler. And so obviously that would be espousing racist attitudes and beliefs.
Okay, Councillor Danko, like other members of council that have weighed into the police aspect of this, we deliberately set that aside until the chief, upon an SIU completed investigation, was going to come in. I've allowed a lot of latitude. I want to get back to the fire, paramedic, housing, MLE services that were at Beamer. Respectfully, please. Councillor Danko.
No, thank you. It's difficult to hear, but I think it's an important conversation for us to have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Whitehead, please, questions of the delegate.
Well, I think it's an important experience shared. My son had left pretty anguished with my ex-wife and disappeared. Asked me to help look for him. I did. And it was very close to where they lived, where there was an accident where a teen got hit at Mohawk and Rice. And they had the line up, you know, the tape up. And I remember, and I was on the police board at the time, if I remember right, and I crossed the line. I remember the police officer, regardless of who I was, basically said, get past on the other line. I'm worried about my son at the time, so that's the only thing I was focused on. Get on the other side of the line or you're gonna be arrested. It was very clear to me, and I wasn't black, I wasn't brown. And it was very aggressive. So I'm trying to understand and distinguish why people don't understand what that yellow line is, because certainly I do now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead, for sharing that personal experience from your family. Thank you. Kojo, that's all the questioners I have. Thank you again very much for appearing today. All right, the balance of our delegation, Stephanie, I believe are 3 video presentations, and they're all about item 8.2, the corporate-wide climate change update 2021. We're going to hear a video from Grant Linney, Linney, Neil Woodley, and Miriam Sager. So Stephanie, I will turn it over to you, and members of council, if you would please watch your screens. Thank you.
So members of council, 2 are videos that I have downloaded and one is in my email, so it might take me a moment just to get the email one open. Okay, this is Mr. Grant Linney.
Thank you for this opportunity to share my views on the most pressing issue ever to face humanity. My name is Grant Linney. I am a resident of Dundas, and as a trained presenter with Al Gore's Climate Reality Project, I have now delivered 697 illustrated talks on climate change. That's more than any other presenter in Canada. I have 2 notes of appreciation to begin with. First, hearty thanks to City Council for your courage and foresight in freezing Hamilton's urban boundaries. Among other things, this decision clearly aids in our city's efforts to fight climate change. Second, thanks to city staff for a very thorough and comprehensive report on our plans to address climate change. Unfortunately, it still lacks the critical ingredients of incremental targets, set timelines, and specific costing. The title of this excellent book is A Current Reality. Every time we drive our internal combustion vehicles, every time we heat our homes with natural gas, aka fossil gas, we are choosing a highly undesirable and life-threatening future. This means that the city is currently not adhering to its vision statement to be the best place to raise a child and to age successfully. We must accept that we are already choosing a grim future, and it's only going to get worse. As scientists say, we are now locked into at least 30 years of worsening climate scenarios. This chart is from the University of Western Ontario. Please note the figures for London. Between 1961 and 1990, the number of heat days over 30 degrees Celsius averaged 8. The projection for 2020 to 2040 is already a reality, as it reached 22 days last year. That's virtually a 3-fold increase. The projection for 2041 to 2069 of 37 days is already highly likely, and that will reach 68 days by as early as 2080. That's all of July and all of August, plus a spillover into June and or September. Look at what happened just last summer. With increased heat comes a new term called heat domes, and an increased likelihood of unprecedented fire infernos. And now BC is experiencing record extreme flooding. This province is rapidly becoming the climate-ravaged California of Canada. Decisive political action is the only effective large-scale solution. We have excellent books about how the federal government must take the kind of leadership similar to what it assumed during World War II. Lower levels of government, including municipal, can also have a decisive impact. We need system change, where the rules of the game for society as a whole are fundamentally shifted. Look at all of our government's responses to the COVID crisis. These were immediate, decisive, system-wide, no expense spared. As this brilliant cartoon from The Economist illustrates, COVID is nothing compared to climate change. We must be up for this ultimate challenge. Unfortunately, the timelines we currently have are not at all reflective of the emergency we declared in March 2019. A year and 9 months later, we remain mired in planning. We have yet to send out even one fire truck to a 10-alarm fire. If this truly is an emergency, we must respond now rather than later. The following two paths to net zero emissions by 2050 graphically illustrate the difference between option A, where we wait until the last minute to achieve our 2050 goal, and option B, where we embark on serious and progressive actions now. The difference between these two approaches is absolutely stunning. Option A results in 3 times the greenhouse gas emissions of option B. Clearly something we cannot afford. And so, if we are serious about protecting the only one we've got, if we are serious about responding appropriately to the greatest of all emergencies, we must convert our plans into concrete and progressive actions on all fronts, and we must do so now. Thanks for listening.
I'll now play the video for Mr. Neil Woodley. Sorry.
Dear Council and Mr. Mayor, on hearing the recent statement that Hamilton has no capacity to tackle the climate emergency because of COVID, I was astounded. And I also thought, maybe it's more about focusing the capacity we do have. For example, I recently observed a warrant officer measuring dandelions in a front yard. Tiny little dandelions. Because these were an infringement. Her car, her time, the gas in the tank, the processing of that warrant are all taking up capacity in our system. And I'm sure this isn't the only thing that we're spending money on when we should be focusing it on other more important things. The climate emergency we're facing has never happened before in all of our recorded history as a species. To quote Professor Peter Carter on his recent observations that all of Earth's major absorption systems have been triggered into positive feedback and amplification of that warming. He summed it up in a very unscientific way. He just said it was simply terrifying. We face billions of people no longer being able to live where they do, and the logistics issues that COVID have brought us are so minor compared to the shortages that living in a climate casino will bring to every household in every city across the world. At a time like this in our collective histories, it calls not for measured responses, but instead bold and courageous ones that are not part of our everyday thinking and actions. We can look to our history for examples of this, like when 850 private boats were launched to save 300,000 soldiers from a beach, and it turned the tide of the war and helped save my original home. That wasn't small, measured thinking. That was bold, courageous actions with no real idea of whether the result would be work or not. But they took it nonetheless. We're in that time again where we need to launch the boats, the lifeboats, however small or large, to save what we can. To quote Sir David Attenborough, we have moved out of the climate sweet spot that gave rise to global human civilization. Just let that sit for a minute. We're never going back there. All has changed. I would suggest, with that in mind, we stop measuring the dandelions and other such stuff, and we start applying all of our energies and actions into making an emergency plan, for one, because we haven't got one, for a world that has been changed forever, and for our collective survival. Our survival needs us to find the depths in our capacity that we've never gone to before and act for our future and our children's future, more importantly. It's time to think differently. You have capacity to do that. Thank you.
Councillors, just bear with me for one moment because the other one that I have to open up is in my email. I know. Sorry, it's hard to search when I'm just going to stop sharing for one quick second so I can search it.
Stephanie, if nothing else, council members can catch their breath. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
As are you, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Councillor Powers, but still hours to go. Put pajamas aside, please.
Oops.
Now, this would be a time if we were in an elevator with some Christmas
Chair,
music.
Mayor, councillors, staff, members of the community, thank you for letting me speak here today. First, I want to congratulate City Council for what I consider to be a brave and correct decision about city boundaries. It gives me hope that the City Council can lead us well as we move into an uncertain but certain to be difficult future with climate change. Climate disasters are hurtling towards us at quick speed. We have already seen in other parts of Canada and the world, and even in our city, people dying from flooding, from heating, from infrastructure collapse. We've seen mega storms, we've seen drought, we've seen wildfires, and we don't really know what's going to happen locally. We will need to retrofit buildings and houses and infrastructure. We will need to educate the public why we have to do these things, why we have to live less comfortably and less conveniently, drive less, accommodate more neighbors in our neighborhoods, perhaps accommodate climate refugees, even from other parts of Canada and other parts of the world, and so on. City staff needs resources to do the necessary planning and will need significant operational budgets. And all of this really needs to be prioritized at this point. These are critical times. Every decision now, every action now does matter significantly into what happens in the future. We are really running out of time to mitigate the worst of what climate change has in store for us. Times will be difficult, but I am hopeful that with courageous leadership, we will be able to get through this together. I don't think I introduced myself. My name is Miriam Seger. I'm from Ward 1. Thank you very much.
Stephanie, does that exhaust the videos? Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Yes, that does. Sorry, I was muted on the other screen. That
Now
is the last delegate.
I can hear your wonderful voice now. Thank
There
you.
go.
Members of committee, a motion with a seconder to receive all the delegates and videos. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Powers. Questions or comments? All in favor, any opposed of receiving all the delegates? E-vote should be before you shortly. Thank you, Stephanie. And waiting all the votes to come in.
Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Partridge. Can't vote, Councillor Partridge, thumbs up or down?
I'm thumbs up. I apologize. It's just not coming up at all. So it was before.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
That carries 14-0. Okay, we are now going, as agreed 2 hours ago, procedurally voted on. We're now going to go back to item 8.2, the report from staff with action items in it on Hamilton's corporate-wide climate change update 2021. Mover and seconder to put it on the floor. Please, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, seconder, thank you. Questions or comments on the report? Councillor Clark and the mayor and Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I only have one question. And I don't know if it's the intention of staff or maybe this could be the intention of staff. Ideally, I would like to see some type of easily read annual report card on our climate change abatement and mitigation actions. Is that something that can be done? And that's my only question, sir. Thank you.
All right, either city manager or GM Mader, who co-authored the report, please. City manager?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think that would be doable, Councillor Clark, especially when we get the community energy and admissions plan and the climate impact adaptation plan, because that's going to have the specific measurements and metrics and budget and everything attached to it. So it'd be very easy to put kind of a dashboard that we could also put on the web and be available for the public to see.
And so, Deputy Mayor, do we need to give direction or can the city managers just run with this when they come back with their next report?
We could either add it as a part F on the report, or is that direction understood, city manager, for timely reports?
I'll ask Trevor. We never turn down a good motion, is what I will say.
Councillor Clark, how about I come back to you for an amendment, an F part?
Now, sir, or at a future time?
At a future time. Let me get through the speakers list first.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Mayor Eisenberger, please, sir. Mayor Eisenberger.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to compliment Trevor and the team for their ongoing work. And just to be clear, I mean, there has been, I think, virtually annualized reporting on the work around energy reduction and CO2 emissions and targets. So Trevor, maybe you could kind of overview, what we have been reporting on, and not to dismiss the notion of, a broader, more comprehensive reporting mechanism. That's fine. But there has been reporting on this work. We've had set a number of targets. We have met a number of targets. And certainly that effort continues. So Trevor, if you could just kind of overview the reporting mechanism that we've had in the past.
SPM Imhoff, please.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Mayor Eisenberger. We do report annually, both through these city council reports as well as through the Carbon Disclosure Project. Our targets and our indicators have been heavily, and for that matter, I think only geared around greenhouse gas emissions. And so we report those through these reports, as well as going back when Councillor Powers was talking about the Vision 2020, we do report that through the community. It's now called Our Future Hamilton. And so those look at our corporate greenhouse gas emissions and looking at what our targets are and progress. What I do think Councillor Clark is referring to, and to circle back on the city manager's question to me is, I do think we can get more specific. We have set modeled actions, specifically around, for example, renewable energy, megawatts of renewable energy generation, targets that are being modeled through the community energy and emissions plan, as well as we'll have targets through the climate impact adaptation plan, which then will be integrated into departmental budget and business plans to be reported. And I think it would be important for us to create a more robust report card or dashboard that goes beyond just the GHG emissions, but we have been reporting on those since 2006.
Right, thank you. And I think that was the point, but I think enhanced reporting based on the more comprehensive work that we're doing is completely and totally appropriate. So I'm not arguing against that at all. Just didn't want to leave it that we didn't have previous reporting mechanisms and haven't met some previous targets. One of the comments that some of the presenters has made is that somehow their belief is that they heard that work couldn't be done on this because of the pandemic. And I don't think that's particularly true, although it's affected a lot of things in our community as a whole. But the work of looking at the climate change issues has been ongoing, all the way through. So Trevor, maybe addressing that. And then second to that is the staffing issue that we may need to enhance to provide the kind of resources to continue this work more aggressively. So if you could kind of address those two issues, I'd appreciate that.
Through you, Deputy Chair, to Mayor Eisenberger. Sorry, Mayor, I was really focused on the second part of your question. Could you re-ask the first question just so I'm clarifying?
Oh, you got me forgetting what the first part was now. Why don't you address the second part, and I'll think about the first part.
Okay, so the second part was around enhanced. Oh, now I'm remembering, Mayor Eisenberger. It was the COVID-19 pandemic impacting climate change work.
Right.
So let me start by beginning by saying, with the overall corporate response to climate change, there is not just myself or my team working on climate-related actions. So some actions have gone forward, and there is evidence through the Green Fleet strategy that was talked about quite extensively. So there has been work done. I can't miss this opportunity to say that there has been some substantial work delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic and staff capacity. I would refer to the city manager to speak more about that. But specifically on our climate adaptation plan, we did suffer quite a bit of delay because of my redeployment, still my team's redeployment, as well as just staff capacity across the corporation. So I do think it has been impacted. But because of that corporate-wide approach, other areas have proceeded where some areas have been delayed. On your second part, Mr. Mayor, around the enhanced resourcing, or FTs for that matter, I do think that's an accurate statement as we look to look at the specific actions that are coming out of both plans and the really having honest conversations across the departments to say, do we have the existing expertise? Do we have the existing resources? Can we reprioritize resources to work on that? And if not, then what is those additional requests? And I do feel, and I will be pushing to have those conversations when those plans are finished.
Okay, so is that something then, Trevor, that you'll be putting on the table during this budget round, or is that for future years?
Again, I believe it will be for future years. We had hopes to have both plans completed by the end of this year, but because of delays, are not at that point in time to discuss those.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I appreciate the effort, and I know that there's been resources seconded to the pandemic effort in many different areas. So not just on the climate change front, but many folks in public works and other spaces have been seconded into the public health efforts, and that certainly have left some gaps in the organization, understandably. But certainly the staff resourcing issue is something that we need to get to sooner rather than later if we're going to have more aggressive action on the climate change piece. So I'll just leave that in the city manager's hands and we'll take it from there. Thank you, Trevor, for all of your good work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Next on the speakers list, Councillor Wilson and Powers. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I heard through you, Chair, from all the delegates, certainly expressions of appreciation and thanks to the hard work that Trevor and his team have done. And I'd like to echo that. And to the point of the last speaker made about getting there sooner rather than later, I think that's what we were hearing from the delegates, that as an emergency, we are the ones who declared the emergency. COVID was an emergency, and we responded accordingly, and I think that's what they're asking. So if the city manager is coming forward sooner rather than later with a resource allocation through a budget process, then I would certainly echo that and welcome that. I just wanted to give, through you, Chair, an opportunity for Trevor or the city manager to further respond to some of the questions or comments that were made, starting with the need to get the community behind this. I think it was rightfully said, it is going to require a reprioritization, and some folks might not understand why that is. And Trevor, if I could ask you through the chair to speak to how we are going to resource those efforts to engage at a neighborhood level, at a ward level, at a citywide level, please.
To you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Wilson. I think that's a really important discussion. It's hard one to answer right off the top kind of thing, but I'll do my best on what I foresee in terms of the ability and requirements to consult and engage on community-wide. And I'll point to one specific strategy that we've looked at in the past. However, because of the COVID pandemic, has essentially put that on hold, but is looking at creating neighborhood resiliency action plans. And so you are essentially taking this big, complex, citywide strategy, which is the community energy and emissions plan, the climate adaptation plan, and looking at all of the actions and drilling it down to the neighborhood level while working with neighborhood associations, local organizations. And so that takes quite a bit of engagement and coordination work. And so we had started that in the north end, and I can't take all the credit because it was really for the community and the interest of the community members who became very interested in this work. And so there have been delegations, for example, from Mr. John Davey, who still leads those kind of community efforts. And so I think that's an important piece of the puzzle too, of growing the capacity of the community to then go off and take their own actions without not necessarily relying on city staff to have that time and attention. Definitely there's a lot of upfront effort that needs to happen on the city staff. But for example, having a staff person specifically for neighborhood resiliency action plan development and then coordination, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, too. Thank you. The last question, second last question I have, I thought I heard a comment through the chair to Trevor about clarification on our emission outputs, and I wanted to know if you wanted to speak to that.
Through you, Deputy Chair to Councillor Wilson, you may need to clarify emission outputs, or who would the delegate, just to ring my memory. Was it around the capital emissions, like from Canada versus global emissions, or is that what you're referring to?
No, excuse me. I thought I heard Dr. Don McLean request clarification on he was talking about community emissions, corporate emissions, and he was seeking some clarification, or he made a comment that it had to be there had to be a more clear delineation there. I don't know if you caught that comment or not, and if not, I can chat about it later with you, but I wanted to give you that opportunity to respond to it.
through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Wilson. I did catch that, and I think Dr. McLean has a point about clarifying corporate emissions and community emissions, and perhaps I didn't do a good enough job in my presentation. In that slide graph that I show, that is community emissions, which Dr. McLean rightfully points out does essentially flatline in 2011 with not much move, where corporately we do see that kind of gradual trend. And then further to his point, that corporate emissions represent, and he is right from those calculations, less than 1% of community-wide. And so just being very clear, I think, and this is something I can take back with our team, as well as the corporate energy initiatives office in public works that tracks and manages corporate emissions and energy reduction, is as we build out our climate data portal, I think we can have very clear delineations of what are corporate emissions in one tab and then what are community emissions, and being very clear in that difference.
Thank you. I just would like to end my time with, again, a note of thanks to Trevor and his team for their hard lifting. And I know they were doing a lot of lifting on different fronts. I posed a number of questions many hours ago about my request for certain information to be reported on, including the cost of doing nothing and the climate damages we have incurred to date and going forward. And I don't wish to put our city manager on the spot, but I do know that there is certainly some community anxiousness and looking forward to seeing how she will be responding to the calls for specific sourcing up on this, human resources and community outreach. So I look forward to hearing from her in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Last speaker, Councillor Powers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine is not questions. It's just I want to commend Trevor and all the staff for the report on our corporate situation, and I want to commend every one of the presenters. Let's not forget what they said, because there was not only some great ideas, but also it outlined a challenge to us. So if we can recall what they said or the notes that we made, if there's a way that we can incorporate those into our own program, the community's program will be better for it, because you know, we're in trying times, we're experiencing them, we're seeing them, and if we do nothing, we will be nothing. So thank you for all.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Well stated. All right, Councillor Clark, second time, or I have no other speakers. This is your time to either speak second time or put your amendment forward. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. So the amendment, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is adding an item F, that staff be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee on an annual basis with an easy to read report card on the city's climate change abatement and mitigation. And I'm trolling for a seconder. I see Mayor Eisenberger.
Councillor Powers. Oh, okay.
I saw Mayor Eisenberger. Sorry. Thank you.
Very good.
That's it, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Clark. It's all understood, everyone, on the F part for the annual reporting. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Mayor Eisenberger. Questions? All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote before. Oh, yep. E-vote before you. That's right, Councillor Powers. You're putting your hand up to support. Awaiting all the votes on the amendment. Stephanie?
From Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Partridge. Oh, Councillor Partridge, I see your thumb. Councillor Whitehead? Thumbs up. Thank you both.
The amendment carries 15-0. On 8.2 as amended, moved by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Any questions or last comments? All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote before you. As amended, Hamilton's corporate-wide climate change.
Councillors Whitehead and Partridge, thumbs up. Thank you.
That carries 15-0. So to City Manager especially, I believe to the first time we've met him, Senior Project Manager Trevor Imhoff, congratulations on a unanimous vote. Awesome report. Well done. Well done, Trevor. Okay, on to 8.3. Again, hours ago, procedurally, as committee agreed to, although we're absent of a report, a number of colleagues did not want to give speeches in the middle of the multi-departmental staff presentation on what they expressed at being at Beamer Park and wanted to save any commentary separately. So here's your time, and committee voted to allow this in the absence of a report. Councillor Nan, lead us off, please. Councillor Nan.
Oh, great. Thank you. Through you. Hopefully I'll get this in before I got to run out and grab the kiddo. There are a couple of questions as a result of the delegations, and staff had indicated that they would do their best to be able to respond after the delegations on some questions that I had asked earlier. So if I could please, through you, there was the question about what supports were made available to the unhoused residents after the fire. As it related to clothing, food, and winter gear, and whether or not that was made available through city services, housing outreach workers, etc.
Who wishes to tackle that, please? I ask that all staff would remain.
Yes, Councillor Jackson, or Deputy Mayor Jackson, just before, if I could speak, Jeanette Smith, City Manager, because
Yes.
there's so many staff involved in this, I'm going to leave my camera on and I'll play conductor, and I will pass this one to Edward John.
Thank you, Edward John, Director of Housing Services. Through the chair to the councillor, sorry, my throat is a little bit sore. I confirmed with outreach staff that yes, clothing and water and supports were provided both through SMP and outreach staff through the day.
Okay, great. And through you, in terms of where are they now, the individuals who were previously unhoused living in J.C. Beamer Park in tents, how many of them remain in shelter? How many have been permanently housed? And how many are we suspecting are back outside?
Through the chair to the councillor. So we've only been able to track down one through our system at this point, and that was the couple, and they were discharged from the hotel.
Discharged from the hotel. Okay, and I can confirm that, and I think that it was confirmed in delegations today that HESN working with ACA were able to find a permanent housing solution for one of the Black unhoused encamped residents. I also understand the Sudanese community of Hamilton has also been fundraising to be able to cover his rent. And I understand that we'll be able to connect him to other housing supports and programs through city services and our partner agencies. So again, I wanted to say thank you to our community partners who have moved mountains and ensured permanent housing solution for at least one encamped resident from that situation. Next question, if I could, through you, the number of those who are encamped at J.C. Beamer, how many of them were Indigenous? How many were Black? How many were racialized?
Through the chair to the council, unfortunately, we have not been able to identify those. Once again, through typical outreach measures, we do qualify some of those questions, but they are self-reported. So it's, as we know, is often fairly underrepresented in terms of the numbers that we do report.
Thank you. And Director John, earlier today, you did make a comment that we're seeing a disproportionate or an overrepresentation. I don't know how to say it. One of the two versions of that, where the number of individuals who are unhoused and living encamped, that we're seeing a majority of those individuals are racialized and or Indigenous. Could you just clarify that point?
Through the chair to the councillor, you are correct.
Overrepresentation and disproportionate representation.
Overrepresented it in terms of those individuals unhoused.
Thank you. And then in terms of how that connects to our housing strategy, and I'm also happy to pause there, and there is my colleagues a notice of motion coming to ECS tomorrow that is going to be very much solution focused around those residents who are unhoused. So maybe I will just pause myself, Deputy Mayor, in my line of questioning there, because I think it's more appropriate ECS. My
Perfect.
last
Thank
question,
you.
if I could, the last question I have, just as it relates to the JC Beamer overview and some of the conversation points brought forward by delegates. And in response to the correspondences and the requests being made through those, including that which was written by Dr. Warner, there is a growing sentiment, or at least expression here to us as council members, asking for stopping the eviction of encamped residents. And there has been characterization that leaving people living in tents is inhumane when there are more humane options available. And the question I would have is, given the circumstances of our shelter system being at capacity often, and in many cases that I've observed over capacity, and where residents have told us that tearing down encampments when there's no viable option for shelter housing is even further against the human rights of those individuals, as well as further impeding in their ability to stay safe. From staff's perspective, what honors human rights and safety for unhoused residents more, living encamped in the winter or tearing down the tents when there's no viable option for some of those individuals?
Through the chair to the councillor, it's an incredibly complex question. I would default ultimately to the national protocol on encampments. It speaks to no forced evictions when and if evictions do occur. It is in the interests of health and safety, and they follow a specific process that is clear and rights-based. When we speak to what constitutes a forced eviction, I mean, I think that in itself is probably a meeting all by itself. So, you know, it is something I don't necessarily want to delve into, you know, without and in the absence of a full report that is able to be presented to you. I mean, I think the default to evictions is a tough one. I think we ultimately have to be guided by what is the safety of those individuals in the community. This doesn't mean that evictions do not occur, and that when they do, I go back to that rights-based approach. I would also argue that this isn't suggestion of sanction sites, but also the careful approach to when sites are dismantled, how that work takes place, the solutions that are presented and how they are carried out is integral to that thought process. So, you know, hearing many of the delegations today, I think I would really push to that, you know, work as a community, engage that energy in a way that is focused on solutions and not positions.
Thank you for that. And procedurally speaking, Deputy Mayor? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
City Manager, please.
Yeah, please.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Nan. Through you, Deputy Mayor, if I can just add in, we talk a lot about the access to shelter and the need for the housing, and then certainly that's a piece of it. But I can't underscore the importance of the mental health and all the wraparound supports that are the responsibility, not of the municipality, but of the provincial government and our health system partners. That even if buildings are provided, they need certain individuals need those mental health supports often 24/7 to have successful tenancies. And I don't think we can, you know, do enough to advocate to the province that we need those types of resources in our community. Thank you for letting me get that in.
I appreciate it, City Manager, and Deputy Mayor, as well as the rest of my colleagues. The motion coming forward to ECS tomorrow does very squarely address both of those points. And I hope that we can make some progress that is solution focused and integrates the health supports inside of a housing strategy. Procedurally, Deputy Mayor.
About 90 seconds left in your speaking time,
Perfect.
Councillor.
I should be able to get this done and go get the kid. If this council was going to entertain a pause of encampment enforcement, what would the procedural path be for that? In light of a special council meeting that shifted the protocol and effectively has us doing what we're doing now.
You asking me or LC Paparella?
LC Paparella, please.
Yes, LC Paparella. Would it be 2/3 or you tell me?
Sorry, through Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yes, if because it was approved in this term, it would have to go to council and it would be a reconsideration, but it would depend on what you wanted to change, whether it was an amendment or a reconsideration. That's something we would really need to see in writing what it is you would like to do first and have time to take a look at it and compare it to what was approved to give you but it would be at council.
It would be through council and it would depend whether it's a reconsideration or an amendment to it. Thank you so much.
You're very
welcome.
welcome.
Questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Nan. Next on the speakers list, I've got Councillors Danko, Clark, and Farr. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to suggest if Councillor Farr has questions relating to the previous discussions that if he wanted to ask them now, because my questions are new.
Well, you're all being very diplomatic and magnanimous here. Councillor Farr, you want to take him up on that offer or let Councillor Danko continue? I can't see Councillor Farr, so why don't you continue, Councillor Danko?
Okay, no problem. So I'll just start by saying, my goal here today was to listen, to learn, and try to understand the events of what happened at JC Beamer and the different perspectives of those who are involved. And just to kind of briefly sum up, I think it's pretty clear that it was a serious, dangerous situation that our EMS was responding to, that there are supports and outreach ongoing. However, those supports and outreach can be seen as coercive, and community members have taken it upon themselves to offer additional supports that, to fill some of those gaps as they see them. I understand that the HPS at some point established a perimeter which allowed for outreach to dismantle the encampment, and there were strong objections to the formation of that perimeter. My understanding is that ultimately there was no influence with municipal law enforcement or city outreach efforts to relocate the residents, and I think that raises the question that was raised several times today of why a perimeter was established in the first place. We heard that there was a call for numbers at JC Beamer Park in response to the dismantling and the protest, and ultimately it was characterized by the chief of police as being not peaceful. But what we heard today is that those who were there, say that the confrontation was initiated by police. So there's two different perspectives on what happens, and it's unfortunate that we don't have Hamilton Police Services here directly to speak to this, but I understand why they're not able. And ultimately that led to an escalating confrontation that led to a number of arrests. So my first question, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the latitude. So through you, there's been a call for council to ask for charges to be dropped. So my question is that in the purview of council to do? And legally, what influence do we have as a council or individual councilors over police operations and charges that are either laid or dropped, and how those are processed?
Well, three of us on the board could give political answers, but I would rather not. City Manager, are you familiar enough with what probably Mayor Eisenberger and I and Councillor Farr know about the Police Service Act? But go ahead. I'd rather the bureaucrat provide the answer.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, I could certainly take a shot at it, but I'm going to pass it on to Stephen Spracklin, our solicitor, who will explain it more eloquently than I would.
Perfect. City Solicitor, welcome.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Jackson. Stephen Sprackland, City Solicitor. Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Danko. I believe there were two aspects to the question. The one has to deal with our ability to influence the exercise of prosecutorial discretion when it comes to charges, and the second has to do with a governance element with regards to oversight over the operations of police services. Councillor, I think I have both of those correct. I'll deal with them in that order. With regards to the laying of charges and the continuation of the prosecution of the matter, those elements are purely within the confines of the Crown and within their prosecutorial discretion as to whether or not sufficient evidence exists to substantiate, and then once charges have been laid, whether or not it's in the best interests of the Crown to continue with prosecution of that matter. I believe as a body, council does have the right to express an opinion one way or the other, but the independent exercise of prosecutorial discretion is paramount. And at the end of the day, it ultimately be Crown's decision as to whether or not the right course of action, taking all factors into consideration, would be to continue to have charges laid or to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. So that, I think, is the first aspect. With regards to the second aspect, that's a governance question. And if we look at the Act, the Police Services Board is established to provide governance oversight to the operations of the police. One of those responsibilities from a governance oversight perspective is to appoint a police chief. The chief of police is ultimately responsible for all of the operations of Hamilton Police Services. And one of the obligations of the police chief is to exercise that duty in accordance with the lawful instructions from the Police Services Board. And so as a result, the only body that would be able to provide direction to the chief of police would be the Hamilton Police Services Board. And then the police chief himself, Chief Bergen, has the authority and the obligation to provide police services in accordance with his mandate and the direction as provided by the board.
Thank you, City
Give you the
Solicitor.
direction?
Yes, sorry, did the city manager have anything to add?
No, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you. My second question is that through one of the delegations, we heard an allegation that the arrests that were made were initiated because the individual officers were racist, which is a really, in my mind anyway, a very serious allegation that it wasn't just unconscious bias or systemic racism, that those individual officers reacted the way that they did because of the race of the people that they were arresting. So through you, can I ask, I don't want to just leave that allegation there without addressing that either through the Police Services Board or some official way to have those allegations investigated. How might we proceed?
Councillor Danko, respectfully, I think it'd be unfair for city bureaucrats to try to answer that unless somebody wants to put their hand up. Again, I would imagine that the Chief Bergen would be the best one to answer that upon both his investigation and ultimately the SIU investigation when it's completed. Mayor Eisenberger, would you wish to add something, please? Councillor Danko, with your permission, the mayor wants to add something. Mr. Mayor?
So there is an independent review process through the OIPRD regarding police conduct that any citizen can make. And if they feel that that inappropriate policing has been done, it's an independent arm's length organization that investigates all complaints around policing matters. And so that is an option open to any citizen for any reason. And I would certainly suggest that those that are making those claims of racism or attacks, that they could, channel that through the OIPRD with any of their complaints, and it'll be duly investigated and reported on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Danko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that guidance. So just to sum up, I think the most difficult thing that I heard today is that we have our goals as a city to assist those that are homeless, that are in encampments, and those goals of members of our community, are very much aligned. We're both working towards the same thing. It's to do the best that we can to help those that are the most vulnerable. And I guess, my disappointment is that we haven't been able to work together towards those goals. And instead, it just seems that there's escalating levels of animosity and conflict that we're not we're having difficulty working through. So I think I heard Director Johns earlier talk about, working towards solutions. And I was really encouraged to hear Councillor Nan speak about some additional policy work that we're doing. But just overall, that's just my feeling today, to sum up is just that, it's just, we're both working towards the same thing. And for whatever reason, we need to get together and work on that together. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Next on the list, Councillor Clark, please. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Traditionally, we have questions of staff first and then comments. So
Sure.
I'm happy to yield to Councillor Farr and Councillor Whitehead, and then I'll come back for comments after that.
Okay, fair enough. But we're into the debate portion, so I'm allowing a hybrid of questions as well as speeches to occur. Councillor Farr, please.
I'll separate the two. I appreciate. Thank you, Councillor Clark. And I only have questions now, but put me down a second time for my closing comments that I've put together, so they should be within the 5-minute time frame. But I did have questions earlier through you. So first, I don't know if I need to go to Jeanette through you to Ed. I did ask how soon outreach were on the scene at Beamer on November the 23rd. And I think he might have the answer now.
Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, outreach were at the site before 8 a.m.
Okay. And you were with MLE until 8 p.m. or coming and going as you managed to get people that were from the encampment, all of them secure by 8 p.m. Were you there till 8 p.m.?
Through the chair to the councillor, yeah. My staff, I was not there personally. My staff, a number of them were back and forth all the way till dusk and past 8 p.m.
Through you to Jeanette, we had an answer earlier on the yellow line, and whose call was it? And I believe it was Monica, our director of licensing, who said it was the call of 5 different divisions. And thank you, Ed, by the way, I didn't thank him. MLE, police, parks, PW, and housing. Could have asked this of Ed, but I'm wondering, I know we can't get in police's mind on why they chose among those 5 divisions to call for that yellow line due to what they described as a community safety concern, but it was erected. But can you tell me what was in the minds of MLE in making that decision? Housing, parks, PW are the city divisions that you oversee. So why?
Yeah, through the deputy mayor, I'm going to start answering it, and I'll see if Monica has anything further to add. So in general terms, because I wasn't there that day, I can tell you, because I've had a number of meetings, police are an integral part of the team. So those morning meetings that Monica talks about, the police are right at the table with us. And they do support staff to enforce the bylaw. So they are right there with us to ensure the safety of our staff and the individuals when we are enforcing the parks bylaw. And so, we do rely on them as a city to keep our staff safe when they're doing their job. And certainly they take what actions they feel are necessary to protect the staff while they are doing their responsibilities to enforce the bylaws directed by council. Monica, do you want to comment specifically on that day, if anything to add? Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks, Jeanette. Councillor Farr, I should clarify that at the morning meeting, we did not determine that the yellow line should be established. What was determined at the morning meeting was that there was a health and safety concern at that site, and we determined that that was the location we should be going to that day. And for the reasons that I had mentioned earlier, the fire, we had already had services on site. There was the debris, there were the hydro lines down. So that was the conversation that took place that morning, and we pivoted to attend that site. I can't speak for the police on why the yellow line was secured, but I can echo what Jeanette has mentioned, that HPS has been a partner with us when we do attend, and they have been able to do so in a capacity of keeping the peace and providing the support when and if necessary.
Okay, well, you know what, I appreciate, I'm glad I asked. I appreciate the clarity. And again, this is going to be one for when the SIU investigation concludes and we get to deal specifically with the police. But to confirm, Public Works, Parks, MLE, and Housing all agreed there was a health and safety concern in the area, Monica. You just didn't all work to put the footprint of the yellow line. That would have been the police's job in the area of what you believed in the other divisions to be a health and safety concern, correct?
Through the chair, that would be an accurate representation.
Awesome, thank you. Jeanette, a lot of delegates say we're not doing anything, and I get offended by that sometimes. I've said that many times publicly. It's not the first time I've said it. Last I checked, can you confirm we've housed over 480 individuals and families during this pandemic? Housed over 480 houseless individuals and families during this pandemic. That was the last public number. Is that still, there is a greater now?
Through the chair to the councillor, I can confirm that is representative of households. We're closer to 500 households, and that's potentially over 1,000 individuals.
You said earlier created double shelter capacity in this city. I remember as Ward 2 Councillor, First Ontario Centre, that giant men's shelter in the height of the pandemic. We had rec centers that were homeless COVID shelters, COVID recovery centers. 75 to 80 beds for women and non-binary folks, Ed, through you, Chair. Where are we at with that? Council voted to front the dough, as it were, and that is a Rapid Housing Initiative project, and that one we all agree is very important. Where are we with that?
Through the chair to the council, there should be an announcement this week, is my understanding.
That is great to hear. I think that's this week more than any. I think it's a good time to hear it. Finally, because through you, Spracklin is here, through you, Stefan Spracklin, our head solicitor, is here. Through you, Chair, my final question. We had that Superior Court decision. So it's not just a bunch of councillors, 11 of us of 14, who feel that parks are not appropriate places. He said that we were doing a good job on all those things and many others that Ed could have mentioned with respect to addressing the issue. Probably, I would suggest, better than most communities in Canada with our nationally recognized housing and homelessness work. But to that point, Mr. Spracklin, as part of the case, I watched it closely for 2 days. I believe a human rights case is being pursued by our former appellants. Is that right? Is that what I heard? Because it's been a topic today as well.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Farr, there were two aspects to the court proceeding. The first was the injunction application, and you're right, the Justice Goodman found that they didn't lack sufficient support to justify that the injunction be granted. There's also an application outstanding on behalf of the 5 individuals, and that application will deal with a host of issues, one of which has been raised, as you mentioned, is human rights. That is still currently before the courts, and that is a matter to be resolved and decided amongst the parties and before the court at a future date.
In the issue, in a nutshell, the judge ruled in our favor and said what?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Farr. With regards to the injunction, the judge had found that we demonstrated sufficient supports, outreach, and housing in order to meet our obligations to show that irreparable harm would not occur if we were to continue to enforce our parks bylaws. And that was the test that the judge applied with regards to the application of an injunction to the current situation, and the injunction would have prevented us from enforcing our parks bylaw.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, and Councillor Farr, you reserve the right to come on a second time for closing comments, correct?
I'll come on after Councillor Clark or whenever. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, first time speakers, Councillor Whitehead and Wilson, and then second time Clark and Farr. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did share something I held for a long time in the context of Diane's son who died of an overdose and would come home with black eyes and so forth from the encampment. So I want to make sure that people understand that I have a very clear understanding from a perspective of a mother and a son. So in encampments, I also talked in the past about going to San Francisco and meeting, I think they're called directors now, met with the directors, went to a transportation meeting. And we talked about what was going on there now. And the first thing they said is don't allow it to get a foothold. Once you get a foothold, there's no going back. And so I hung on to that comment from that director that if you allow encampments to take footholds in your community, then it would be, well, you see what's happening in LA and San Francisco now. In fact, it's a nightmare. And people are leaving because there's no controls. So I've said this before, and I'll say this again. If your vision of Hamilton is Portland, continue going down this path and endorse encampments. If it's not, then let's find the right solutions and let's work together and collaborate together to do that. But let's make sure that the people that are advocating and interfering with police responsibility understands the fact that they are interfering with police responsibility. Who is it during the day and the time and the activity to cross a line that the police put up? You can't question that at the time. You can question after the fact. But during that day when there's control and the police put that line around, no individual has a right to unilaterally say, I'm not going to show respect to that line. So, and then the point again is the time to have that discussion is, of course, after the day that the police are trying to exercise their authority for whatever reasons. We can't question it during the day. We can question it after the fact. So it concerns me that in our community, we have counselors that support defunding the police. We have people that continue hammering the police. And we see what's happening in communities across the United States, especially to defund police efforts. In Portland right now, the crime is up significantly. The protests are no longer protests. They're violent. They're riots. So my concern, Mr. Mayor and Council, is that I will never support encampments because one, I don't think it's compassionate in any way. Two, at some point we got to ask ourselves the question: if the person is going to dictate that they can't do their drugs in the shelter, they're not going to follow the rules in the shelter. There's got to be some responsibility of the people looking for housing. Scott DeVell and I walked through 30 houses, and they were destroyed, completely destroyed. This is housing, apt housing that we couldn't even put capital in to bring it back so we can put people into them. We don't want that either. So if we could create housing, you better start talking about mental health. And this is the biggest challenge. We do not have the support. We do not have the capacity on the mental health and addiction side. I've been saying that since I've been elected. I've been crying that out since I've been elected, that the provincial and federal government's got to step up to the plate. But I don't think it's fair for these activists that come to this community, pound on our drums, not knowing who has what responsibility. They just point at the council and say, it's your responsibility. Well, the reality is we are limited in what we can do based on how much money we can raise. It's not a progressive tax system. So I would hope that the solutions that we can collaboratively work together to deal with people that need housing and need support is collaboratively work on hammering and working with those actors and taking that energy away from fighting police doing their job, and take that activism and that energy and fight the province and the federal government to provide the appropriate funding to finally put these challenges of municipalities to bed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That was the perfect time for that speech. Thank you very much, Councillor Whitehead. Much appreciated. Last first-time speaker, Councillor Wilson, please.
I don't have any questions, Chair, so just to...
You're into your speech then. Comments, please.
Oh, thank you. So if I heard everything correctly, and I believe I did from this morning, our paramedics, services chief, our fire chief, our housing division, our MLE all stated into the public record that there was no interference by residents that morning. I see some questionings, but if you would like me to confirm that again, I certainly will, and I'll use my time for a question. Through the chair to the city manager. Did I hear that correctly?
I'm going to try through the chair, and staff can turn on the camera to correct me. For the emergency responders that were there early in the morning, I hear there was not. When housing and bylaw were there, I believe at the time they were doing their work, the police were there and had set up that perimeter. So that would be why there was no impact to their work. But I will ask staff to correct me if I've interpreted it wrong. Monica?
Director Sorello?
Or Edward with your two
or
teams.
Director John?
Through the chair to the council, I'm happy to speak on behalf of Outreach. So as you may imagine, when Outreach attend those sites, they often stay on the periphery and are there to support individuals as and when needed, but I can confirm that they were not interrupted in terms of their work through that day.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Mr. Director John. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to thank all the delegates who came forward and offered their comment and offered their experience of that day because they were there. I also want to thank those who completely understand the funding system. They understand our senior orders of government and what they do. And I don't think I heard from any of them that they don't think that there's a role for the municipal and federal governments. I think they all acknowledge that. They just called on the city to make this a priority, and it's debatable whether they think we have done so with the attention that they believe it deserves, and that's their right. And they are there. I don't think I heard from any of them saying that the city is not providing services when there are encampments cleared. Some of them have said sometimes they are not, or sometimes housing aren't there when the encampment is cleared. Most of all, they said they're there to supplement and to fill in the gaps. Because when an encampment is cleared, the tents and the tarps and a lot of personal belongings are disposed of because the person, if they are being admitted into shelter, can only bring a limited amount of their personal belongings. I've already written to the residents of Ward 1 as a consequence of questions that they posed to me, overwhelmingly rooted in concern. And I believe at this time we certainly do not need to speak to Black members of our community. We need to listen. And they are asking us to join in their calls for an independent review. And I will certainly and will continue to support them in that regard. Our institutions work when they're trusted to work. And I would ask my colleagues to make that same consideration. The repair that we're needing to do with other members of our community because of an incident with the police is going to be forever and ongoing, even after an independent review. And so I will stand in solidarity with those Black leaders, Black members, and support them in what they're calling for. And I still stand in support of that we are not able to provide the kind of supportive housing that many members of our community need, and that they're living in outdoor facilities, and that clearing them and causing them to shuffle around the city or to hide in the woods or to live in a temporary space that does not give them the kind of support that they need is not humane. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Last two second-time speakers. Councillor Clark, please.
I believe Councillor Farr was first, but whatever you want me to do, sir.
Councillor Clark, you are just exuding.
I'm just following your list. Sorry, I don't mean to tell you what to do.
You are just exuding magnanimity. All right, Councillor Farr, take it up while you can, because he may not always be this gracious. Take it up while you can, and then Councillor Clark will close it out. Councillor Farr.
I believe he is always gracious, and I'm warming up to him for a reason. I think Councillor wants to go last, and I'm fine with that. If I can ask a very quick question and then get to my 5-minute close, which may be less than that. Depends on the technical issue.
Use your 5 minutes as you wish. Question and the comments.
You might end up cutting me off, especially at this point. I'm 30 seconds deep already. Through you to Chief Cunliffe, I asked you earlier, how many calls for service does fire receive? And specifically to like fires in general, but also to explosions.
Chief?
In the pandemic, let's say, Chief.
So through the chair to Councillor Farr, I was able to get the information for the last 3 years relative to explosions. And as I had mentioned earlier, the numbers are not large. In 2019, we had one incident that was directly related with an explosion. And when I say that, it means that's the ultimate cause. It's not a effect of another incident that creates an explosion or what may be perceived as an explosion. And that in 2019, it was due to in a residence, and it was based on an oxygen tank that exploded due to smoking. In 2020, we had one, and that explosion was in a residence due to the distillation of alcohol. And so far in 2020, that was 2020, and in 2021, we've had 3. One has been a flash explosion in an industrial occupancy and a paint booth. A second was, and many members of council remember, we had the natural gas explosion on the West Mountain, where we had a house that was demolished and a couple other houses that were impacted.
I don't want to cut you off, Chief. I was speaking directly to the issue of the encampment. Sorry, I'm aware. I'm aware you're had explosions elsewhere, and I'm so sorry for cutting you off. Just to the encampment question from earlier.
So I apologize, Councillor, because I obviously didn't understand your question. I do not have any reports of specific explosions in encampments this year or last year.
No calls for service for explosions.
No, sir.
But fires, as was in your court testimony, I think there's a number of calls for service for fires, and I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask for that.
So again, Councillor, the question is, we have responded. I don't have the exact number to small fires in encampments where we've had what we would deem to be rubbish fires.
I missed that last part, sorry. Through you.
That we would deem to be rubbish fires, where we have combustible contents that have been set on fire, but that's all I can provide at this point.
Yeah, okay, and thank you, Chief. I appreciate you sticking it out, and I'm going to have to wait for my 5-minute close. I went too long on my question there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for when the appropriate time is for my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. You still had 3.5 minutes there, Councillor Farr, but if you figure you need a full 5, Councillor Clark, the tennis ball is back to you.
God bless you, sir. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I do want to thank all the residents who shared their perspectives and thoughts, whether as a delegate today or previously by email. I've also listened most attentively to comments made around this table, and I've been reflecting on this incident as well as the roles and obligations that elected officials have in this matter. Under Ontario law, elected officials cannot direct the police in any manner. The laying of charges is solely at the discretion of the sworn police officer involved in the incident, while the direction of the police force is under the sole authority of the police chief. Even the police service board and the individual members do not have the authority to direct police enforcement. Such interference could result in the members' forfeiture of their position. The final decision on all police action lays with the chief. The Ontario Police Services Act, I believe, is a reflection of Canadian law that is written to prevent the unintentional or intentional creation of a police state. In this case, the request that I've received to have council drop the charges appear well-intentioned and even noble, yet I would suggest that if an elected official actually had the authority to drop charges, they would equally have the authority to direct the police to lay charges, in which case we would have a situation wherein the police, under the direction of elected officials, could be ordered to surveil and prosecute perceived political enemies of the state. The Canadian justice system, while far from perfect, is enabled by legislation to be an independent process, free from political meddling, to ensure a fair process. The accused is innocent until proven guilty by a court of law. Our judges and justices of the peace are independent adjudicators who decide on all matters such as bail, admissible evidence, court processes, and the final decision of innocent or guilty. In this instant, charges have been laid. Only the Crown Attorney has the discretion to decide, based on evidence, to pursue those charges in court or to drop those charges if they determine that the likelihood of a successful prosecution is in question. Separate from this judicial process, the Ontario Special Investigations Unit has the legislative authority to investigate interactions between the police and residents. In this incident, the SIU has publicly announced that they are, in fact, investigating the violent interactions between protesters and the Hamilton police. I submit that it is most unwise for any elected official to comment on a matter that is before the courts. The judicial principle is sometimes referred to in legal parlance as sub judice, which is a Latin phrase that simply means before the courts. Such comments may be seen as attempts to influence the courts, which may cause mistrials or contempt of court charges. It is a matter that is taken quite seriously by the judiciary. That said, City Council does have the responsibility to draft and enforce policies to ensure that municipal employees under our sphere of authority treat all residents respectfully, reasonably, equally, and free of any form of discrimination. City Council does have a shared responsibility with the province to address social issues such as homelessness, geared to income housing, emergency housing shelters. The historical lack of provincial funding for homelessness has been an ongoing issue. There are many factors involved in this recent homelessness crisis, including housing affordabilities, evictions due to the inability to pay the rent, loss of a loved one who was the sole income provider, domestic violence, discharged patients from psychiatric facilities, drug addictions, and substance abuse, etc. Given that winter is now upon us, the goal should be to get unhoused residents into safe facilities with a warm bed, shower, food, and social assistance. Recently, City Council unanimously directed staff to develop a winter housing strategy and action plan to assist residents who find themselves unhoused. This direction speaks to this municipality's collective responsibility, obligation, and I would suggest a duty of care to eliminate the risk of exposure and death for our homeless residents this winter. This should be the collective priority of all levels of government. Finally, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Hamilton is not alone in dealing with a serious increase in poverty and homelessness. Municipalities across the province and even the country are looking for humane and compassionate solutions to this problem. We can certainly look to some innovative solutions in Waterloo, in London, as possible options. What we cannot do is ignore it with the hope that it will improve over time. Given the current economy, the loss of employment due to the pandemic lockdowns, the increase in evictions and mental illness, This crisis will only get worse if all levels of government, psychiatric hospitals, health system partners, and our social agencies don't work together as a community to ensure safe, clean, affordable, supportive housing. I thank you, sir.
A very well researched and written speech, Councillor Clark. Thank you so very much. Councillor Farr, the tennis ball's back to you, and your full 5 minutes is being watched on my Samsung. It's all yours, Councillor Farr. Wrap it up for us, please.
Thank you, sir. And I'm just going to look at opening a presentation. And I got a note already. It says if your presentation includes animation, no, it doesn't. So I'll hit continue. And I want to thank Stephanie Paparella for helping me out with this one too, or at least giving me some guidance. She also has a spare. People who joined from the video conferencing applications can't view the content you're sharing. If you want your content to be viewed by those people, share your screen. Okay, let me share my screen. This is a first for any councillor or mayor, so I don't want to get it. I don't want to get it wrong. And folks, this is what we're talking about today. So this is what happened on the 24th of November at JC in the 5 a.m. hour. This was an explosion. This was about, I'd say, 3 stories high, and you all received from me the video from a dash cam. The first on the scene were police. You can see a couple of cruisers bottom left, and that's all I'll say about that, given our previous speaker's comments. This was the aftermath at JC Beamer Park, where I was a proud soupy as a kid. Dealt with a lot of social issues too. There's a propane tank right there with a hole in it. There's the crowd that gathered early morning. And you can see clearly the police line. There's the police, and there's the police line. Everything's peaceful, still a line, and protesters on one side, police on other. On that side, that 5 departments declared as unsafe for the public. So the tape that says police line do not cross here is breached. There's another shot of it being breached, and that's what we're getting into today. And I don't need to say anything more other than just tell 1,000 words, and certainly that's been the conversation. A lot of delegates brought it up today, and I definitely wanted to present the visual just in case there's someone who's not seen it. So I'm going to close this now, or maybe I'll just leave it and just say, I mentioned it a few times. I think a lot of us are more inclined to look at police detasking, which is a cultural change, Mr. Chair, and it takes time. And poverty and homelessness, as the previous speaker and so many others have said, harm reduction, mental illness isn't going away. It's tough to manage. I haven't encountered anybody who doesn't agree that these issues, inherited over time as police issues, by the way, may be better dealt with by specialists in the field, medical specialists, social workers, crisis outreach agencies, and others. We're headed there. Police are already showing evidence of this. Other agencies are showing evidence of this. Council with menus today on the agenda show this. It's not happening fast enough for some. I'll stop there and leave you with this from Pat Mandy, who is our current chair of Hamilton Police Services. Recently, TVO.org asked, respecting the recent calls for action after conflict between police and people protesting encampment evictions, how do you feel about those sorts of events? And what do they say about where we are right now? And our new chair says, well, I believe that people have the right to protest. I don't condone destructiveness or violence. I think that there does need to be other ways to have the conversation to avoid those confrontations. I think there are always going to be some activists that will take the opportunity when something is presented to them to get their message out, which I think is good. But I also think we need to stop and listen and learn what the issues are. There are 2 sides to every story, and usually somewhere in the middle is where the path actually lies. I don't think it's too late. I think there's actually commitment by the police. She mentions that we hired recently an equity, diversity, and inclusion coordinator. They've done a survey of staff. Staff have gotten back, and recommendations are there about moving forward on how to be more inclusive, how to be more culturally aware and sensitive. The changes don't happen overnight, says Mandy, but what I see from the Hamilton Police anyway, in my perspective, is a willingness to move and to make change and to listen. But I think before we get there, communities have to believe that there is a willingness and a truth to try to reach out and establish the relationships. That is a brilliant answer off the cuff to tvo.org by our new chair of Hamilton Police Services Board. And I believe it's the greatest way to sum up what we've endured here today on both sides of this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Farr. Much appreciated. And Mayor Eisenberger wouldn't allow you to do the final wrap. He wanted to say some closing words. Mayor Eisenberger, please, former wonderful chair of our Police Services Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, these are difficult, perplexing, challenging issues that we all struggle with. And, you know, the notion that, that none of us care, or that the police don't care, or that the housing folks don't care, I think is a very unfortunate characterization of what is actually important. And to Councillor Danko's point, you know, we're actually trying to achieve the same thing. The problem is we're not you know, at all willing to do it together. And what we have been seeing happening is that there's literally being obstruction to the work of our staff to dismantle some of these more public parks that you know, I don't think are safe places for people to live. And as Councillor Clark points out, that's the objective, is to get people into safe and secure housing. The big challenge is how do we do that for some of these individuals when mental health and addiction supports are required to actually make that happen. So putting them into a housing situation unto itself doesn't solve the problem. The problem is much bigger than that, and it requires many more resources than that. And some of those resources have to come from a provincial government that we've made application to for those resources on several occasions, and we'll do so again to get on top of this issue. I find it terribly unfortunate that that the police are characterized as racist, which I think is somewhat outrageous. I think that's a very unfortunate statement to hear from anyone in our community. I have no belief that that is true. You know, systemic racism doesn't mean that all police are racist. What it means is that there is a tendency to have race be an issue in either the hiring process, or there may be an individual or two that has racist tendencies, but that is not the indicator of all of our compassionate police officers that I think do an enormously challenging, difficult job on a day-to-day basis. What's also a little perplexing for me is that clearly, you know, some make the claim that there wasn't any impeding of the work of MLE or our housing staff. Well, clearly the police had created a circumstance around preventing that from happening. And I have to think that there would have been a conversation at some point in time to indicate that this is a location that has challenges, and there are safety issues, and we need to ensure that that others are protected from that, as well as allowing the good staff to do their work. And as our city manager pointed out, we do rely on the police to ensure the safety of our workers, our employees, those that we are tasking for dealing with some of these individuals in our community that are looking to get housed on, you know, on a day-to-day basis. So this is a complex issue. I appreciate and understand the passion. I share the passion. I think all of us do. The question is, how do we best resolve these issues? And, you know, to the point that we are looking at, you know, accommodating folks over the winter months in terms of areas where we can provide shelter for them in some manner or another to get them out of the cold. Absolutely appropriate thing to do, as we do, you know, in the summer months when you know, the heat wave hits and people have places to cool or warm or you know, find refuge. And so all of those actions are very appropriate. I don't think we're going to solve this issue in a matter of weeks. And, you know, it's an oversimplification to suggest that we could. The reality is that that homelessness has been with us for decades, if not even longer. And you know, is it going to be with us in the future? I hope not. And I hope that we find the ways and means to to pull together the resources to have creative solutions. But right now, the fullness of those solutions aren't before us necessarily, and the best we can do is to definitely protect some of our public spaces, to embolden that, you know, those that want to set up camp in our parks and say it's quite all right for you to do that. We know what the answer to that is. It'll be everywhere. We've already seen that happening, you know, right across the city. And so I don't think we can sanction that in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, we do want to find a path to getting people into safe and secure environments. And I'll say again, and I'll keep saying this, tents, with all the things that come with it, are not safe and secure environments. And certainly sadly, the Beamer Parks, you know, scenario, which could have been tragic, were it not for police arriving or being on the scene to pull people out of some burning tents and get other people out of tents that might be burning in the very near future. Lives could have been lost here, a very, very tragic circumstance. And that we again would be having a very different conversation today, and, you know, trying to lay blame on why didn't you act this way or that way or whatever way, to try and prevent the tragedy from happening. And I think those appropriate actions were taken. So I'm, you know, we'll continue to struggle with this, and I know that there's compassion all around. If we can find a way of coming together and putting our energy and resources into finding the additional resources with our federal and provincial partners to do even a more complete job in terms of housing people, I think that's the path that we need to take, rather than accusing one another's motives, or suggesting that you know, we're on higher ground than you are, therefore you should be listening to us as opposed to, you know, anyone else. There's a collective responsibility here, and I think we ought to try and move forward in that direction. So I'll continue to work on that space, and I'll continue to advocate on the federal side. I'll continue to work with our provincial governments. We previously had an application in for additional funding for wraparound supports. We are going to revisit that application once again, and I would hope that all the advocates that spoke today would also get behind that effort, because I think ultimately that is the path to future success in this space. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your very considerate consideration today, by and large. And we'll continue to work hard on this project.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger, and I want to thank GIC in spite of some tense and fractious moments the last several hours during this debate. I'm really proud of GIC members and how respectfully we all landed. So there's no report. That was a full debate as we had agreed to earlier. My goal is, as being 5:30 without curtailing further debate, I would love to get to the end of the public agenda, which is the OBL list, and then we'll break for dinner and come back for in camera. So members of committee, follow me closely, please. Councillor Whitehead, I have wrapped up this discussion. Sorry. I said you gave a really good speech earlier. Yes?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Clark had two, I see. Councillor Farr had two.
Yes.
I'm not sure who else had two. And so I've been up for a second time, and you're saying that now that I can't speak second time?
I'm sorry I didn't have you down, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to actually commend Councillor Clark for putting a great perspective on the Police Services Act and the issues that surround what our responsibilities are under the Act. Secondly, I want to thank Councillor Farr, who is in the heat of understanding the other and the flip side of the danger of these encampments. And thirdly, I want to emphasize, we all have probably someone we know has an addiction, or is a drug addict, or has other forms of breakdown. But for anyone to think that there's any compassion in an encampment where people get beat up, people with selling drugs, drug pushers are roaming through. And I already gave you an example of somebody's son who was being pounded and stuff robbed off him at the encampments. Is the compassion a way to go? I don't know where your head's at. We got to find a solution, but encampment's not it. We should never, ever, ever talk about encampments again. Let's find that solution. Let's find, I don't care if we open up Cops Coliseum or whatever other buildings we have and create situations where we can accommodate, look for emergency funding, but encampments are not the answer. And I'm going to keep pounding that message. And I know this much. If you want encampments, at the very least, we should be putting a survey out to the immediate impacted neighborhoods and asking them if they support this encampment in their park, and then respect the answer and response you get from those particular neighborhoods, at the very least. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Whitehead. That was short, but you got your strong point across as a second-time speaker. All right, members of GIC, 10.1. Innovation Factory Synapse Life Sciences Consortium request for the funding. A mover, seconder. Mr. Mayor moved. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. Questions, comments? Seeing none. Electronic vote, Stephanie, please. All in favor, opposed? If you can't e-vote, let's see a thumb. Oh, that's a nice thumb, Councillor Partridge. Thank you. And that carries 15-0. Next item, 2022 budget submission of the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. Moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Clark. Questions, comments? All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote before you shortly. Otherwise, we need a thumb. And that carries 15-0. Thank you. 10 point multi-purpose community hub for diverse and marginalized communities. Moved and seconded to get the report on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Questions, comments? Councillor Wilson. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Cannot find my notes in my mess, so I'm going from memory. If I could ask through you to whomever can ask or answer, beg your pardon. I see on the last page of the report in my memory, there was a facilitator that was going to be brought on for the purpose of working with the LGBTQ plus and two-spirited community on trying to make a business case or a hub, and I'm not sure I understand that. If I could ask someone, please.
Who from staff is here? City manager? Oh, Grace Mader, please, General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, took me a minute there, through to Councillor Wilson on this. We are reigniting our work on this portfolio and really excited about getting back and focusing our energies on it. We also realize that a lot has changed along the way from when we started our work. I have Manager Jennifer Hohall, who is also here with me, who authored the report. She will be leading the next phase of this work on it. So if Jennifer is available, don't see her jumping
Manager
on.
Hohall, there she is.
So
wonderful.
I'm gonna let her answer in detail, Councillor, about your question. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Manager, please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Hohall, manager in the General Manager's Office in Healthy and Safe Communities. And through the chair to Councillor Wilson, your question about the third party. When we engaged back in late 2019 and early 2020 with the communities, one of the clear points of feedback that we got was that it really needed, this work needed to be planned by the community for the community. And we thought that was a really important piece to take away in our planning moving forward. And why they would be involved in the development of the business case, the motion that originally came from GIC was to bring back a business case on a multi-purpose community hub. That would include things like the location, the size, the services, the governance model. And those are all things that really, again, need to be informed and developed by the community.
Supplementary through the chair. Thank you very much. You were answering my next question was if you could unpack for me what does it mean with the task of developing a business case? And I wanted to know what that meant. And if I heard you correctly, it's we're tasking the members of the community to come up with a model of, you said, governance, of location, of types of services, role, and function. I just wanted to make clear you're not tasking the communities to come up with some sort of plan, financial, of how this is going to be operated and sustained. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So the motion itself did direct staff to create a business case. And I'm just going to read some of that language that includes viable locations, possible sustainable funding sources, and a multi-year operational plan. So no, we would not expect the community to create that financial plan. The city staff will definitely help in that, but pieces of that business case, like the viable locations and how they want to see the operations happen in the multipurpose hub, would definitely need to be informed by the community. So it will be a collaborative effort.
Thank you. And if you could remind me, because I don't have the report up, when you anticipate that work to have been to be done in the next stage of this plan?
We haven't set direct timelines. However, we want to, work with the connect back with the communities early, first thing in the new year. We would like to engage with the community to understand what they would like to see in a facilitator and the expectations of that individual. So it may take a little bit of time, but hopefully we can have someone in Q1 of next year starting to facilitate and have those conversations. But we haven't thought or really understood how long that process might take with the community.
Thank you. I appreciate that through you, Chair, that you're going to be consulting with the communities about the kind of particulars on the facilitator. I just want to make sure, and that will take some time, but from a staff perspective, again, clarity, sorry, Jennifer, on the anticipated deliverable of this model coming forward, so we can assure folks that we're not just talking, that we have a pin on the board and a focus of moving towards in terms of a deliverable.
Absolutely, and I would hope that we would have kind of consultation and all of that wrapped up with something coming back mid-year next year.
Okay, thank you very much for your work.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Senior Project Manager Ho-Hall, for those responses. In the information report, and totally appreciating the pause in the in-depth community engagement you all were beginning to roll out in helping shape the direction to achieve this multipurpose hub. It says that there's 2 steps for the goal. One is the creation of a community hub specifically for the Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus community, and then B, funding for meeting spaces for all equity-seeking communities. But then also goes on to say that depending on what we're going to hear, that will help inform the final kind of direction in terms of development of the hub, but also the potential of expanding other community hubs. So I just wanted to get a clear sense from staff. Is this work embarking with the intention of only creating a Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus community hub, or is it to address that plus address the immediate need for community access to space for other equity-seeking groups, and potentially leave a third option open for other organizations to verify what they might need, and if that is also a community hub, that staff would then be able to present that back to committee?
Through the chair to Councillor Nan. So you're correct in that it's the first step is focusing on the space needs and the understanding of all equity seeking communities. And we hope that through that, we can get a better understanding of what people are asking for, what they're using space for, what types of services or activities, so that if there is a gap that continues, we can flag that and work together to see, how we might be able to fill that in the future, and whether that is a hub model or not. So we do definitely want to learn from those communities as we go through this process. And then in this initial step, yes, it is focusing on specifically right now a hub for the LGBTQ plus communities, as through our consultation, there was a significant gap in service and space for that community.
Certainly. Thank you for the update, and I'll follow up.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Stephanie, we had a mover and seconder. All in favor? Any opposed? Electronic vote should be before you shortly. You can't e-vote. Let's see a thumb, please.
Councillor Whitehead, are you able to vote? Thank you. Councillor Clark, thank you.
15-0, thank you. 10.4, use of city resources during an election. A mover and seconder, please, on this report. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Questions, comments? Seeing none. All in favor? Any opposed? Vote, or let's see some thumbs, please.
I'm sorry, Councillor Whitehead, if you put up your thumb, I missed it. Did you put up your thumb? Thank you.
Carries 15-0. Thank you. 10 Concession Street, BIA. It's proposed
Mr. Chairman,
budget.
I'd be happy to move 10.4 through to 10.9 because they're all the same thing as BIA's internal budgets plus the Arts Advisory Committee, which is very small, if the clerk will permit me to do that.
10.4 we already dealt with. That was the election.
10.5 to 10.9.
Legislative Coordinator Paprella, is that in order? We could do it as a bundle?
You can certainly do that. I see that Councillor Whitehead has his hands up, and so does Councillor Partridge, so they may wish to speak to a matter.
Okay, so why don't we just do them quickly separately, please? Because in case
I was just seconding it.
Oh, you were seconding it, Councillor Whitehead.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Councillor Partridge, and you were thirding it. Okay. Councillor Ferguson, back to you with your bundled package. 10.5, let me read it out for public consumption. Concession Street BIA scheduled a proposed budget and payments for next year. Dundas Business BIA as well for budget and proposed payments. Ottawa Street BIA for proposed budget and payments. International Village Business Improvement Area for proposed budget and payments. And the Arts Advisory budget as well. Moved and seconded as e-vote before you. Otherwise, let's see some thumbs. All in favor, any opposed? You know, I see more thumbs. I think people like displaying their thumbs now. Okay, that's good. All right, and the vote carried 15-0. That efficiency, Councillor Ferguson. 10.10, Hate Prevention Mitigation Community Initiatives Action Plan. Mover. Councillor Nan, are you moving it? Oh, moving it. Seconder. Seconder, Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Questions or comments on the report? Seeing or hearing? Oh, sorry. Councillor Nan, please.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I didn't use my thumb. I used the icon button on WebEx, so it takes a little bit longer, though appreciating the efficiency and almost the auctioneer voice coming out, which I kind of missed. A quick question on this one to staff. If I can find my notes, just bear with me, folks. I promise it won't be long.
Will do.
There were a number of correspondences today that referred to this item. I was wondering if staff could provide comment on how they see the points that were raised in the correspondences integrating into the next steps of the hate mitigation prevention plan. If I could through you, please.
Okay, is Director Stahl with us, who authored the report? Director Morgan, there she is. Welcome, Director Stahl, please.
Thank you. through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Nan, Morgan Stahl, Director of Government Relations and Community Engagement. Obviously, there's been a variety of points and varying perspectives today shared from across the community, particularly in some of the delegations and correspondence, which can and will inform our future community engagement efforts. However, I think if you're looking specifically for the events at JC Beamer and a bit of an analysis as to how that can be included in this work moving forward, perhaps what would make sense is to come back to council with a bit of consultation or analysis of how that would inform the work moving forward. I'm sure as folks can imagine and understand, this report came forward before the situation at JC Beamer, and so and I'll remind council briefly of where the work kind of came from is the original consultations through Sage Solutions, and we were directed by council staff was directed to come back with an action plan in addition to doing a bit of a comprehensive overview of our current programs across the corporation that fulfill those recommendations. So if and perhaps just seeking clarity from you, Councillor Nan, as to how you'd like to approach this, and if you'd like staff to come back with specifics as to how that can be integrated in the plan moving forward.
Thank you, Director Stahl. Happy to provide a little bit more clarity about what my intention was, and it comes from actually an understanding of your previous professional experience and understanding of kind of the consultation fatigue that happens particularly around equity-seeking groups and marginalized residents who experience various barriers from being able to participate in the kind of ongoing community engagement that then leads folks to rehash their experiences versus the way in which we are constantly listening as a corporation to the feedback we're getting, whether through the formal channels of our surveys, our formalized consultation processes, our workshops, etc. I'm just curious if there is a mechanism by which our delegations or when residents come to give voice to their experiences, how that might get integrated into where it naturally fits. And looking at the recommendations that are here through you, Chair, in terms of the integration, sorry, I have to toggle a little bit here. Recommendation C brings together our community safety and well-being plan, our urban indigenous strategy, our Hamilton and housing and homelessness action plan, our internal EDI process, our external partnerships, Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center, Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, as well as our participation and connection to Note Hate and the Hammer Coalition, in order to help ensure that our city policies and programs are informed by hate prevention and mitigation recommendations that are also coming from the community. And I know that one of the learning points for me from the expertise that Sage Solutions brought to us as a council was also speaking to that kind of, ongoing fatigue versus how can we verify that those experiences are informing all the ways in which these issues do intersect, right? Today's discussion, I think, whether it's climate change, whether it's the incident at JC Beamer, whether it's this specific one, whether it's the multi-purpose hub for community organizations, there is a complete and inherent connection between all of these issues that do lead to the goals of the hate prevention and hate prevention framework specifically. It's loaded, and I'm sorry, Director, but I'm leaning to you from the perspective of your past experience and how that might inform our outcomes, and if necessary, perhaps I could try and put that in forward in the form of direction from the perspective of maybe you report back on how community relations could also include a clear statement about how the city is listening. Does that make sense? Forgive me, I just came running back in into the
I
house.
think that makes sense. I also, through the chair, I also saw that City Manager Jeanette Smith turned on her camera. So I don't know if there's further comments that she wants to make, perhaps before I try to cover and answer your question, Councillor Nan.
Yes, fair.
Sorry, I should stop turning my camera on. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I think, you know, there's a couple of things come through mind. We have a number of things underway. One's around our whole community engagement, public engagement policy, and how do we do it formally and how do we do it informally and take input that comes along the way from the community and delegations, and how do we build that in? So I don't know your question, and so I always like motions because it gets something in writing, but if it's specific to this topic or if it's something you're looking at as probably as part of our public engagement framework and how we do it on an ongoing basis. And I'm not very articulate this time of night either.
We're in good company and you were just fine, City Manager. I think I'll spend a little bit more time with staff, kind of unpacking what I'm seeing as a potential gap. I think, City Manager, you might be correct that it might be better housed in the public engagement policy framework in terms of those formal channels and informal channels. I do believe that will wholly circle back to this work as well in terms of continuing to build the confidence around our outcomes, both as an internal city, but also as the city of Hamilton as being a place that fosters belonging and carries out the actions and outcomes as the related policy and action plans that are in item C. So long-winded, thanks for hashing that out a little bit with me on the committee floor. I'll circle back with staff and bring forward a recommendation, or not a recommendation, sorry, a motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Yeah, not to belabor it, I was a little confused as to how the conversation around the Beamer Park incident today fit into this. So I'm not clear on that. You know, there's obviously a broader consultation issue that we need to be mindful of, and if that's the context that you're talking about, fine. Don't think we want to characterize one way or the other the events at Beamer Park as you know, whether I don't even know how you want to characterize them, to be honest with you, other than it was an incident that no one would have liked and wanted. I'm not sure that fits into kind of the hate prevention and mitigation issue that we're currently talking about. So I'm not clear where Councillor Nan is going, but I'll leave it in your hands to come up with whatever you think you're going to, and be happy to hear about it. But I'm not clear how the Beamer Park issue fits into that.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't the one that referenced JC Beamer Park. I was referencing the correspondences from today to respond to you, Mayor. It was references to the correspondences today that spoke to issues around racism and hate prevention specifically. But yep, I will bring back something much more clear to the committee. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
She responded to what you had stated, Mr. Mayor, but the floor is still yours because you had mentioned her. Carry on, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm done. Thank you. I'll wait to see what comes out of it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Whitehead, please. On 10.10.
Well, one thing I can say, and I say this with the greatest sincerity, I do appreciate Nan and Councillor Wilson and their perspectives on this council. They should be valued, they should be considered, but they should be also considered in the context of what's happening around us, not just in Hamilton, but across Canada, across North America. And I'm just concerned that the rhetoric and the heat is going up, but the substance of the conversation is going down. And I hope that we don't start taking and getting thrusted into these cultural wars and getting into calling everything hate because you disagree with something. So let's be careful how we use hate, because all you're going to do is erode the definition of hate if you start expanding the scope to things like what happened at the park. Thank you.
Sorry, and I don't want to engage in a back and forth, but my name was mentioned, and I'm not. I just want it to be very clearly stated that I am not doing anything that Councillor Whitehead has implied, and I don't appreciate the way in which he's framing my work as an elected representative, bringing forward issues of equity and flagging consistently when I experience hate and when other members in our community experience hate, and my commitment to those equity-seeking groups that this corporation will, through its council, move aggressively towards ensuring a community of belonging for everyone. So just for the clarity of public record, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. I don't want to lose sight of the excellent report that's before us here. 10.10, that has been worked on extraordinarily well by Director Morgan Stahl, the action plan for the hate initiative. So do we have a mover and seconder, Stephanie? We do. So all in, any opposed? E-vote should be before you. Or thumbs, please. Stephanie, have you got everybody?
I am just waiting for Councillor. Oh, sorry, I've got Councillor Vanderbeek. Sorry, I didn't see her thumb there.
And that carries 15-0. Thank you very much. Members of GIC, 10.11, the support for the National Council of Canadian Muslims brought forward by the NCCM recommendations in motion 6.2. Your pleasure, please. Mover, seconder. Moved by the mayor. Seconded by Councillor Farr. Any questions or comments? Councillor Farr, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Morgan deserved the comments from you and others with the last report, so I saved my accolades and thanks to her for following up on this, what was originally a motion from myself following that terrible event in London and even locally here in Hamilton, another event that led to our Muslim community getting together with all the rest throughout the country and coming up with suggestions for not just municipalities, for provinces, for our federal government as well. And Morgan more than answered the call. And as a matter of fact, within the first week of her employment, we had a chat on this. And I really appreciate what she has brought to the table on this and other files. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Farr. Nice complimentary back-to-back for Director Stahl. No further speakers. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
E-vote and or thumbs, please. And that carries 15-0, members of committee. 10.12, the overall BIA Advisory Committee report. A mover and seconder for this, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Ferguson, questions, comments? Sorry, did I hear a voice? We're okay? Okay, no questions or comments. E-vote, please, Stephanie. All in favor? Any opposed?
Just bear with me for one quick second.
Yes, Stephanie, I will always bear absolutely with you.
Yes, sir,
there we go. And thumbs, please, where necessary.
Councillor Marula, were you able to vote? There you go. Thank you.
Carries 15-0. 0.13, the proposal for the adapted reuse of Belfour House, Shadoka Estates in Ward 14. Councillor Whitehead, would you like to move that? Perfect. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Questions, comments? Oh, Councillor, okay, we got a speakers list. Councillor Whitehead, since it's in your ward, then I've got Ferguson and Danko. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank, if you take a look at the original resolution in the context of entering into the conversation, there's three parties at the table. There's the city, who's the acting caretaker, and then there's certainly the trust of the province of Ontario who has the ownership. I believe this has been over, 3 years? So can I ask staff how long this has been in the making?
Okay, who on staff is here as the author of the report? Was Director Schlehan and his staff. Who is here, please?
Chair, it's Carrie Brooks Joyner.
Director, please, yes.
It's Carrie Brooks Joyner, Director of Tourism and Culture. My division has been the lead on this project to date, and the unsolicited proposal from Cardis was submitted to the city in 2019.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
So the point is, it's been a long time just to get to the MOU. Now, I want to thank staff for the great work they've done on this. I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that moving forward, if council supports what's before them in the context of the MOU, and certainly the trust, which in the province, where it represents the province, as I understand it, are supportive in principle. Is that correct? True to staff?
Through the chair, yes, the trust is supportive in principle to allow the conversation to continue and the review of Cardis's plans. As council is aware, the Balfour estate is owned by the province of Ontario. The city of Hamilton is the steward under contract with the trust, and the final decision on the adaptive reuse is the trust's to make.
Thank you. So the building has been underutilized. There's capital that's going to be needed, and it's going to capital continue to needs to be laid out. Cardis has taken on the responsibility to do so, to bring that building to its previous glory, and provide. And this is what we hope to see in the final agreement. And I know that Cardis is very interested in obliging, but public access at certain points of the year to the facility and the land, and be part of the I can't remember what it's called now, the where we visit all the historic buildings. Couldn't it
Through
get
the chair, that would be doors open.
Doors open, participate in the doors open, so people can see this glorious property after it's been completely renewed and renovated. And I would only suggest as a direction moving forward, that we get all the players, because it has been a couple of years now, I guess, since we initiate this process. And the board, I think, is getting a little bit frustrated, as I understand it, that we could possibly instruct all the stakeholders in this conversation to get around the table. And we did this once with the province of Ontario with African Safari, and it worked very well. We created a critical path. We got the MOU to come back to whoever, well, in this case, would be the council and maybe the province. I think it's a faster path to overcome the hurdles and understand the end goal. And that's the direction I would like to add to this particular support of the MOU. And I want to thank my staff and that's worked on it in my absence. And I want to thank Carrie for the excellent work that she's done, and certainly with the general manager as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, I just want to congratulate Carrie and everyone else involved in this. It's been a lot longer than 3 years, because originally we were looking at Ockmar, and we did it around on Ockmar for quite a while too. So it's probably close to 6 or 7 years that we've been trying to find a home for Cardis, and now we got an opportunity to get the capital costs covered by Cardis, and so and they're a good organization. They got a great track record. And so my only question to Carrie is, Carrie, do you anticipate any problem getting approval from the trust for this?
Director?
Through the chair, of course, I can't speak for the trust. The fact that they are still at the table and are engaged in this process, I think, is a good sign. I can confirm that the major hurdles for the adaptive reuse project have been overcome. And so that is looking promising. And I just want to address the point that was made that this is taking a long time. Actually, I would suggest that in terms of a project plan that started really only as a concept and an idea for the adaptive reuse, a tremendous amount of planning, review, and consideration has been done over the last 2 years, and it has actually moved fairly quickly when you think that Cardis has moved from an idea to having extensive planning done and reviewed by the trust technical staff.
I wasn't trying to be critical, Carrie, that it's taken a long time. These things do. And I'm pleased that, are you still dealing with Michael at Cardis? Is he the lead on that from that side? But
through the chair, the two representatives, senior representatives at Cardis, are Michael Van Pelt and Don Pasqua.
yeah, so I'm pleased they stuck with us and let us get through the process we had to get through to eventually get this thing done. So congratulations again. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I do have a couple questions, but I'm just a little bit confused about the statement that we were trying to find a home for Cardis. Could I just get clarity that it was Cardis that's trying to find a home for themselves?
Through the chair, that would be more accurate. It was an unsolicited proposal for both Ockmar and for Balfour.
Thank you.
Point of
There's no point of order, Councillor Whitehead.
Point
You
of
could come on.
clarification.
You could come on a second time, no problem.
There's a
Councillor
point of
Danko, carry on.
clarification on the process.
Councillor Whitehead, it's okay. You can make it as a second time speaker, please. Councillor
Okay.
Danko, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question is on the public access. So that was during the original discussion a main point of contention. And I see in the MOU that there's a requirement for frequent opportunity for tours. And the Ontario Heritage Trust specifically said that public access to the property should be encouraged and provided where appropriate. So through you, what does that public access look like? How often is it access to the grounds as well as to the house? How are we envisioning that that public access?
Through the chair, Cardist has proposed that there be 4 weekends a year that they would provide free public access to the grounds. Whether that includes the house would depend on the event, and the expectation would be that doors open in particular would include the interior of the building as well.
Thank you. On the financial components of what we're proceeding with, so there's nothing in this report that addresses the financials. At what point will we get into the business case of what they're providing versus what they receive from the city?
Through the chair, that is the exact next step. The report is seeking approval to start negotiations for the occupancy agreement, and it's that document that will lay out the financial terms. Just further to that, the MOU does clearly state that all capital costs are 100% of Cardis's and not the city's.
Thank you. And just to help me clarify, because the ownership is the province, the city Hamilton is the steward, and Cardis would be the occupant. So if I'm recalling this correctly, they offered to basically do capital repairs in exchange for their use of the property. As part of the business case, we'll be evaluating what a fair market lease would be for the property and figure out, is the amount of capital repairs, the scope of capital repairs that they end up doing, are we getting value for money? But how does that work out with the 3 kind of levels there, with the province being the owner, us being the steward, and Cardis being the user?
Through the chair, the financial terms are still to be discussed, and the trust is part of those discussions as the owner.
Okay. Would the trust expect some of the financial benefit go to them? So if there was use, would they expect a lease payment?
Through the chair, no, that is not their intention.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Nan, next, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I was also a little surprised to hear the 7 years that we have been trying to find a home for Cardis and Hamilton. If I could, through you, Councillor Ferguson, could you shed light, because I wasn't around, of course, 7 years ago. When you say we, is that council has been trying to find a home for Cardis?
Councillor Ferguson, did you want to?
There was a representation about 7 years ago from Cardis about transforming Ockmar, because it's been sitting idle and vacant for, I think, decades. And but council took a pass on that and then decided to go with another firm, or another agency, which it didn't work out on. So they then got directed over to look at the Balfour House, and that's where we ultimately ended up.
I understood. I just didn't understand the we component of it, and said we have been trying to find a home for Cardis. So I will I'll reach out to you personally and just get a little bit more historical context there. And through you to staff, the report mentions that staff had not completed any testing of the market for interest in this property. And again, I just wanted to be very clear here. It says staff had not completed. Had we initiated?
Through the chair, no, this was an unsolicited proposal.
Completely unsolicited proposal. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Thank you. Just to confirm, I've pretty much been the point political person on this with Cardis during the last year or more since the discussions have been happening. And I just want to confirm as well that there is a meeting scheduled for the day after council meeting, presuming that council ratifies this direction that speaks to what Councillor Whitehead was speaking about, which is gathering everyone in the room and start talking about kind of next steps and where do we go from here. And I think our staff are dialed into that, myself and Cardis, and ultimately the Heritage Trust will be as well. I will remind that this was an unsolicited bid that council has provided direction on in terms of proceeding with ongoing efforts between the trust, Cardis, and ourselves to come to a resolution to utilize that building and space. It is currently not accessible to the public at all. And so any improvement that would be made in terms of accessibility would be a step in the right direction in my mind. It's still an item yet to be negotiated, however, so that's not been finalized, and that's still an issue that's on the table in terms of what level of public access should there be. And their capital requirements is going to land strictly and solely on Cardis. And to be fair to them, they've spent significant resources getting to this point. So, based on the direction from council about, was it 2 years ago? So we marshal on, and I anticipate that we'll have a meeting the day after council ratifies this decision, depending on what the decision is. I will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. Councillor Whitehead, now please. Councillor, your second time, you wanted to provide some clarification.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't make the comment that Councillor Ferguson maybe misspoke a little bit. The reality is they were, we started with Ockmar House, and that's accurate. And then Ockmar House, I want to make it clear, in 22 years, we went twice for solicited offers into the market, both nationally, internationally, with Tim McCabe. People remember, we had a lot of efforts to try and find a private sector operator to come in and do Ockmar. So then we put out a second time, and then a lot of nonprofits without the financial capability applied for it. At that time, if I recall, Cardis did not, they showed an interest, but they didn't want to be involved in the actual bid. And we rewarded that to the military or the armory. I can't remember what the group was called. Anyway, they were awarded and they were given extended period of time to try and make it work. Fortunately, it didn't come to fruition. So when people ask questions about has this gone to the market, let's be clear. Balfour House is at the inner street of, it's a dead-end court on high-end homes on the East Garden. So the access to it is in the context of creating turmoil and all kinds of cars and so forth is just not practical in that location. You would disrupt and cause, and this is right where we have the intersection from hell. And that is the Garth, Balfour, and Denlow intersection, which is very convoluted, very complex, and makes it, and it's one way, and it makes it very, very challenging. So, so we need to understand the limitations of the site in regards to the type of activities you can host. Cars is the best fit in the context of the type of operations they're having. They spent an enormous amount of money already in the context of putting this plan forward and architects and so forth. And they're an honest broker. When somebody says a home, let's clearly understand. They took a historic building downtown and they redeveloped it. That is their home. They don't need to move. They just see an opportunity, not only to have a great site, but again, meet the challenges that the city has had in the context of adaptive reuse of a building that we can't find somebody to take on those capital costs. This is a great opportunity. I hope to continue the conversation. And I want to thank the mayor for his leadership in my absence, because Michael's told me and talked very highly about the mayor and his staff while I've been away on this particular proposal, and even some of the frustration that you probably experienced, Mr. Mayor, as I have. But staff are doing the best they can. I want to recognize that as well. So I'm looking forward to moving forward to having a facility that could become magnificent in its original splendor, and the access that is provided to the general community and certainly the neighbors. And I can tell you that I'm looking forward to the time where we will be off the hook for the capital and the operating costs and the maintenance cost, and that will be picked up by a tenant that can actually afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. It was moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Electronic vote, please. All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote or thumbs, please. The tally, Stephanie, 13-2. That carries. Thank you. 10.14, 2022 tax supported use. Moved by Councillor Pearson. No, sorry. She wants to speak to it. Okay. Who wants to move it?
Can I do a point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Chair? I forgot to that there was taxi fees, annual fees included in this tax supported operating budget. So I'd like to declare a conflict on that portion of this user fee. It's a multiple page document and I missed it, but I found it in the meantime and I'm able to get my conflict noted.
All right. So I'll look to LC Paparella how we're going to ultimately vote on this report. If we're going to separate the taxi fees or just like Councillor Ferguson vote against the report. LC Paparella, I'll let you work on that, please.
I won't oppose it. I'll abstain from the report.
Okay, right, abstaining, correct. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I did go on the speakers list before we even got to this item, but somewhere it's gone missing in there. And
you
it
want
was
to speak on the last one?
No, on the user fee on 1014. So I appreciate and I just so I just as what Councillor Ferguson's conflict is, but my concern is the taxi fees, and we're proposing, I think it's page 8 of the 68 pages of the Appendix A, and number 21 to 25 are items and fee increases for the taxi industry from 3.9%, 4%, 4%, 4%, and 3.7%. We all know, and ironically, I just got a call last night. I haven't even had a chance to call the gentleman back, who is an owner of 5 plates in my community with Blue Line. And I am going to assume as soon as I can call him tonight, that his issue is with the fees and the costs, because it's getting, they've been hit tremendously hard with the insurance issues they're dealing with. We all know that they're between, upwards of $18,000 a year to insure their vehicles. With COVID, with shortage of drivers because they're just parking them, and with Uber. So if I could ask staff, and I realize that they're playing catch up this year because I assume we froze it last year as well, but their situation has not improved. So could I just ask staff why their rationale was to hit them this hard this year, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you can hear me okay.
Yeah, a little louder, Jason, thank you.
General Manager Thorne, please.
Try to up my volume there. Hopefully you can hear me all right. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Pearson, yes, you're correct. The reason for the higher increase as shown on a percentage basis, and it's the same for a number of the business licensing fees, is Council did make the decision as part of its COVID recovery efforts in 2021 to freeze the fees. So those were held at 0%. And so in the 2022 increase does sort of capture a double year increase across those business licensing categories. So in 2021, the loss of revenues to the city was offset through the a contribution from the Economic Development Reserve. So that was the contribution that was made off reserve to cover the operating shortfall. But that is not what is that reserve contribution is not available for 2022, so we do have to provide the 2021 and 2022 increase without any other sort of offsetting revenue source.
Okay, so there's no avenues to even say just put it up the one rate. So is this a total, is this just cost recovery? So these fees are based on a cost recovery, correct?
Yeah, so through the chair, it would generally reflect sort of that 2% annual increase, but this is a 2-year increase as opposed to a 1-year.
So I mean, I don't know if any of my other colleagues are having concerns with the taxi industry. I may be impacted more because I have Transcab that serves Stony Creek to east of Jones Road. And believe me, and no disrespect to the industry that's providing the service that won the tender is Blue Line, but they're having major difficulties of being able to keep their vehicles on the road. So the domino effect is that I have residents that are waiting 45 minutes and beyond at the Jones Road last stop, early mornings and late afternoons and throughout the day when a taxi does not show up. So I realize, you know, the issue on this. I do have major problems. I don't know how I can say I won't support this increase, and I wish I could send staff back to say, can we look at something else? Like, what was the loss, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as far as the offset cost? What was it in 2021, Jason?
So through the chair, I thought you might ask that question. I was trying to find the number and I have not been able to. We didn't break it down by licensing category. I don't want to put Mike Zagaric on the spot to see if he recalls the number, but I cannot recall what the amount was that was charged against the reserve. If you give me a couple more minutes, though, I can see if I can track it down.
Either that or Mr. Deputy Mayor, if we could have this, I would vote against this today, but if we could have the information come forward before council, that we could have more debate on that, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I know we're all sympathetic to the issues that the industry is experiencing. And I'm sure councillors have also been just made aware that Burlington is losing their taxi service because of the issues of the high costs. And that was a taxi service, I believe, that's been in place for over 53 years. So that's very sad. And I certainly hate to see this being something that follows down the road to Hamilton.
Councillor Pearson, pending the other speakers, I'd be open to a referral motion on the taxi increases back to staff and let the rest of the report go forward, but I'll leave that in your hands to think about.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that opportunity. Come back to me. Thank you.
I will. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'd be happy to second the referral motion for Councillor Pearson. If I recall correctly, we heard that we were down about 50% of the taxes on the road because of the insurance issues. So costs are a serious issue. The other item that I wish to speak to, if I may, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is the museum fees for children. We waive the fee for infants, but for a child, we charge the fees. And for families of low income who are wanting to go to our museums, that can add up very quickly and can become a deterrent. Can I hear staff respond to that concern, please?
Through the chair, we are well aware that our fees can be a barrier to residents, and we do have the free access program with the Hamilton Public Library. So all Hamilton residents that have a library card are able to access our museums for free.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And Mayor Eisenberger, please. Mr. Mayor.
So, Sarah, I'm definitely sympathetic to what's going on in the taxi industry, but you know, part of it is obviously the insurance costs that are going up everywhere, including for this municipality, as we well know. So our liability relative to climate change and insurability and the cost of all of that is going up for us as well. And the taxi industry is being hit by, as you well know, a significant amount of competition. with the Ubers and the Lyfts and other sources of people getting around our community. So a double whammy. I agree. Having said that, I mean, if we're looking at all of our user fees from the context of pandemic, then I think we should look at all of our user fees in the context of pandemic, because all of the increases are going to be 2-year increases based on the freeze that we put in. And many organizations are going to be impacted by that, not just the taxi industry. So I guess I wonder if we're going to go down this road on the taxi industry, what about all the other 2% to 2.3% or the double increases that we're seeing in some other areas? What are we going to do with those, I guess, is the question. And that includes entertainment parlors. It includes theaters. It includes electronic cigarettes. I'm not sure what that means. Bed and breakfasts are going up 4.2%, and certainly they've had challenges. Motels and hotels going up 4.2%. All of them looking at basically the pandemic catch-up based on the freeze. So I guess I asked the question. What about all those other users that are going to be having additional costs that have all been affected by pandemic as well, and by other competitive issues? Just throwing it out there.
Mr. Mayor, you could always move a referral back for the entire report until our January GIC. Anyways, thank you, Mr.
One of the challenges is that we do need to get those into place for January, I believe. This is why we're dealing with it now. And so, one of the challenges is always that that holding it off makes it even more complicated to get the annualized fee issues kind of looked after on an annualized basis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could, Councillor Pearson, if you don't mind just taking the chair for a second, through you to, is the General Manager, Mike Zagaric, GM Zagaric of Finance, are you around, please? I know sometimes if we defer user fees, there's a downside of maybe 1 month of loss of revenue if we're going to refer the whole package back to the January GIC and council ratification. But I'd rather do this right, and there's still a lot of hardship out there. And through you, Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, I was very hopeful that the entire COVID-19 would have come and gone by the end of this calendar year, and obviously it's not. And so you've raised a good point on the taxis, Councillor Pearson. The mayor's raised some on some other areas, including I want to make sure with children being able to access the recreational facilities, the families, that's what they're hoping to access and participate in. So long preamble, Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson to General Manager Zagaric. Mike, what's the downside if committee wanted to refer this back just for more deliberation to the January GIC and council, please?
Sorry, let me just align my mic piece here. Through the chair, as the mayor's identified, a deferral would cause a delay in not all, but a majority of the user fees being effective January 1st. On an annualized basis, the user fees report and the recommended user fees would represent an additional $7.2 million. So if a committee were to defer the decision and implementation, a portion of that $7.2 million would not be realized in 2022. I don't know what the exact portion of the $7.2 million would be foregone in 2022. But again, if it was deferred for a month, the simple math would be 1/12 of the $7.2 million would be foregone in 2022.
So my quick calculation, that'd be about $500,000. So Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, through you to General Manager Zagaric. Mike, is there any reserve and surplus COVID related, because our municipality is still in COVID time, that can be applied if council wants to one more year towards a number of these user fees, as we did to help these industries and public facilities and across the departments to help weather the storm of COVID? That's my last question through you, Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Mike?
So through the chair, just a reminder, in 2021, because of the pandemic, council at the time deferred a series of user fees, and as General Manager Thorne identified, as it relates to a number of the business, including the tax or user fees, you drew 275,000 from the Economic Development Capital Initiatives Reserve to defer those user fees for 1 year. In addition, council drew approximately $290,000 from the provincial COVID to defer the recreation user fees. The challenge that council and community would face if council were to defer those user fees another year, effectively you would be freezing those user fees at 2000 levels. And the challenge that would represent is similar to what you've identified through the 2022 report, is the catch-up would represent about a 6% catch-up, assuming a 2% increase in 2023. The other challenge we're facing is as it relates to the provincial COVID-19 funds, we are expecting that we will exhaust those funds in 2022, and that would not be a funding source as it relates to deferring either the recreation or any of the other user fees. We would have to draw on municipal funds. So again, for 2022, any deferrals would require drawing on municipal funds, including reserves. Another challenge, again, is that deferring and effectively freezing those fees at 2000 levels would represent a significant catch-up in 2023, potentially, again, just using that 2% per annum, that would represent a 6% increase in 2023. One option would be, if council finds that a 4% increase is difficult, is to proceed with a catch-up on the 2021 increase of 2% and drawing on reserves as it relates to 2022, recognizing that that would represent a 4% increase in 2023, because again, it would be a 2-year catch-up. So again, one way of avoiding a significant increase in 2023 is at a minimum implementing what was not implemented in 2021, which was a 2% increase.
Thank you, General Manager Zagaric, and I really appreciate that last option, which I definitely would be open to. Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, I'll take the floor back. I'll take the chair back. And you were on the list as a second time, and then the mayor. Councillor Pearson, second time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate that question was asked and Mike's thorough response and answer, because I think, I want to be responsible, and I understand where Mr. Mayor's coming from, but it's been the taxi industry that's been before us begging us to try and help them. And we all know their insurance has skyrocketed. I mean, for a driver to have to pay $16,000, $18,000, $20,000 a year coverage for a vehicle is outrageous. And I know we've assisted in lobbying the province to see what they can do to mitigate this. So I was supportive and thank Councillor Clark for wanting to assist me in the referral motion. But if Mike, if I just get clarity for what Mr. Zagaric has stated, we could freeze at the 2% that was the 2021 increase, and just and then carry forward the increase would be therefore 4% going into 2023. Correct, Mr. Zagaric?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that is a option for committee. If committee was wanting to provide some additional relief by recognizing they would represent an increase in 2023 over and above inflation.
Correct. And is there would there be a requirement of reserves then?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I can understand, the intent would be if it is targeted to the taxi user fees, we would have to work with our colleagues in planning and economic development. The 275,000 represented a suite of user fees that were frozen in the business commercial sector, including the taxi industry. So before council, we would have to work with our colleagues in planning economic development as to what those revenues would represent. And And Councillor Pearson is correct. We would need to have committee approve a transfer from reserves to offset that for 2022.
Thank you very, very much for that, Mike. And I know Mr. Thorne had the answer, and I believe if Mr. Thorne wants to provide it, it's what Mike gave, but that was an overall fee. Correct. Okay. So with great respect, and I'm going to turn to Councillor Clark if he wishes to second this. I'd like to put a motion on the floor then that we do refer this back with staff to come back before council, freezing the increase for the taxi industry user fees to the 2021 rate, which was 2%, and that staff come back with where we can get the whatever the difference is in the reserves, and that be reported back to us before council for council's deliberations next Wednesday. Does that sound fair, Mike? Have I covered it? Or Stephanie,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes. Yes, Stephanie. Elsie
I
Paparella.
heard a off going.
Stephanie's having a heart attack over here.
Sorry, Stephanie.
That's okay, no problem. So if you, just for clarification, if you refer this report back to staff right now,
yes,
the report that's currently on the floor will completely die, and staff will need to prepare another report, which they certainly can do, but they cannot report back before council next Wednesday because we don't have another GIC set up. There is no reporting back. So if you want to refer this report to council,
yes,
have staff take a look at it and maybe bring forward a new Appendix A.
Perfect.
Because then the recommendations in the report would still stand, but
Yep.
maybe they can take a look at it, bring back a new amended Appendix A for consideration
relating
at
to
council.
taxi, yes, relating
Yes.
to the taxi fees. Please be specific on that for me, Stephanie.
The business commercial sector, I think Mike said it would have to be the whole sector. Did I understand you correctly, Mike?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. No, I believe there are a suite of
21 to 25?
21 to
yes,
25.
yeah, 21 to 25 on page
Page 8 of 68.
68. So
Yep.
again, staff can work towards an amended Appendix A. I just want to share for the benefit of Stephanie before council, we would also require a council approved motion in terms of transfer from reserves to offset the additional 2%, Stephanie. So whether it's a motion or staff amending Appendix A, we can work over the next week in terms of what that Appendix A revised would look like, as well as some wording with respect to a contribution from reserve to offset the 2% of the recommended 4%.
Okay, so for clarification then, we will refer this to council with direction to staff to come back with the revised Appendix A with respect to the taxi industry for items 21 to 25 that's on page 8 of Appendix A. And then there would be an additional amending motion put forward to the existing report to add a new subsection C that staff be directed to transfer. I'll work out the wording with Mike. A transfer of reserves to 2% to offset I'll work the wording out with Mike.
Is that understood, everyone?
And that's why
Clear?
Stephanie, yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you so much to Mike, Jason, yourself, and Stephanie. That's why she gets the big bucks. You've covered it all, Stephanie. Thank you. And respectfully, Councillor Clark, will you second that?
Wonderful.
Super.
So
Thank
it's
you.
on the floor by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Clark. Mayor Eisenberger, second time, please, or first time to this amendment.
Well, I'm going to speak to the other areas that are also struggling, and it's the accommodation sector from 11 to 15. We're talking about bed and breakfast. We're talking about motels, hotels, lodging houses, residential care facilities, 4 to 10 residents, and residential care facilities, 11 or more residents. And we're actually doing exactly the same thing, a 4.2% or 4% increase in all of those that have also struggled in our community. So I don't want to pit one against the other. I guess my question is, how do we answer to that, given that we're putting on them the exact same obligation that we might be putting on the taxi industry? So I'm just again, I'll just put it out there and I'll leave it with you.
Thank you for putting it out there, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Danko, please, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The special treatment the taxi industry continuously gets from this council is just kind of blowing my mind, and they didn't have to hire Larry Deaney this time. The fees in the schedule 21 through to 25. The most expensive one is taxi cab owner for new plate, I think it is, for the $4,000 one. Do we have a rough idea how many of those we issue each year?
General Manager Thorne?
Yes, through the chair. I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
So when I'm looking at most of the taxi fees, you're seeing taxi owner increase by $26. The new plate fee going up by $192. Taxi owner transfer going up by $34. Taxi broker, $45. Taxi driver, $4. It doesn't seem like our user fees are the make or break for the taxi industry. The make or break for the taxi industry is they're selling typewriters. So I'm not going to support this when we have families trying to access our rec centers. We have restaurants shutting down left, right, and center. All the other businesses expected to increase their fees to cover the cost. As the mayor mentioned, the accommodation sector, contractors. There's no way I can justify singling out the taxi industry as the priority for this council above and beyond everybody else. And the reality is the increase in fees are not the problem that's facing the taxi industry. And I'm just, every time this comes up, it's blowing me away that the special attention that this particular industry gets from this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Now we have a longer speakers list. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you. I just also wanted to go on the public record. I cannot support the referral for the reasons that have been previously listed. It's a private business. And I'm not sure how our corporate response would be to those other private businesses that were referenced by the mayor in the appendices. And again, we've talked a lot about insurance costs, which are the primary drivers, and competition. And I'm not sure why we're using public money to inject ourselves in that competitive arena that is not of our making. And if I understand, we're not putting a cap on the increase in user fees to any of our public services to our residents this year. So I'm not sure why we would be doing that. So I'm afraid I cannot support the referral.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Thank you. And I'm
a little louder, please, Councillor.
My apologies, sir. I completely compassionate with Councillor Pearson, because I know the person she's talking about. I believe it was in my ward before my ward got split up. I have a bed and breakfast in Mount Hope, and I can guarantee you I'm going to get a phone call tomorrow morning. They literally had to shut down because no one was traveling or allowed to travel. So I know I'm going to get that phone call saying, what do you mean you've almost put me up for 5% and I've made no money at all? In fact, lost terribly. So I'm sorry I can't support it at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Nan, please.
Yeah, similarly, unable to single out a deferral in consideration for the taxi industry. Comments have already been made. So many industries have been negatively impacted as a result of the pandemic, let alone so many households who have lost income, who are, advocating really strongly for the province to hurry up and catch up and grab that $10 a day daycare. So many families are struggling right now to make ends meet, let alone figure out how they're going to be able to budget our otherwise quite affordable recreation programs, but those are also facing a 4% increase for many families as well. So no, I can't support the deferral. I think staff have done a pretty fair job of putting together the fee structure that's before us. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Last first-time speaker, Councillor Powers, please.
No, I'll withdraw.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Second-time speakers, Clark and Pearson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can see where the vote is going. I understand the need to ensure that we're treating everyone equally, and it is challenging to argue that the taxi industry is going to be treated differently than all of the other service providers within our community. So rather than forego this, I'll simply withdraw my seconding of the motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Last second time speaker, Councillor Pearson, please.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I see Councillor Farr has his hand up wishing to talk.
Yes, he just put it up just as you were ready to speak.
Yeah,
So yes, Councillor Farr, first time.
I had it up a little earlier too. I'm just too lazy to put my name in the, but thank you for the opportunity, and it's been an interesting conversation. I think inspired by the mayor's valid point. There are so many, and at this particular juncture, you know, you maybe not in exactly the same boat, but the pandemic has had its effect. Certainly, many of the businesses on the list had ways and means in which to adapt and to take advantage of obviously funding from higher levels of government. And on this particular case, I would only argue, and I see where it's going too, that this issue with the cab company comes way pre-pandemic. And I don't know if you caught the news and the comments from the community in Burlington where they did lose their multimodal option of getting around town other than driving themselves. They weren't too happy. Mayor Marion Mead word on down. It is a service that a lot of our residents, I think, appreciate. And appreciating some comments about the typewriter. We've had those debates too over the years, and our primary two cab companies in town have adapted. I think it's should be said very well. And as a matter of fact, one of them is stepping up for the citizens of Burlington. Announced yesterday, Blue Line is heading over to cover the loss of 53 years of Burlington cabs. So you'll notice also they're trying to up their game online. In fact, they have upped their game. They pretty much are comparable to your Ubers and all of that we debated a long time ago. But it's a struggle. And I don't know if you've ever talked to drivers, talked about who they are and where they're from and what the job means to them and how significant the job is to them. But if you haven't, hopefully you do get an opportunity to do that. It's a pretty historic and important piece of our city's fabric, and that's the reason why I think this council, over many years, long before the pandemic, has been trying to assist, following pretty good and I think believable and fair and passionate delegations from that industry over many years, long before the pandemic. So I get where Councillor Pearson's coming from, but I also understand and appreciate the other side. And I also see where this is going, but I will support the deferral. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Farr. Now, Councillor Pearson, second time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I certainly appreciate all the comments. And please understand, I mean, this is an industry that my ward uses very much as far as the easterly end of Stony Creek Jones Road to the city boundaries. Recognizing that the taxi industry also provides service with their handicap vehicles. They're down to half of the cars on the road now. So I find it interesting as far as the fee increases because half the cars are going to be on the road anyways. But, you know, it's just, this is the concern, and this was my reason to raise it. And I understand that people aren't traveling, as the comment was made, but those that are trying to get to work, trying to make a living, but they can't get to the industry on the north side on the north service roads, I mean, on the south service roads, etc. in my ward, because they're east of Jones Road. They don't have taxis available to them. This has become very frustrating for the industries, for the workers, etc. So I'm trying what I can. I appreciate where my colleagues are coming from, but I just want to be sure for the record. I believe that the industry will come back. I don't believe Hamilton Cab has. I think they're continuing to work with Burlington. I don't think they were able to get an agreement to service Burlington as of yet. I believe there's some issues with the Burlington bylaw, as it's not as up to date as ours. But I'm going to leave it at that. And I see in the chat, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that Jeanette Smith is advising that Morgan Stahl can provide an update as far as her advocacy on our behalf to the province with regards to insurance. And I don't mind if I'll leave that in your hands, but I'll withdraw then my motion at this time. I will not defer it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Pearson. Then we don't need Director Stahl at this time, but appreciate her availability. So I'll just wrap up by saying I wanted to do a holistic deferral of all the tax supported user fees till January, just so I could delve into them a little more, to look at the increases on the rec centers, the arenas, our parks, etc., our civic facilities. So if this is moving forward today with all the increases across the board, I'll be voting against it. Okay, so on item 10.14 then, a mover and a seconder, and Stephanie, Councillor Ferguson will be abstaining, correct?
Correct. And I just wanted to clarify now that Councillor Pearson no longer has a seconder on her motion.
Correct.
You won't be voting on that. That's a
correct.
Okay.
Yes, we're back to the report. 10.14, mover and seconder, please, on the report. Councillor Danko, thank you. Seconder. Don't all put your hands up at once. Councillor Powers, thank you. I know everybody's getting a little weaker because it's near 7 o'clock. All right, questions or comments? No. All in favor? Any opposed? And Councillor Ferguson to abstain if he wishes.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Councillors Wilson and Whitehead? Councillor Wilson, are you able to vote?
No, it just disappeared. So if
You want to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs
Yeah,
down?
I did so. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't see it. That's why I'm asking you. I'm sorry. Councillor Wilson, I did not see whether your thumb was up or down, and I did not get your vote. Oh, thank you so much.
So Elsie Paparella, please hold. Councillor Powers, did you have a question or comment as we were waiting? No, you didn't. Thank you. I didn't think so. Thank you very much. Okay, so that vote carried 10-4 with 1 abstention. Okay, so the user fees have been approved for 20. 10.15, non-union compensation subcommittee report. A mover and seconder, please. Councillor Pearson, thank you. Councillor Whitehead, thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none. All in favor? For you? Or thumbs, please.
Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Partridge. Thank you, Councillor Partridge.
Outcomes of this vote, Elsie Paparella, 15-0. Thank you. And 10.1, Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry update. This is simply to give our city solicitor increased amount of authority of whatever funds he may need to have at his disposal. We still have an in-camera update to come legally. So is there a mover and seconder, please, to provide authorization to the city solicitor, and he's here to speak to the request. Councillor Clark, please.
Just to put the report on the floor, please.
Yeah, oh, sorry, mover and seconder to put the report on the floor. Councillor Pearson, thank you. Councillor Farr, thank you, seconding. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So in the report we understand the Commission Council will be announcing the start of the public hearing once the witness interviews and the document disclosure phases of the inquiry conclude. Then I read in the Spectator earlier today that testimony was expected to start in the fall of 2020. And Justice Herman Wilton Siegel indicated his disappointment at the delay in the handing over of the documents, and that he warned the final cost of the inquiry would be highly dependent on that duration. So where are we in terms of that issue with regards to disclosure of documents and the issue of
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
interviews?
Yep, I know. Thank you, Elsie Paparella. Councillor Clark, that was more for the in-camera session, please.
This is all simply public.
No,
with the greatest respect, these documents that I have right now, as far as I understand, are public documents. I'm reading from the city manager's Mr. Sprocklin's report to us with recommendations to the city. I read directly from that public document, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I read from a public document with the newspaper.
Okay.
So it's pretty clear to me that the justice is now saying the costs have gone up because of the delay in the duration of getting the documents across.
Okay, let's hear from the city solicitor, Councillor Clark, because my interpretation was his 10.16 was simply a request to increase the amount the city solicitor could have at his authority. That part that you were referring to my understanding, was in camera, but city
I'm reading
solicitor Sprackline.
respectfully, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I may, on page 4 of 7 of the report, timing of the inquiry. We understand that Commission Council will be announcing the start date of the public hearing once the witness interviews and document disclosure phases of the inquiry conclude. And the the justice is now indicating that the costs are going up because the disclosure phase of the documents has not concluded. And it's over a year now that we've been waiting for this.
You deserve an answer. City Solicitor Sprackline, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, to Councillor Clark. I believe there are a number of reasons why there has been a delay. The number and nature of the documents that are subject to review and disclosure is certainly one of those reasons. And there is no doubt that from a stage perspective, the public hearing goes in phases. So we need to get through the document disclosure and the witness interview stages before we can move into the public hearing stage. And so once we get through the document disclosure issue and we get through the witness interview stage, then the public hearing will be able to commence. I believe that we have a schedule now to conclude our witness interviews in the early part of next year, and then following that, provided we are able to resolve all of our outstanding document disclosure requirements, we should be able to move forward with the commencement of the public hearing.
I appreciate the answer, Deputy Mayor. I guess my disappointment is that we're 12 months behind now. And the justice is making it an issue of it's dependent on the duration of getting those documents disclosed. So he has all that control. I'll deal with the rest of my questions in camera, but I'm incredibly disappointed that costs have gone up as a result of this delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I appreciate that. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. My questions pertain to item C in the report for the, just get the wording, if you beg my pardon, one temporary FTE to be approved for a 12-month period. I just would like some clarity on the rationale, certainly not at all trying to devalue the role of our city's communications folks, but I thought the inquiry had its own website and was doing its own communication. I may be wrong on that. So could I have someone speak to the role and intent of the individual to be hired? Thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Wilson, Matthew Grant, Director of Communications.
Matthew, crank up the volume, please, a bit.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to you, Councillor Wilson, Matthew Grant, Director of Communications. With the Red Hill Valley inquiry, we anticipate a significant number of both public and media inquiries, as well as information requirements for the municipality. Particularly related to the amount of information, the number of questions that'll be answered. Currently, we're, in addition to pandemic communications and regular business, we're fielding about 3,500 to 4,000 media inquiries a year, and we expect that to go up. And in order to be able to respond to both public and media inquiries and information requirements of the municipality, I believe that a contract position to make sure that we can cover that off and make sure that we can proactively and in a timely manner answer the inquiries that we get and identify information requirements that we're going to need. At the moment, I would suggest that my team would not be able to do that in a timely manner. And that is the rationale behind that ask.
Thank you, Director Grant. Just so I can clearly understand that when you use the phrase, the information requirements of the municipality, are you talking about requests for information from the media? Or are you talking about information requirements from the inquiry itself? Just so I understand.
I'm speaking about information that is being requested to us from members of the public or from members of the media, or both, or internally. I expect a significant amount of information requests and communication requirements around the inquiry. I expect a significant amount of public interest in it. And I would like to make sure that, not only can we talk about the inquiry, but all the questions it's going to generate in relation to our line of business, how we conduct business, how we do things, coming out of that inquiry, and questions that might be raised about that. And so I'd like to be able to ensure my team can both respond to public and as well as media inquiries in a timely manner, as well as provide regular updates, not only on the ongoing issues being raised in the inquiry itself, but any implications that those may have.
Thank you. If I could just ask a question then on the hiring, the timeline, kind of an extension of Councillor Clark's query. If we think the deliberations will begin publicly mid next year, but you're wanting the person to be on staff in January, could you just square that for me, please? Thank you, through you, Chair.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Wilson, what I would suggest is the volume of documents that have been produced by the municipality. I would envision this person working closely with legal to be able to go through those documents, so we can anticipate some of the questions that would be asked and do a lot of the pre-work and the research that would be required for a number of questions that we could anticipate that would come. And I think that it's going to take a significant amount of time to go through those documents, understand them, and do the research required to be able to, find that information and have it at hand. So I would be looking for a January or February timeframe, so that person could do the preparation work, but we wouldn't have them in too early where there wouldn't be a significant amount of effort that we have to expend.
Thank you. And I think this question is an operational one, so you don't have to answer it if you don't think it's appropriate. But when we hire a temporary FTE and this person is gaining access to documents, would those documents still be deemed a confidential matter, and so they would have access to those, or how does that work?
I would have to get back to you on that, Councillor Wilson, but my expectation is that anyone that would have access to confidential documents would sign all the appropriate waivers and disclosure requirements to make sure that any confidential information remains so.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. Do you know that, Director Grant, if the inquiry is providing its own communications on the deliberations that will be happening, I'm assuming daily once it begins?
I do know that they have hired an individual corporate communications firm that has a number of clients, and the inquiry is one of those clients. I don't know the extent to which they'll be doing their own public communications, but I imagine they would, I'd be speculating, but I imagine they would rely a lot on the publicizing of the proceedings themselves and the resulting media coverage that would come from that.
Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Is that it, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And when I opened this report up, I was shocked. I'm going to focus in on item B. I remember the meeting where we decided to go to a judicial review. It was a late meeting like this one. It had run about 12 hours. And the mover of the motion, it was highly recommended that we go to an Auditor General review rather than a judicial review. And but the motion was put up that we go to a judicial review, and the mover suggested that the cost should run maybe to $1 million. And then 6 months into it, it's been a long meeting again, so my numbers may not be crystal clear, but they're going to be close. We got a report from our finance department saying we now need to budget 6. And then we got another one earlier this year saying that the costs have gone up and it's now going to be $11 million. And as I read this report, we've already spent over $11 million. The darn thing hasn't even started yet. Now they're asking for approval to go to $20 million. And it just seems like such a waste of taxpayers' dollars. I can't imagine what we could do for our infrastructure deficit if we could have put this $20 million into that. It's just out of control. And so all I can do is continue to oppose anything to do with this judicial review. and I'll be voting that way.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you. And I don't think I could have said it any better. Councillor Ferguson and I tried to get everyone to convince that an Auditor General's report would have been a lot cheaper. We would have gotten the answers faster. And I'm looking at now a $20 million price tag. I can't tell you how many rec centers that we'll have to pass over for the money that we're blowing on this. Sorry, I can't vote for this, and I will not vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. First time speaker, Councillor Whitehead, please. Councillor, can't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Much better.
Thank you. It's. I recall the time when this came forward, and when you look at all the self-inflicted wounds by our bureaucracy with the sewer gate, you look at the stuff being dumped on farmland, you look at the compost charges, you look at the Red Hill file. I mean, it's pretty clear that there's a trust issue and an issue that needs to be overcome in regards to the community and what is actually happening at City Hall. The Red Hill file is tantamount in representing a crossroads in trust with this community in the context of people that died on that expressway and what people figure the council knew or what they didn't know at the time that these horrific issues were taking place. So when it comes to trust and trust of your governance, then I can't think of anything that money would be better spent on than having an independent the inquiry to investigate what actually did happen, when it happened, did council act appropriately, and was information withheld from council. This reminds me of Elliott Lake, where the community demanded there. They didn't have to because it was an inquiry of the mall collapse. And I can tell you that sometimes you hit that crossroads where I think you're basically saying to the community, we have nothing to hide here, and we want the full story ourselves. We want to make sure that we acted appropriately and with all the information that was appropriately put in front of us. And for that information that was not, let that be found, discovered, and let those people be held accountable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. I've got myself as a first-time speaker. Just quickly, Deputy Mayor Pearson, through you to City Solicitor Spracklen. City Solicitor Spracklen, I just want to make sure I was looking at the same report when we began questioning on this 10.16. Could you please tell the public what your report is asking for between you and, well, we've heard about Director Grant needing an additional staffer, but I wanted to make sure I read the right report to a couple of my colleagues that suggested otherwise. Could you please just tell the public what it is you're requesting? I thought you wanted a greater amount of authority on this file, please. Through you, Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, please.
Yes, sir.
It's through you, Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, to Councillor Jackson. I can certainly summarize the contents of the report. Council had asked to have periodic updates with regards to how the judicial inquiry was proceeding with regards to cost estimates, and then the impact that could have on the city from a budgetary perspective. The report is designed to provide you with insight into the fact that we've spent $11.11 million to date, and the approved threshold was between 10 and 12. Estimates that we've received in combination from external counsel and consultation with Commission Counsel indicates that there's approximately another $7 million that we would incur with regards to incremental costs and charges. And as a result, that puts us in over 18 million in estimated cost. And so what the report asks for is that council extend access to the tax stabilization reserve to accommodate the cost of up to $20 million for the judicial inquiry. In addition to that, As we get into the hearing, we are going to see more expenses occur on a monthly basis by both our external counsel and commission counsel with regards to support of the public inquiry process. And with regards to existing approval thresholds for invoicing, I did not want to have come back to council on a monthly basis to continue to get approval for those invoices that we anticipate should be in and above the thresholds. And as a result, I've asked for a temporary approval to delegate authority to me to sign invoices up to $500,000, and then to the city manager to sign invoices between $500,000 and $1 million should that arise during the proceeding, provided that all invoice amounts are in accordance with the estimates that we have been provided. And then the third ask is with regards to the temporary full-time equivalent resource for the communications organization to help them prepare, analyze, and synthesize the documentation to respond to media and public inquiries with regards to what is happening as the public inquiry progresses. And that's the content and the ask with regards to recommendations.
Thank you very much, City Solicitor Bracklin. And Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, I was one of those ones that was, I was just kind of back and forth during the debate when we were still in the chamber here pre-COVID. And I must say, I said this before publicly, I'll say it again. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Brenda Johnson, in my humble opinion, have been proven right. This could have been over and done with probably within 6 months for a fraction of this cost. And again, I ultimately voted the way I did, Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, but I remember in consulting with a few of my colleagues and assurances between them, a couple of staff, nothing to worry about, Councillor Jackson, $1 million to 3, 4, maybe at maximum, and it'll be over and done with. So from a financial standpoint, quite a lesson learned even for myself, who's been on council a few years. I'll take the chair back. Acting Deputy Mayor Pearson, thank you so much.
Yep, go ahead.
And second time speaker, Councillor Clark, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jackson, and you're absolutely correct. That was your iterations during those meetings, and I recall them all too well. I recall also our initial request to consider a judicial investigation, which I believe Councilor Marula and I offered that motion. And then subsequent to that, we were advised by the previous city solicitor, Nicole Audia, that we had to draft a terms of reference, or I guess what is termed a scope. And that came back, and all councillors were participants in the forming of that scope. And that scope, Councillor Whitehead, I guess, uses the term quite often, scope creep. It ended up getting significant to the point where we were even speaking of the implications and the province, the Ministry of Transportation, because they had done testing on the road, et cetera, et cetera. So there's going to be a lot of history and a lot of machinations over this judicial investigation. At the end of the day, the judicial investigation, the motive, and I think Councillor Whitehead is correct in his suggestion, the motive was to build trust again, return trust to the community. And it was meant to ensure transparency so that there was no secrets. There was not a private backroom interview with witnesses by the Auditor General. Rather, there was public interviews of all of the witnesses during the public hearing so the public could hear the questions and the answers, and then there could be no recriminations in terms of who knew what, when, and where. So that is that. With regards to item C, I think it's premature. If you could divide it out, I'm not going to support that today. I know we have a significant amount of communication staff, and I would rather see us move people around who already have experience within the city of Hamilton, have the relationships, and understand what's needed before us, rather than bringing in a temporary FTE. So if I can ask you, sir, to divide item C out, I would appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Okay, so we had a mover and seconder. So Stephanie, that would be on A and B first then. The mover and seconder we have on record, Elsie Paparella.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, let me just close out this one screen so that I can see it, please. And yes, we have Councillor Pearson and Farr.
Pearson and Farr, and we'll just vote on A and B then, as it's been asked that C be separated. It's understood then? All in favor of A and B? Any opposed? E-vote before you or thumb, please.
Councillors Vanderbeek and Whitehead. Oh, sorry, Councillor Whitehead, I see your thumbs up. Okay. Councillor.
Oh, thank you. 11-3. Thank you very much. And now on item C, temporary 1 FTE. Same two movers on this, Councillor Pearson and Farr. Councillor Farr, you wish to speak to it? Yes.
Just for clarity to Matthew, he said he had how many media inquiries in the last year? I missed it. I thought he said 34,000, but I could be.
No. Through the deputy mayor to Councillor Farr, we have between 3,500 and 4,000. I think we're about 3,850 at the moment, and the pandemic is adding more of those every day.
And how many under your wing there in communications right now?
We currently have 22 FTEs, including 7 communications officers, 1 person on social media, 1 person in marketing, 1 person in advertising, and a handful in graphic design.
Thanks, Matthew. I got to say, I'm really impressed. It's been nonstop. There's days we can all agree that communications is on sometimes 4, upwards 6 major comms that need to be addressed from multiple divisions on any given day. Some weeks are really crazy, and I've said that to Matthew in the past. I don't know how he does it. Certainly, we've talked to probably Matthew in evenings and weekends. So I'm going to trust his guidance on this ask, and I'm happy to be part of moving it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farr. So moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Farr. Councillor Clark, speaking to the item C. Nope, we're fine. Thank you very much. Okay. So all in favor, please, of item C. Electronic votes before you or thumbs?
Councillor Marula. Oh, got it. Sorry, thank you.
Oh, that was defeated on a tie, 7-7. Okay, so that is defeated. All right, members of council. Elsie Paparella, where am I now? Notices of motions?
Yes, I don't have any.
No notices of motions on record? Yep. Thank you, Elsie Paparella. Outstanding business list. A mover for 13.1 to amend the OBL, please. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Thank you. Questions or comments? None. All in favor? Any opposed? E-vote, please.
Councillor. Oh.
That carries 14-0. And no items, LC Paparella, under general information or other business. So, colleagues, by the way, Councillor Dan, I saw the junior councillor there on your lap there, so say hello to her for me. Colleagues, it's 7:20. Do you need 20 minutes of sustenance? How about we say at 7:45? 25 minutes. Come back at 7:45, please, because we've got.
I'll be happy to move the recess.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. We need to vote on a recess.
Yes.
Because we've got probably 6 or 7 items for in camera. E-vote to be appearing shortly. Councillor Partridge, speak to this, the recess?
Yeah, just before we vote on this, can I just get, through you, Deputy Mayor, to clerks, can I just get an understanding? I understood that Friday, the scheduled GIC was going to happen if we didn't complete this agenda. And now I'm hearing that we're just going to go plow straight through, is my understanding. Can I just get some clarity for clerks?
Sure,
so if we complete this agenda, does that mean that we don't have GIC Friday? I just always worry about decisions that are being made when we've had such a long day.
So
yep,
through
fair
you,
enough.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, the Friday was held as an overflow day if we don't complete it. However, we have had the auditors, consultants available all day, and they are here to speak to items 14.4 and 14.5. So it'd be more cost effective to hear those matters today. It's completely up to committee.
I'm in the hands of committee.
I understand that, Deputy Mayor, but I just think that, you know, if we have put a day aside, potentially, it's in our calendars. I really have a concern about, and you've done a fabulous job, sir. Absolutely yeoman's work.
I was wondering,
but
I worry when
worry.
that was going to come out. Thank you.
Yeah. You can always count on me, sir. But I just really worry about the lateness of the hour. You know, it's been an extremely heavy agenda. And, you know, I would just prefer to put everything over till Friday, quite honestly.
Well,
and I'm seeing some nodding of heads around the table.
Thank you very much, Councillor Partridge. Well noted. And the Friday GIC, again, Elsie Pepperell, I want to be clear now before other colleagues jump in. That is still available, or has that been now earmarked elsewhere?
No, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Friday was held in everybody's calendars. As long as I do have quorum for Friday, we can continue. I assume I have quorum. I haven't double checked. If we don't, then we are going to have an issue because it won't be ready until January then, and you'll miss the December 15th. But if you have quorum, it would be a recess today. Not we won't refer everything. We would recess and we would pick up where we left off, similar to what we did with the grids meeting. So you won't start with changes or delegations. You will pick up exactly where we left off.
Which would be all the in-camera items that are left.
So, so Deputy Mayor, I mean, that is my preference. If I need to move something and I
why don't you move it?
and I'm
I'll
seeing
second that, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Nan, Councillor Nan, I'm seeing you as seconder. So I'm hearing that we're not deferring or referring, that we're just simply taking a break. And so that would be my suggestion.
So Councillor Ferguson, you first had your motion to recess and continue on tonight. So I should go back to you first. What's your pleasure?
Well, I have a problem. I missed the November meeting of the Rural Ontario Municipalities Association because we had a special council meeting to deal with the appointment of a new city councillor. And I also have one on Friday, this Friday. So I'd have to miss 2 in a row. I certainly understand. I'm tired too. And I certainly need a break right now. And that's why I moved the recess for until 7:45. It's probably going to be closer to 8 o'clock now. So I would like to keep going, but it's only a personal. My job as a city representative of the rural Ontario municipalities is pretty important too, and so I'm going to have a tough decision to make which one I go to if we recess till Friday.
I would like to push forward on my original statement. If I can get I have a seconder.
Well, okay, thank you, Councillor Partridge.
And let the committee vote.
Yep, of course I will. That's the only way democracy works. But Councillor Ferguson had asked to put the motion to recess first. Councillor Ferguson, are you respectfully withdrawing that, and then can go to Councillor Partridge so that we recess until Friday morning?
Why can't we just put that vote, and if it fails, then Councillor Partridge can put her vote?
Absolutely, sounds good. Elsie Pepperella, I saw your hand up.
Yes, Councillor Whitehead, we do see you. You're on the speakers list. You just need to hang on a second.
Okay.
I do need to make sure that I will have quorum for Friday,
Yes,
which means
that's
every
very
one of you
important.
now that wants to defer it till Friday better be there and better be there for the whole meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you, Elsie Pepperella. Good instruction. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you know, I'm on a graduated schedule under doctor's care. And this day is probably longer than the doctors would have preferred. I'm sort of restricted to a time frame. So I would, so the reason why you haven't seen a lot of me because I'm graduating back to the job as instructed by my specialist. And so I would ask that Councillor Partridge's motion be supported. This is a long, long day, certainly for me, and I can appreciate probably for others as well. Thank you.
Very sensitive to your situation, Councillor Whitehead. Thank you. All right, Councillor Ferguson, who was your seconder because you had placed your motion? Councillor Pearson. Oh, Councillor Marula wishes to speak as well. Councillor Marula, please, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just quickly, just curious, from the consultant standpoint, they were made aware of the fact that we may go into Friday to complete this agenda? I presume that is the case.
LC Pepper, you mean for the in-camera matters that they've been held over for?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would assume so. I could confirm with Charles. I just was considering the cost if they were here all day and then coming back. That's the only reason I mentioned it, Councillor.
Okay, if we can just confirm that, because I do support what's before us, but perhaps we need to confirm that before we move forward, because I'm not sure if everyone was aware that Friday was booked accordingly. Just want that for clarification purposes. Thank you.
Is Charles here?
Is the city auditor there he is, City Auditor
Hello.
Charles Brown.
Hello.
Welcome. Introduce yourself, please.
Charles Brown, City Auditor. So they were aware of the fact that it was Friday. I'm just furiously emailing because they're on right now whether they can attend on Friday. Am I given to understand it would start at 9:30? Is that correct?
Is that correct, LC Paparella?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, we would start
Yes.
at 9:30.
And yours would literally be one of the first of the 6-7 items.
Yeah, we'd be one of the first. So I don't yet have an answer. I'm sorry about that. Oh, just a sec. Yep, they're okay for Friday.
Thank you, City Auditor, and Councillor Marula. Thank you for asking that poignant question. All right. Councillor Ferguson moved. Councillor Pearson seconded to carry on this marathon today. All in favor? Any opposed, please?
So just really quick, I'm so sorry, because if we put it up, it's going to say you're recessing till 7:45, which would give you a 15-minute break. You want me to change that?
Let's do it. Okay? Let's do it to 8 o'clock. Yes, to 8 o'clock.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, can we have clarity on what we're voting?
Yes, we're voting to continue on this evening after a half-hour recess.
And if we don't support this motion, then we continue on.
Councillor Partridge will then put her motion. Correct.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that the clarity you needed, Councillor Marula?
That's exactly what I needed. Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I would just need a motion to recess then.
Yep.
Councillor
Okay.
Whitehead? Councillor Partridge, you were a no, correct? Councillor Whitehead, you were a no as well. Okay. Let me just close this out.
All right, it's defeated 8-6. Councillor Partridge, to you now to recess till Friday morning at 9:30 GIC.
That's correct, Deputy Mayor. I'll put that motion forward with Councillor Nan as my second to recess until Friday morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you. It's all understood? All right. All in favor? Any opposed?
Through
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to clarify, so that all those who are attending on Friday are aware, we have also got a shareholder meeting that was scheduled immediately following this one, which means Friday it will follow immediately when we finish, and it should be probably less than a half an hour, that meeting. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because I will move that. Okay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, what is that shareholders meeting on Friday? Because I got to make my decision where I go.
Can I finish the vote?
Yes, let's finish this vote first, please.
Well,
We're in the middle of the vote.
I missed the mover and seconder, Pearson, and I'm so
No,
sorry.
Partridge and Nan.
Partridge and Nan, thank
Yep,
you.
to recess to Friday morning, 9:30. And it's all the in-camera
The
items.
Hamilton Enterprise Corporation shareholder meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
Whitehead?
Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes, sorry I didn't get your vote. You thumbs up or thumbs down?
Well, I mean, the other one was defeated. I was thumbs up, so I guess it
I
really
can't
doesn't
remember.
matter.
I need your vote. I can't guess.
Well, I get it. I'm sorry. It just popped up. There you go. I went
Thank
yes.
you, sir.
So I went yes for
Thank you,
both.
sir.
All right, that carried 12-2. So we're officially recessed till Friday morning at 9:30.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. So Friday night. Yep. So we'll start GIC just where we left off today.
With
at
all the
9:30.
in-camera items.
Yes, and I will I'll also move the date for the HECO meeting. The time will be wrong because I don't know what time we're going to be finished, but it is immediately afterwards.
I'm counting on the tenacious 12 now for most of you to be here Friday morning. Okay. All right.
Excellent job, Mr.
right.
Jackson. Excellent
Thank
job.
you, Deputy Mayor.
So-
You were
so-
amazing.
Thank you.
So
thank
Stephanie,
you.
can you mark me absent on Friday then?
Good night,
Because
everyone. Thank you.
Move to recess.
Yes, Councillor Ferguson.